Yun lang. Nakakagulat lang. And I'm looking forward to this team. Yun lang.
Well, we'd like to face AMPH since sila yung mga teams na actually quite interesting yung playstyle nila kung iko-compara sa ibang teams. Kasi if iko-compara sa amin, medyo hawig yung playstyle. Tapos, very aggressive. So, yun yung mga laban na gusto namin na puro barilan lang, di masyadong nag-iisip. It's just, you know, shooting and having big egos. Take over. So I think as everyone know po sa scene, we're currently in the 013 club. And well, yung past mentality kasi namin dati, parang one should take over sa isang game in order to, you know, to bring out the best, yung pinaka-personality ng team namin. But eventually, we learn na yung meaning ng takeover is dapat tinitake over namin yung sa sarili namin, hindi lang siya basta umasa kami sa isang tao.
Siguro po yung describe ko yung playstyle namin as makulit at medyo magulo po kasi since yung iba po sa amin mga bata pa po tapos kasama po namin mga veteran, mga nakapag-compete na po sa ibang FPS games. So yun lang naman po, makulit po. Tsaka somehow disiplinado po.
2024 music, ZOL Esports win.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Grab food, savor 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you go, yeah.
Hi, I'm Psycho.
Hi, I'm Repulsive.
Hi, I'm Narpim, and we are
Just Us.
Actually, si JustUs nabuo siya kasi JustUs, kami-kami lang talaga. Sila yung mga kakampi ko rin sa past team namin before the last season. So, nagsama-sama ulit kami with additional 2 players syempre. Ayun, nabuo ulit si JustUs. Masaya na nakapasok ulit sa VCT after 2 years ata na nawala ako sa scene dahil nag-focus ako sa content creation. Then, after a year of trying, at least nakabalik na, pero as a coach, at nag-enjoy naman ako kaya masaya.
Super masaya po dahil makakalaban ko po ulit yung mga idol ko. Lalo na yung mga device.
For me, it's masaya naman kasi since magkakateam na kami ng matagal na ni Psycho, Narp, then si Second Love.
I think yung alam namin na yung ibang nagka-qualify is mga veteran teams na rin, so may mas experience sila sa mga players namin. So, inisip na lang namin lagi, every game is nothing to lose. Kumbaga, confidence lang. Lahat naman kami, may paglaro lang sa kanila eh. And kung kami yung maging best team for that game, kami mananalo, move on and improve lang talaga. Nothing to lose lagi. Ayun lang yung mindset namin lahat. 1, 2, 3, go.
The Vice.
The Vice yung gusto namin makalaban. Kasi during the qualifiers, nagtapat kami. Medyo nagkaroon kami ng konting initan during qualifiers. So, since nailabas namin yung VODs and all about that qualifiers, nagkaroon ng konting init. Kaya sabi nila, tinawag nila kaming butete. Kaya mabawi kami kasi hindi kami papayag na gano'n lang. Tatalunin namin sila. Ako, isang word para sa akin is maasim.
Para sa akin, aggressive.
New Bloods. Oh, New Bloods. Thank you po sa mga sumusuporta sa amin sa JustUs. Sobrang appreciate po namin kayo.
Yun lang. Thank you sa mga fans and shoutout sa crush kong dentista.
Sa akin naman, thank you sa lahat ng solid supporters ng KDM pa before. Tapos ngayon, sumusuporta din sa JustUs. Supportahan nyo kami this BCL. Yun lang. Let's go, man.
We are Barilan Gaming!
All my friends look grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Leonix.
Hi, I'm DZ.
Hi, I'm Owen.
Hi, I'm Folex. Hi, I'm Dignified.
And we are
All Stinky Ka!
So, ang nangyari po kasi sa All Stinky Cat is, binuo po kami ng isang foreigner na lalaki. And, yung dati niya po kasing IGN is OSC. Ngayon, parang sinubukan niya pong like, gawing pangalan yung OSC. So, ginawa niya pong All Stinky Cat.
about naman po sa new additions namin, which is si DC, FPS, and also Digni. So, unfortunately, the former Game Lab disbanded, right? And then, two of our main players there got an opportunity to grow in their own, so that we just let it be, and just go with the flow. And then, after naghanap kami ng two players, nag-post ako sa Twitter, and then ang nag-try out nun is si DC tsaka si Digni, and then sila rin yung napili namin sa roster. For us is NAOS and Oasis, because for the past years sila yung nag-dominate ng BCTPH scene. So for me, competing against them, parang nililip up nila yung competition dito sa Pinas. So the more na mas nakakalaban, the more na mas nakakapag-adjust and nakakapag-adapt kami sa playstyle nila, the more na mas makakasabay kami kung paano sila lumaro sa dito sa high level play of Valorant.
Kumbaga, the more challenging it is, the more exciting it is.
Yes. For me, so since the last year's stint, talagang nag-struggle kami sa consistency ng playstyle namin and ng team. And then we almost won against Oasis Gaming on the lower bracket finals, pero nag-choke lang talaga kami. And then main thing na nagpatalo sa amin din is yung inconsistency namin. So now, with the new BCT season, for me, it's time for Paul X to take over and then be consistent and destroy all of the teams that we're going to fight with.
Oh,
Parang atomic bomb yun.
Oppenheimer.
It's your time to be consistent.
Amen.
Amen.
Let's go.
Hi, I'm Slatom999. I'm Blurred. I'm Exotic.
I'm Brain Freeze.
I'm V-Black.
And we are
Geek Fam PH.
We are the core members of MVP Esports. With the addition of Blurred, Hydrakid, and Brainface, we were acquired by Geek Fam PH.
the new roster, we required more firepower. So with the addition of Hydrakid and Blurred and me moving to the 6th role due to personal reasons, I think the team will be great.
It feels great to compete again because I stopped like 1 year and I got the opportunity to find a new team.
We look forward to compete against NAOS Esports because they are the defending champions here in the Philippines.
Chaotic, 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 chaotic.
For the first week, we had bad matches, and for us, taking over means doing better and hopefully winning our matches in the second week.
And so on.
And so forth.
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo.
I'm Mojer.
I'm Ja.
And Eman.
I'm Nexi.
And we are
NAOS Esports!
Masaya kasi nakabalik din ako sa NAOS ngayong season and looking forward kami ngayong split 1 na manalo kahit bago lang.
Unang-una syempre masaya tapos excited sa mga bagong kasama ko lalo na sa NAOS, mga magiging teammates ko ngayon sobrang excited nga tsaka parang confident kami na mananalo kami.
Para sa akin, yung big adjustment namin ngayong season is nung short time na bago mag-VCT is nagpalit kami ng roster. Nawalan kami ng dalawa, so medyo kailangan namin magbata. So, ano masabi mo?
Kailangan namin maghabol sa kung ano yung mga kailangan namin ayusin sa team, like yung team chemistry namin, kung paano kami mag-communicate sa bago.
Yung mga roles namin na iba-iba dahil sa adjustment.
Galing sila Ching, The Boys, Justa, sila Lloyd Dream.
Diba may galing ka, no?
Basta, wala. Para sa akin, wala eh. Kasi alam kong kaya-kaya namin lahat. Kumbaga, hindi kami natatakot kung sino yung iharap sa amin.
Yung meaning sa akin ng takeover is conquer, and yung gagawin namin ngayong split 1 na i-take over namin lahat ng team. Mag-ready kayo. Okay, mag-ready, no? NAOS na tayo!
Hi, I'm Zin.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kakaron.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
And I'm Batman.
And we are
ZOL Esports!
Ang nararamdaman ko lang po is nakaka-excite po na nagkakaroon po ulit ako or yung team ko na chance na
na magkaroon ulit po ng bagong title or achievements na sa ngayon nagsisimulang split 1 po.
Siyempre, start na naman ng BCT, masaya po, na-excite kasi new roster na naman, and nagkakaroon ng mga shuffles ngayon kung alam nyo lang. Yun, excited kami, sana makapasok kami ng finals.
Yung naging adjustment namin for this split 1 is yung role namin na kung sino yung mag-flex, madubilis, gano'n. Since no off-season, doon namin nakita yung mga strength and weakness ng team. So, for this split 1 siguro ay yung pinaka-yung adjustment namin, mas mga role namin.
Gusto kong makatapat yung NAOS tsaka Oasis. Kasi lalakas nila.
Same rin po, Oasis. Kasi since last year, hindi pa kami nanalo sa kanila. And then, sana magkaroon ng, and I mean, this BCT may chance ulit makaharap sila. So, ayun. Sana makabawi.
Explosive.
Tactical.
Solid.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, kahit konti man kayo, sobrang na-appreciate namin kayo. Kaya tuloy nyo lang yan, tapos papalala namin yung BCT para sa inyo.
Para sa akin, ang naisip kong word is pagiging number 1. Kasi parang pag na-take over mo lahat ng yung buong VCT PH, ibig sabihin parang ikaw yung best team sa PH.
Siguro para sa akin, parang yung from nowhere takeover, parang since competitive game to, for me it means na you're not alone, na nagkakampi ka na even your downfall or down bad ka na, meron ka diyang kakampi na mag-take over para sa'yo.
Zoli!
Gain his death instead. Toy Dream, alam niya na may manggagaling towards tunnels, pero alam niya rin na meron pang galing sa kanan. Masyadong maraming kalaban, pero buti na lang, trip war yan, and that's gonna be it. Wala pa kami napipitas, pero the hop out is definitely there towards the smoke. Shock dart, hindi nag-connect. That's gonna be a 2v1 scenario. Winnable pa, sobrang low nila parehas. Ito na yung double swing, and it's...
Do they have enough? Mojer, it's his time to turn up.
Ooh, we have a showstopper on hand. Everyone who actually looks at him is gonna be taken down.
Good gun, but Second Love is able to connect the double for him with the Bulldog. Gabok cleans up house 1v1. Gabok versus Second Love.
Up to safe to make sure that this plant is safe. Both of them are incredibly low health, 1 HP for everybody, and just that spray down is going to be enough. Safe has to make sure he doesn't get one tapped, and that's a
1v2. Dubstep's the one watching out for this mark. It's a graveyard here already towards A main. And Second Love, it's his birthday today, I saw on Facebook. Right now, it will be a present of a bonus. The clutch comes for Second Love. Crosses through both players of Oasis to his left and right, and now Oasis, they control the site. Here comes the Dizzy, but Savvy AK is an absolute savage. And here he comes barreling down onto the side, catches out Hydra Kid, but Hydra Kid has already taken one down with him. It's 2v1, and they're playing by the spike. Senor Carl moving forward, beautiful isolation made, and Senor Carl, hats off to you.
Have the cam though. Try and gather that up close, but the spray down is just way too much of a problem. The ace for Second Love against the Eco.
pressure. That's gonna be bad for the squad here. Look at the push coming in. And this is gonna be a Chad's already inside, and he gets the kill on dubstep.
Here we go. Ja, again, many times has this man made his mark.
Hi guys, we are MPH.
Brief history sa team na mo is AMPH means all in Mindanao. So each player kay nag-stage siya within Mindanao from Tagum, Davao, and nagsugod lang dito siya as com shop, and then naisipan nga magbuog team, community team until an esports team. So honestly, first time din naman naka-experience aning VCT na qualify. So at first, dagan pa yung mga struggles sa mga comps, especially sa mga agent composition. So nag-try make trial and errors until naabot mi sa point na na-find na mga comfort na mga agents, and dito na mag-ipa-strengthen through practices.
Nalipay o nakalban gamay kay first time na mo makasulod sa VCT.
NAOS kay sila top 1 ron sa PH. Then player is I think si nahuman naman duwa pero si Slaptom unta. Pero pilde kami sa babay.
Number 1 is Solid. Number 2 is Pahong. Number 3 is Washo. Kaingon kog Solid kay pag makuha na namang momentum, muna solid kay mga dula gyud. Di gyud na siya makuba once nga makuha na na. Mapahong. Number 2 is Pahong kay overheating. Muna siya overheating. Washo wala sa dula gyud, wala sa presence of mind.
Daghang salamat sa walay untang na pagsuporta, especially sa mga Mindanaons na nag-root sa mua na makaabot mi sa VCTPH.
Hi, I'm Marty. Hi, I'm Valorio.
Hello, I'm Dubstep.
Hi, I'm Javi AK. Hi, I'm KDS.
And we are
Oasis Gaming.
It feels great to be back kasi wala namang franchise before, so dito din naman ako nagsimula ever since. And honored din ako to be part of this team kasi what better team could you be part of, like competing in BC and PH. So ayun, nakaka-miss, very nostalgic, and hope we win.
First, syempre, naging 6 months si Draxi, tapos ginawa namin si Dubstep. Tapos, noon natin namin siyang IGL, tapos syempre nag-adjust yung mga role namin. May nag-adjust from flex, naging duelist, mga ganun. Tapos siguro ngayon, try ulit namin na IGL si Javi, tapos back to set si JP.
Since we're a fairly new team, I guess we have to try a lot of things, experiment, and we didn't have much time to fully practice and try everything. So for us, split one really is like a learning experience. We're gonna try everything here, see what works out, because we really don't know what will work out. It's a new team, new environment, so it's best to just see how things go. So split one will be our learning experience, and we will focus for split two. For me, the definition of takeover is to become the best team in the Philippines.
And then APAC.
And the world.
thank you so much na nagsusupport sa amin sa season na ito kasi na-appreciate ko lalo na yung mga people who supported me ever since back then, tapos yung people who support Oasis Gaming as a team. Thank you so much kasi dahil sa inyo, nabubuhay yung scene and we can see naman na everything is growing, the community is growing, the whole scene is growing. So, thank you so much, na-appreciate ko lahat ng support nyo ever since day one. Oasis!
Since day one!
Hi, my name is Kel.
Hi, I'm Astro.
Hi, I'm Rabbit.
I'm Senior Carl.
I'm Ching.
I'm Chani Boy.
And I'm Gian Sanity.
And we are
First Mega Saver!
There's an off-season tournament called Super MJ Tournament. Then Astro and Gian told me, "Hey Ching, let's go." I told them, no, I no play. I never played 3 months, I retired. Gian said, "It's okay." I said, "Okay, let's go."
Okay, let's go!
Then after that, sabi ko, ano na eh. sorry. So after that, we need 2 more players. I told them that I'll try to get Senior Girl because he retired also.
Yeah. Yes.
Because of me, he retired.
Yes, he's too
And
big.
because of me, he's back.
Yes.
Right? Now, I invited him, he said, okay. So we need 1 more. Then Rabbit suggested Ken. And that's how we are formed. Small family.
The bias because we have 4 Bisaya on our team and 2 Taga-London. Taga-London, yeah. Well, so we're mostly Bisaya, so we went for the bias, like the Bisayas. And it's also funny.
Yeah, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, bro, because we're bias, we're brothers.
Yeah, we're brothers. Yeah,
Yeah,
bias
so-
means brothers.
Yeah, we're the
Translation
brothers.
of Bai is
It's
brother.
the brothers, bro.
Brothers.
The feeling is actually very happy, and and I'm also very excited because I'm gonna play with my Kuyas, and they're my idols. Way back 2020, I always watched Ching stream when he was still playing in Brand, and now I'm gonna play against him. I mean with him. Coming into this tournament, I'm not really that much invested, unlike before, right? Because when I was competing, I always give it 1000%. So when I win, I'm very happy. If I lose, I'm so
Happy also.
no, I'm so inspired to play again, like come back and to be better. But this time,
Kung sa Art of War pa ang sinasabi nila, confuse your opponents. Di ko talaga alam kung ano yung next line doon. Pero it's day number 2 of VCTPH Split 1. Huwag kayong aalis. Cold open lang to. We're gonna be right back. Kung kayo ay nalito sa intro ko, wag na kayong malito kasi ito na talaga yung totoong bakbakan today for day number 1 of semifinals. Pero bago ang lahat, mga pala si Juicy Brucey at kasama ko ngayon sa panel ay dalawa sila pero isa lang kung papakinggan nyo. Let's have Asurai Dash and... Uy, uy, sino to? Uy, Sir Phil, kumusta? Welcome back! Hindi ko rinig sila, Asuray. Asuray at kabayan. Ayan. Perfect. Tama. Anyway, Asuray Dash, welcome sa panel. Nandito kayo kahapon. So, kumusta naman sa day number 2?
Nandito ako kahapon.
Ikaw, nandito ka pala kahapon. Ikaw
Kaming
pala.
dalawa naman daw, kaya okay lang. Yeah, it was pretty good. Again, ang ganda ng naging mga matches natin kasi nga, it was a day of an upset talaga. Especially that second series na nakita natin na naglaban yung Oasis sa JustUs.
Teka lang, baka mabunggo ka. May
dadaan si
rider sa
Kuya
likod.
Grab Kaya baka mabunggo tayo Pero,
Kuya Bill!
Okay.
Ano yun?
Hindi, nanonood din kasi ako ng games kahapon. And yun nga, very interesting, especially yung last series natin na tumagal ng... May overtime
35
tayong...
rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
35 rounds yung tinagal niya. Kaya, surprising. Tapos yung in the end, JustUs yung nanalo.
Alright, so speaking of JustUs and lahat mga nanalo kahapon, bago natin simulan lahat, let's start with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And of course, wearing the lavish Grab Green outfit. Vil coming back at you guys. Of course, also thanks to our official super app Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos. And with Grab Food Saver delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Yan!
Last but not the least, nandiyan si Kuya Bill para sa Grab. This tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ayun, okay. Bill, matanong ko lang, kung ikaw ay isang Grab driver, tapos pagdating mo, wala pa yung customer, anong gagawin mo? Without words, in actions only.
Okay.
Iinaw na malamig, nagpapalamig lang. Tama. Ito, last na. For example, inabot mo na yung order. Tapos binigyan ka ng tip, house and lot. Ano yung expression mo dyan? Okay, tama. Safe tayo dyan. Thank you. Okay, sige. Since andito na rin si Bill at lahat ng mga sponsors natin na pasalamatan, let's talk about the matches yesterday. Ano ba yung pinaka-garabe na experiences na na-experience nyo from yesterday?
I guess we could go start with this muna.
Okay, start with this muna. Yung first game natin yesterday, very one-sided. Ito nakita naman natin, 13-6 on both games. Yung Meow talaga nag-dominate sila. Yung mga kailangan ma-activate for the team was able to do what they needed to do here in this squad. And that's why Meow just took up. Nakita naman natin, merong chances, merong glimpses of hope para sa Karting Esports, pero it was not enough.
Yeah, true. Again, meron silang set strats in mind, pero kinulang lang talaga siya. Safe was doing as much as he could, pero again, it wasn't enough. And going into this next series nga, ito yung talagang went to the absolute limit nga. The match between Oasis saka sa JustUs. Nakikita mo na nga na JustUs was forcing Oasis' hand na kami, palagi nga lang kami mag-rush. Kung ano mangyari yan. And it forced yung pag-defer ng Oasis, pag-deter ng Oasis sa kanilang cool, calm, may strats na plan sila sa pure out, shoot out na lang dito against the JustUs. And syempre, ang tinding firepower ni Par Schofield sa ni Lloyd Dream, hindi nila kinaya.
Alright, matanong ko lang sa inyong dalawa. Judging from the last series from yesterday, JustUs and Oasis, paningin nyo ba is there a world, may mga universe ba doon na parallel na you think it could have gone into Game 3? Anong round sa paningin nyo? Let's start with you, Dash, na mag-Game 3 dapat yun.
Actually, nung nagsimula yung overtime, yun yung inisip ko na talaga na baka nga meron tayong Game 3 after this. Pero once it came down to like around ilan ba yun? Hindi na ako marunong magbilang
35 rounds yun in total.
Siguro mga round 28 ata yun. I thought that there was a chance for Oasis to actually clutch it out para mag-Game 3 tayo. Pero in the end, JustUs talaga, nung nagkaroon sila ng advantage, that was when it started to just go in their favor.
Yeah, ito yung nakakasakit dun sa match na yun, na parang may point na nanalo yung JustUs sa defense nila. Tapos natalo sila, doon na bumaba yung Oasis. Tapos biglang nag-flip na nanalo naman yung Oasis sa defense nila. And JustUs can't find that attacking side. But somehow, just from pure sheer will na lang dito sa JustUs. Narinig natin yun sa interview kahapon with Par. Talagang finish lang namin to. We just allowed na lang si Second Love na mag-dictate sa amin. Tapos ginawa na namin kung anong gustong gawin niya. And it actually worked out para sa JustUs.
Okay, so speaking of the teams yesterday, tingnan muna natin yung current bracket natin so far with Split 1 here in VCTPH. I mean, we've seen the wins yesterday, but Carti Esports and Oasis, I'm pretty sure you have said this at the back of your minds already, but did you envision both OSC and JustUs to be going into the semifinals today? Azuray.
Sa akin, OSC, 90% na ano ko na yan. Sa JustUs naman, I'd probably give like a 40% chance na makapunta sila dito against sa ZOL. I actually thought na Oasis was still the better team nga, kahit man na-predict ko sila yesterday. Pero, again, I did mention nga that there were some very intricate na win conditions na kailangan makamit na maabot dito ng JustUs, and naabot nila yon against sa Oasis.
They did.
Yeah, interesting no kasi naalala ko rin kasi kahapon si Azuray pinedict niya nga yung JustUs yesterday. Kaya nagulat rin ako kaya 40%. Pero for me, I also thought na baka Oasis ngayon manalo doon. Kasi we had a bit of a break. Yung break na yun enough para magkaroon sila ng strats for the other teams. Maybe they hyper-focused on NAOS Esports. Kaya yung nangyari was, because they were hyper-focused on NAOS Esports, they were not able to get any strats against the teams like JustUs na nandito sa bracket na to. Kaya that might be the reason why na hindi sila nakapasok.
I just wanted to add that it was also interesting din kasi you know how Oasis, nahihirapan silang kumalaban sa mga teams na never pa nila na-face. Pero they already faced JustUs one series, di ba? On that during the regular split. Pero it still didn't seem like parang na it helped them out as much parang iba pa rin yung nangyari dito sa JustUs
Yep, that's true. Anyway, we're going to, of all the series today, tingnan natin yung highlight player of the day natin. This player is going to be coming from NAOS Esports. It's Eman, previously played for RRQ. And, you know, coming from the international scene, tas ngayon bumalik siya dito into the PH scene. What do you think so far yung adjustments na ginawa ni Eman going into this tournament? Let's start with you, Dash.
Yeah, and again, si Eman nga, nakakausap natin siya during one of the interviews nung nanalo sila. And yung mga shot calls nito was the reason why this team is just skyrocketing pa talaga for the side of NAOS Esports. Yes, he's not gonna get a lot of kills, pero yung mga high-impact kills niya during the rounds na kailangan siya mag-perform, he will actually do that.
Yeah, on the rare occasion na nakakasabay ako sa mga pro players kasi may parang napunta kami. Hindi nakalaro. Nakapunta kami sa isang mini event na nakita ko dun si Eman. Tapos nakausap ko lang siya na onte na I think like he was super happy na babalik na siya dito sa Philippines, na nandito siya among his peers, his brethren. So nakikita mo yung parang enthusiasm na yun convert into yung effort niya talaga, pouring his heart out sa pagtulong sa NAOS to reach that to reach that next level as being that IGL.
Like actually increasing the ceiling sa isang grupo, di ba? Coming from the national scene. And I think for me, kung ako, makakasama ko si Azuray sa isang mini event.
Totoo.
Ay magiging ano talaga ako, magiging masaya ako. Sasabihin ko talaga, ay wow! Koreano.
Don't forget, ang galing din sa Korea.
Galing sa Korea.
Koreano din si Eman.
Speaking of Eman, let's look at NAOS Esports, kung saan nakabilang sa grupo si Eman. Let's look at NAOS Esports and their lineup. Top 1. Top 1. NAOS. Top 1. Tama. NAOS naman. Top 1 sa so far in Split 1 here in VCTPH. It's NAOS. Here, kasama natin si Dash. Dash, NAOS Esports, anong meron sa kanila?
Yeah, NAOS Esports. Ito yung one of the, or rather, the team that has a firm grasp itong map pool natin na nandito. Yes, hindi natin sila nakitang kumukuha ng Ascent kasi ito lagi yung binaban nila. Pero yung other maps na meron tayo sa pool, they always ban Ascent, and always they have a good way of setting up whenever it comes to those maps. And that's why NAOS Esports has been one of the best teams. And even before, during Split 1, they were the champions. And that's why here, sila pa rin yung nagdo-dominate.
And again, stark contrast lang sa sinabi ko kapon with Oasis Gaming. NAOS still here sa playoffs. Sobrang consistent na nakakaabot sila sa point na to ng game na to, and I'm thinking that they should be able to elevate themselves then into the grand finals. Anyways, all of their players just absolutely great at what they do at their specific roles, kaya napakahirap talunin ng team ng NAOS.
And to be fair, they're regulars already sa semifinals and the finals dito sa Pilipinas. Pero Dash Agina, he described na parang they ban Ascent. Tingnan natin actually yung map pool ng NAOS Esports going into this tournament. tournament, tingnan natin kung ano ba yung nilalaro ng NAOS with their map pool. So, with the maps that they ban, the maps that they pick, ano ba yung description natin with NAOS going into this?
Hindi sila common in a way.
Oh, there you
Not
go.
just the maps itself, but yung I think some of the compositions on some of the maps dito na nakita natin, we haven't really seen, or parang paiba-iba yung comps na ginagamit nila. I think we've seen on Breeze na they've had like a fade, a set din, nag-fade din sila dito, I think with Eman as the starter. It's just very interesting to see kung paano ini-interpret ng NAOS yung star firepower ni Ja dito na magling siyang mag-jet saka chamber. Meron din sila si Eman na I think compared to any other teams out there has been gravitating towards the fade. Meron din sang I believe Sage pick up ata. Or maybe that's OAC. But anyways, again, there is that differential talaga of agent selection compared to any other team I've seen dito sa VCT.
Yeah, and ang nakikita ko rin sa NAOS kasi because they love split and icebox so much. They have a lot of set plays na naka-ready against those maps. And they're really good at adapting. Whenever yung mga setups nila na yun na-check ng other teams, they're good at adapting and that's why 5-0 pa rin sila sa split tsaka sa icebox.
Yeah, and now let's look at yung agent compositions ng NAOS. What I'm really surprised is we've seen teams play Gecko a lot already going into this tournament, pero sila, they kind of stick with their main 5. And first, gusto ko munang itanong Cypher. What's with Cypher in this meta na bakit siya isa sa mga ginagamit talaga ng NAOS, Azuray?
I mean, I think it's just, it just allows Nexi to anchor more of the site. You already have one of the best anchor players dito sa VCTPH. Why not just allow him to create that better tempo kasi on the Cypher? Kasi if you're on the KJ, you're kind of nestled into your own side of the map. Diba? That's limitations ng range mo. But with the Cypher, it's a lot more free-flowing. Kasi meron ka pang camera for that extra bit of information. So I think it just works out well dito sa gustong gawin ng NAOS. Not saying that Nexi doesn't know how to play a Killjoy. He also does that. But at least dito, he has been gravitating towards that Cypher a whole lot more.
Yeah, he does have a lot of killjoys whenever it comes to Icebox. Pero so dito talaga sa most of the map pools natin, yung Cypher niya talaga yung nag-work super well. And that's why here, nakikita naman natin, nahihirapan pumasok sa site yung mga any teams that they're fighting against. And that's why it's also such a great pick for them.
Alright, so that's all about NAOS. Ngayon, tingnan naman natin ang kanilang kalaban fresh from yesterday's match, actually, from a 2-0 win. Let's look at Old Stinky Cats, or Meow. Fresh from a 2-0, that is Old Stinky Cats against Carti Esports. This is their lineup, any standout players. And before anything else, Old Stinky Cats, anong meron sa kanila, Azuray?
I think this is a team na just exudes yung just having fun as much as possible. Carefree sila sa mga tournaments, pero and this was said in their interview yesterday, sabi ni Laika, na this team, they practice as hard as they can, tapos tapos na yun, they just try to enjoy the tournament as much as they can. And I think this creates such a nice environment na they're able to do everything that they have na hindi sila na pressure to, to force themselves. Talagang just do what you can and then we'll see how it goes.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah, nothing to lose.
Parang give it your all, there's nothing to lose, let's already do it. Dash, yun, anything you wanna add?
May switcheroo sila dito kung sino mag-a-activate sa team. It's either si Polex, it's either si Dizzy. Yung magiging malakas sa kanila, magiging high-impact fragger nila for the team. Kaya kailangan ma-activate sila during these games kasi the last time that they met against NAOS Esports, it was 4-round wins lang sila against NAOS.
That was a 113 on game 1, and then on game 2 that was 313. And so far, if we're looking at yung mga iba't ibang years na yung dalawang team na to nagkalaban, that was on the back of Game Lab versus NAOS Esports, never pang nanalo, which is the OSC ever since. But do you think so far going into this tournament, okay ba ang performance ni OSC? Start with you, Azuray.
I mean, they had like what, a 5-series win streak then nung split, nung regular split. So there's a chance talaga dito for OSC. I think they only dropped 2 series then, so they've been one of the most dominant teams natin dito. And it's what Dash has mentioned, na Dizzy has been part of that. Yung other new pickup nila, si Dignified, has been putting a lot of emphasis then on just creating those opportunities dito para sa OSC. So I think they have that ability. Firepower-wise, they're very raw. Napakaganda ng performance nila individually. Yung problema nila dito is if they can't create those starting plays, I think in terms of yung mid-rank adaptation, which is actually specialty na OSC dito, specialty din yan ng NAOS, may hirap nilang i-overcome yun against the NAOS.
Yeah, back naman sa akin for the map pool nito nung OSC, one of the things that I love about them is Lotus. Lagi yung map na pinipick nila. Every time, lagi silang may Lotus. If not, also, yung map na hindi rin gusto ng lahat, which is Breeze, dito rin sila malakas. So those maps could be one of the reasons why they might be able to win against NAOS. Kasi the only time that NAOS lost was Unbind and Breeze. So maybe pick up Breeze para manalo sila.
Makita natin. Alright, so speaking of Breeze, tingnan natin yung map pools of of NAOS. I mean, OSC so far.
OSC.
Para lang makita natin, is this finally the match na matatalo nila yung NAOS? Pero if you look at that, Lotus at 80% win rate, does it say about the composition of OSC, Dash?
Yeah, kasi for them, whenever they go to Lotus, they always have Gecko. And this is also because of Dizzy. Gecko, Dizzy, yes. Kaya lagi nilang pinipick. So,
Pokemon niya yun eh.
Yeah, every time. Kaya also, one of the setups that they do here, mahilig sila mag-aggressive plays whenever they are on the defense.
Yeah.
Kaya you do expect them to do the double flashes para sa kanila.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see how yung nuances na to ng mga agent selection nila is going to maybe create such a different approach talaga para sa OSC. Kasi gamay na yan ng NAOS eh. So, what's gonna be the change-up dito with something that, even though iba sila sa pag-pickups nila, is somewhat familiar na para sa NAOS.
Yep, alright. So, ngayon we've talked about, in general, yung NAOS and OSC.
Yeah.
Let's go to the smaller perspective, but the people who bring the big plays from both teams. Tingnan natin yung head-to-head from their duelists. Let's put it on screen. We have Nexi and Aeonix.
The Sentinels.
For both teams. Alright, so tingnan natin with Nexi. I mean, both of them play Cypher a lot, pero kanina, Asura, you discussed as Nexi as one of the best anchors in the game for NAOS. What's with, may ano bang stark difference nila against Aeonix?
Ano mo, yun na nga yung nakalagay sa notes ko kanina. I honestly don't know.
Binasa ko talaga.
The thing is, I honestly don't know what the true difference is between dito sa NAOS saka sa old Stinky. Kasi if you kind of pair up yung mga players nila, next si Aeonix, si Ja saka si FallX, it's very similar in a way na parang they have those similar traits na palagalaro sila. Aeonix is an incredibly controlled and not explosive pero again, sobrang sinister na Sentinel player. When you push onto his site, hindi mo siya mahanap, he just gets those kills. It's similar to Nexi. He's such a great anchor player then. So again, this head-to-head just shows up and yung stats na yun very similar to each other. Just shows how much, again, similar yung performance output ng mga players of both OSC and NAOS truly are.
Yeah. The only difference na masasabi ko lang sa kanila is siguro nga yung win rate neto ni Nexi compared kay Aeonix during clutch periods. Kaya yun lang yung advantage ni Nexi doon sa kanila.
Okay, so it's the clutch player versus, technically, both of them common denominator ko sa mathematics pa is very stable players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sana all stable. Speaking of stable, tingnan natin kung may joke sana ako about mga kabayo nilalagay sa stable. Tapos nawala sa utak ko. Pero tingnan natin yung ating map vetoes going into the first series of the semifinals. And alright, let's head on over to the maps na paningin mo gagamitin. At papakita natin ngayon. What do you think NAOS should play against? OSC.
Ayan, ang bilis.
Ay, lalabas na pala.
Ang bilis niya.
Mabilis na talaga. Pero, okay.
Okay.
So,
yan na.
What do you say about that? NAOS banning Ascent right away.
They haven't played it as much. I think like a lot of teams are realizing na rin na kung papalag ka sa mga newer teams, never allow Ascent. Kasi it is a very dangerous map na hayaan mo makapasok as what we saw yesterday for JustUs. Such a raw team. Sanay na salayang every single player on Ascent. It's just that kind of map lang talaga. So banning it out straight up is gonna be good. Split naman dito. I feel like NAOS has such an intricate way of controlling yung mid-control na yan. Their set plays also on the mains are very strong. Yung sa OSC naman, it's all about just trying to read their opponents and make for that contact. Pero, pag hindi nangyari yun, they slow down immensely. Kaya NAOS realizing this tries to pick up yung split map na yan on that first go.
I love na very smart dito yung binal nila talaga yung Icebox against NAOS Esports kasi this is one of their best maps. And letting split come out, okay lang kasi maganda rin naman yung record ni OSC when it comes to split. And picking bind up against them, yes, that's good also. Dahil nga, ito yung one of the maps na NAOS only lost in in this tournament overall. Kaya ang ganda ng mga map picks. And Lotus being the last map, baka may chance na sila if ever mag-game 3 tayo.
Yeah, actually, if you think about it, I mean, dalawang mapa so far ang pabor on the side of OSC going into this. So I think with game number 3, it's gonna be such a 50-50 chance.
I'm gonna go the opposite direction there. I think talo sila sa NAOS dito ngayon. Kasi NAOS has the stronger maps on map 1 saka map 3.
Yeah.
Kasi alam ko naglaban na sila on Lotus and hindi naging pabor yun sa OSC. Alam mo na OSC was hoping na, you know, again, yung explosiveness dito ni Dizzy as he plays that Gecko is gonna matter as much. Pero parang hindi against yung yung solid defense ng NAOS eh.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask this question to you, Dash. 3-13 the last time it was OSC and NAOS over at Lotus. But don't you think pwede nang gamitin ng OSC yung mapa na yun or that game na yun to learn from their mistakes? Or do you think it's gonna be a nail in the coffin for them?
I do agree. Meron tayong time talaga. Sinabi ko rin kanina yun. May time tayo before na nakapag-practice sila for sure against NAOS Esports. If ever man manalo tayo dito sa first laban natin sa Carti, NAOS yung mga kalaban natin. So, I feel like they are ready now dito sa third map. And dahil third map siya, baka pagod na, baka lang, yun lang. It's just me being optimistic for OSC.
Napansin ko lang if magkasama kayo sa panel, pwede pala yung tawagin na Dashurai. Singit ko lang. Okay,
anyway. Discussion natin sa intrusive thoughts.
Intrusive thoughts. Kanina pa yung tumatakbo sa utak ko ilalabas ko na. Pero, speaking of ilalabas, may papalabas kami na bit of an insight coming from OSC. Actually, tingnan natin kung nasan si Dignified ngayon. Nasa Disneyland. Hindi na siya si Dignified. Siya na si Disneyfied. And he's gonna be playing the semifinals over there in Hong Kong right now. And Asoray, paningin mo ba? Magiging katabi siya ng server? Mas magiging galing ba siya?
Nagano nga siya. Nagpost ata siya sa social media niya na sarap ng 6-ping, guys.
Uy!
And may follow-up pa to. Laika May, thank you, Laika. She sent me na may follow-up pictures pa tong in-upload si Disneyfied. Na yung webcam niya, yung keyboard niya, yung mouse niya, naka-ready na daw. Ready na siya.
Sana all.
Sana all, di ba? Pero ikaw, Dash, kung may chance ka, maglalaro ka ng tournament pero dun sa Enchanted Kingdom, papayag ka ba?
Magsa-set up ako dun.
Oo. Doon mo sa roller coaster.
Wag sa roller coaster. Dun sa baba lang. Katabi yung mga mascot, nakaikot sila sa akin.
Tama. May fear of heights ka ba, Asoray?
Wala naman. I mean, wala akong fear of heights pag nasa roller coaster ako. Pero pag nasa skyscraper, iba na yun.
Ako meron kasi takot akong mahulog.
Yes, sir.
Anyway,
yes, sir.
It's time for us to do the predictions. NAOS versus OSC. Sino sa paningin nyo ang mananalo? But before you say your points, tatanong ko lang, aabot ba tayo ng Game 3? Asoray, paningin mo?
I don't think we should.
Dash?
Yeah.
Aabot tayo ng Game 3.
Aabot tayo ng Game 3 for Asoray. He doesn't think it should. Pero, over for your series predictions, ano sa'yo?
Okay, para sa akin, even though I did give yung points na are against them, they still have such an incredible performance output. So para sa akin, OSC, I do think na dapat 2-0 ito kasi pag umabot tayo ng Lotus, I don't think they're strong enough, even though it's one of their stronger maps. Against NAOS, parang kryptonite ito. So they have to have their stand na sa split saka sa bind.
OSC for Asoray. Dash?
Ako, very mamit pamahiin na person. Kaya naghahanap ako ng rason kung bakit ko iboboto si NAOS kanina. Nanonood daw ng Black Mirror, tapos may episode pangalan, NAOS Dive. Kaya NAOS iboboto ko.
Wala akong pinanood kanina. Ibabase ko na lang to sa from learning from mistakes. I think OSC has this in the bag as well. I mean, granted now super lakas nila na team, pero after that 4-round lang na panalo ni OSC against their match with NAOS on week number 4, maybe it's the time for them to make a difference. So it's 2 OSC, then 1-4 NAOS. That's going to be you, Dash. And singit ko lang from yesterday, it was only Asoray na pumili kay JustUs. So, do you think, Asoray, nakikarry over mo pa yung prediction status mo ngayon?
I mean, again, hindi ako naniniwala sa ganun kasing bagay, but it's all up into the numbers. It's all up into stats. Yung possible na na parang
numbers don't lie.
Para ba sabihin to, yung pag-manifest, or not pag-manifest.
Manifest.
Work hard.
Yeah, something like that. I'll come back with the word later pagka-balik natin sa after the series.
Sige, sige. Nakakain, hayop, tao, bagay.
Something about eggs pulsating. Gestate.
Egg cells. Alright,
Dash. Gestate? Eggs.
So, Dash, how about sa'yo? Ano naman yung sa'yo?
Anong sa akin?
Yung final comment for the series. Tao bagay, makakain, hayop.
tao.
Winner. Alright, sige!
Yes!
Pupunta na tayo ngayon para sa ating first series of the day. It's going to be NAOS versus OSC Casters. Kayo nang bahala dito.
The fight for the finals, it begins here. Today of all days in the semifinals, we know these squads are trying to make it to the top two. One more step towards that championship. One more step to be at the top spot here in Split 1. And we're going to be finding out who will be our first finalist in our first series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are here with the matchup between NAOS and OSC. I'm Dax here with my favorite spin doctor, Black and Blue. Just like yesterday, you know, long games, incredible outings. You're really good at the game too, if you know.
I just want to clarify that we do have notes here. There's nothing else. After posting that photo, I think yesterday, people might think there's anything else, but no, we actually do have There's nothing else. See,
That's the only thing.
So yeah, we are hard at work here, especially on this holy week of days, because today we might just see divine intervention get in between this based on the predictions from Asarai. Last time we saw NAOS versus OSC, it was a one-sided show to say the very least, and with Asarai kind of predicting maybe for it to go the other way. I don't know, there has to be something cooking here for him to even imagine that. So if OSC have that planned up, then they have to bring something out unexpected.
Look, he's the Pacific talent. We have to listen to him.
Yeah, he's right.
He's the best.
He was right yesterday.
He's right yesterday. He might be right today. But we know we are going to be writing a different story right now because we get a few more maps here in this matchup between OSC and NAOS Esports. You see the bands there, old Stinky Cat. They got rid of Icebox. No way they're going to play that against NAOS again. But NAOS, on the other hand, if you've seen the history of them on this split, they basically said in their first series against Oasis, cool, you're going to pick split. We're going to show you guys that we're really good at it. And they haven't dropped this map at all. This is basically their second best map, and statistically, even with their Icebox in the first place.
I mean, Split is a map that you never really want to take them on in that capacity, but I am curious about the change here. NAOS moving Nexi to that Viper over the Cypher. They forgo the Sentinel that we have seen them use to very great extent, and Nexi has always been very comfortable on that Sentinel, but they put him now on this Viper. And I'm kind of interested with the fact that it's him on that when typically you might see maybe Papi Chulo on the Viper, and then maybe Nexi swapping over to the Sentinel, have somebody else on that Omen, perhaps even Ja, but in this case, I don't know. They're cooking something up. I think it is a welcome change still, but we're going to have to see how it necessarily works to really quantify it, I think. The last time they played, they didn't actually play this map, so this could be where OSC do some good damage.
I mean, OSC, they've had some good wins on this map too, especially against Oasis, especially against Carti Esports from yesterday. And look what they're running yet again. That double duelist has been sublime. And you see Dizzy FPS, he's coming out of an incredible performance on this map from yesterday's matches. He's ready to continue on doing so here. But on the other hand, NAOS Esports defending champions for good reason, and I'm really surprised that the panel went 2-1 against them.
Maybe, perhaps, kind of an anti-jinx coming from them, but let's get to it. Look at the high-low here from Meow to start off this opening map of this game. Fall X gets the opener.
I feel like you're full of energy today.
Bro, I am wired as hell. The coffee I took, I am on it, and especially with the game we got in our hands and how Meow impressed us yesterday. I'm excited for this matchup.
Also, watch out for Fall X's entries from yesterday's match against Carti Esports on this map. It was perfect to allow someone like Dizzy, someone like Owen actually into these sites. But Meow are the ones on the defense. NAOS, on the other hand, the stats say it all this split. Their attacking side has been more successful, actually. Now with the double controller, does it pan out the same way? They're looking to play into A here. The double stack is ready for Meow, though.
Meow, defensive side of theirs, obviously looking pretty good to start things off. Heaven control, though, taken here by NAOS. They have to make sure that they don't get stuck in this Heaven push going out to the site itself, but the opening picks are favoring NAOS, and Papi Chulo with a mere classic is doing everything here.
Yeah, there he goes. Good correction near the end. Fall X too busy with the robot in his hands. You know, Bill taught me something recently, actually. The only time Raze smiles is when she looks at the boombot.
Aww.
All right. It's pretty
How
cute.
did he even notice that?
I don't know, but he explained that to me. And now we're going to have to explain how Meow will fall here. Dizzy trying to make a case for himself. The paranoia avoided. A 2v1 though prepared it again. The smoke is there too, forcing Dizzy to push on forward. The dash now to get on site, but a swing is straight. Dizzy! Against all odds, he continues the rampage from yesterday, and Meow will take this pistol.
Wow, okay, Dizzy. Somehow he converts that.
Yeah.
Again.
Wow.
The impossible made doable by a man of his caliber. And he has been such an impressive talent we have seen from the get-go here. Regular season group stage into the crossover, and he definitely crossed NAOS up. Good isolation there, Nexi, and you know, NAOS, they did everything for the most part right there. They got the side going their way. Papichulo was the first to peek because he was a lower player, but the one that ended up dying first there was Mojer, and that allowed him to quickly get the body shot on Papichulo and close things out. So Meow, somehow, they need to get something going, and they did.
The numbers set by Dizzy yesterday on this map, 25 kills. He's already good for 4. He's going for more as he has the Bulldog in hand. And that's exactly the start Meow wants in this series. You were talking about it a while ago as the anti-eco is looking successful immediately from Ionix. The decimation, the destruction of old Stinky Cat against NAOS. I told you a stat a while ago, I think it was what, 4 rounds, right? Over 2 maps that old Stinky Cat got. And let's not forget that this was an ONC that was so confident coming into that series because they had that perfect record over NAOS. They were the only team undefeated in the group stage, and suddenly NAOS did that to them. It really made OSC's stock kind of crash down to earth because of that matchup.
Well, I mean, to be fair, with OSC, this Meow squad, right? We were looking at the matches they played up until before they matched up against NAOS in the group stage, and we were saying that NAOS was going to be their biggest challenge. It's the only team of that caliber they're going to face up until that point. And then NAOS did win, yes, but Meow still continued to prove that they are a top caliber team with their wins against Oasis both times. But let's move on over now here, moving forward. Fall X moving into it, and OSC, our team that have proven to be just such a menace.
There you go.
There you go. 4-0. Let me correct myself. I'm wrong. That's it.
It was like 4-0 already? We're that many rounds in?
Yeah.
2 times 2?
2 times 2, 4.
Yeah, wow. Doubling up the double there.
On the floor.
Oh.
Give me more.
Man's wired. Truly the spin doctor over time. But yeah, I gotta agree with you. Meow, once they get these kind of leads, once they're coming into a series with confidence, it makes such a big difference. And truthfully, it was a very different Meow when we saw them against NAOS last time around. NAOS just never gave them room to breathe. Immediately, that first map on Icebox was what, 113 with a perfect half on the defense from NAOS. So it's already such a different story so far on how OSC looks. Jado now with the guns, and this is where NAOS gets better. Rifles at the ready. The 2 duelists have synced up yet again, and on to heaven we go here. A flash in the hands of Dignified. Not playing at home, he's playing in Hong Kong. Less ping sure, but he needs to get away from the pain. Ionix now playing towards the backside too, and here comes Dignified. A beautiful swing with the stinger, surprising Eman along the way. Jado still with the opening, and NAOS are now on site.
This seems a bit more of the NAOS we are accustomed to here. 2v4, obviously, but I mean, to be fair, the opening good start from Meow, it really wouldn't have been that way if not for Dizzy just pulling out a hat trick to start off this game. NAOS were looking pretty clean in that opening pistol, and obviously the second just outgunned off the eco. So NAOS looking pretty good here, looking pretty clean, the way that we expect him to be.
Last player standing.
Unfortunately, Owen Cutie gets taken down there. He had a good position to maybe try and cause some trouble for Dignified. Be able to find an opening, but it's not going to come. Not just now.
Yeah, there's no real way. The stinger from this rage, very difficult to push on forward. Maybe a kill or 2 can go Meow's in favor right now, but as it stands, Ja has been given a gun, Mojer's been given a gun, and suddenly it's the go signal NAOS has been looking for. They're gonna get on the board here, Black and Blue. And I just want to point out something from the group stage right now.
Yep.
Did you know that the top 5 players in terms of KD, 4 of them are from NAOS Esports?
You don't say. You don't say. The team that has 2-0'd almost everybody had some of the best stat lines in this tournament.
Yeah.
The team that is so far still the reigning champions and looking to repeat. The team that went to Thailand to represent the Philippines in Ascension.
Yeah.
You don't say.
Yeah, and also Mojer, those 2 duelists, really synced up. Top 2 highest rated players from the group stage.
Well, when you have a front line like that, how can you not be in awe of what this team is capable of? But I don't doubt that Meow has some other intentions in mind. I'm really wanting to see how this Viper is going to affect their play. As we mentioned, Cypher is typically what we do run, they do run here, what we do see from them. But the default game could be where they make their difference. Just so far, gets good damage on Owen.
No one has to back on out. We've seen from Owen, he's usually good in those scraps in the middle of the fight. But in terms of the entry, if he falls first, Meow, they're going to lose a lot of vital utility moving forward into the round. NAOS, though, they send out the flash. They don't get much intel from it. And even though John Mojo went for the swing, they're not going to actually push there. Instead, maybe an angle moving into A with Nexy's setup prepared.
Let's wait here for a moment, as both teams are really kind of making sure their pace doesn't oversee what they're ready for. See, Meow now waiting for an opportunity for Meow. If Meow are going to give it up, Trailblazer clears out that bottom vent, but with that information gathered on the sky being towards A, they progress now here towards B. They know Owen QD has been here a while ago, can assume the Cypher is as well.
Yeah, Owen's still waiting. Now the flash crossing on through towards the side. Satchel at the ready. Mojer, though, disengaging, staying into rafters. And that's one good thing about NAOS. They know when to push, they know when to pull. Time, though, running on out, as you mentioned. And onto the side we go. Owen might have the time here, but even like hopping like a bunny, Mojer finds a Yonix along the way. Mojer with another one. Poppy Chulo and Ja chipping at the end. And no one expects Mojer to play those angles.
Yeah, great shot from Mojer. And luckily for him, that the fact that Owen was already low, which meant a single shot from the shorty was enough, but he still hit a wild flick on that anyways. And NAOS playing really, really close with the time there. As they like to say, it's kind of the CIS system, you know, that side of the world. Eastern Europe love to kind of run down that the clock as long as it gets down to a 20-second meta, some like to say. But you can see there now, with the clock running low, they knew that if they drop the spike, it's going to be crucial. So everybody just focused on keeping the plant alive.
Yeah, make sure to protect the one with that vital objective in their hands. With the Blade Storm, it's dulled immediately. Ja at the ready. It's so easy for Ja with a 1-2-3. And NAOS have made an opening into A. But where is that spike going? They also want to try to play the entry towards B. Aeonix, though, with a good pick. At least a rifle to pick up right now. Overall, camera sees what the intention is. And NAOS will bring this spike towards B site.
It's so easy when everybody lines up to peek me, says Ja. He takes them all down one by one. Aeonix has picked up a Vandal here. I don't assume that he's necessarily going for the clutch, but if it comes, then might as well. Damage, at least, is what he can find, but he's been found first. And now let's take the lead off of that.
That's
so,
crazy.
Great anti-eco.
I'm just impressed by the instinct there of Papi Chulo. He fakes the plant. He's the one who swings to get the intel because he knows the timing with the rotation. And immediately, the rest of NAOS go back from alley, look to peek that out. Paranoid gets thrown on over, and I really think that's one of the best things that NAOS has done.
Yeah, because he saw his teammates all go alley, so he was like, heavens open, maybe?
The heads up of these individuals to notice what some of the weaknesses or some of the openings that can happen in the NAOS rotation is just honestly in a different level from many other teams right now. It's just the heads-up play and the game IQ that NAOS has in this roster has shown why they are that defending champions for a reason.
Well, that's very true. I mean, you look at John Papi Chulo, two of the most experienced veterans we have in the scene, even before Valorant. I remember other teams mentioning to me in the first place that what was so difficult about fighting up against John Papi Chulo, specifically as players, is that they, in a scramble, just sometimes know what to do, just somehow get maybe 2-3 kills, and give a round that should have been unwinnable suddenly a chance. And we look at the player like Nexy, who has always been, from the inception, even though he's kind of a newer, breed of player, started really in the VCT stage 1, year number 1. But even from that, you could see him along with other players like Envy, always just a step ahead of their generation, a step ahead, and always knew what to do. It seemed like they somehow had great intuition even for such a young gun. And then you add Mojer to that, who has always been a great talent, and Eman, who has that international experience. It's a perfect concoction of a menacing team.
Yeah, veteran vibes sometimes with Nexy, but we look at Mojer, the young gun that has been brought back by NAOS Esports. immediately fitting into the system that he left behind way back when. Sends the showstopper, dignified alive, but not for long. Eman will secure the kill. Owen staying into the pillar after the trade onto Mojer, but Eman's good for another one. The IGL of this squad ready now to bring more experience with the intel now in tow. And not only that, the flank from CT looking deadly. Nexi now back in action. The Viper snake bite keeping Fall X and Dizzy at bay. This is buying so much time for NAOS, and that's where Ja wants to make the pinch happen. Stuck in heaven, they have to ascend up the staircase, and Meow looking to be in trouble here.
That's so great from Papi Chulo. They're not even going necessarily towards the A site there for the most of the push, but he places those snake bites to make sure that he can't get pushed.
That's Nexi.
Oh, sorry. He did automatically. I see the Viper. But yeah, Nexi still. Anyway, case in point, they know they're going to want to try and deal with Nexi up deep there towards that defender's side spawn. And so 2 snake bites to keep him at bay. I thought initially, too, Owen Cutie, his smoke towards the short side of the pillar was pretty good, but him peeking there on the wide side towards where the default was, towards Rafter and Eman, I don't know, it just gave Eman the opportunity to land the shot, and that he did. Now NAOS are looking to further extend their lead. It was really good here from NAOS too. Luckily for them that they were able to go towards the pathways that really avoided the front line here of Meow being Fall X and Dizzy.
They're hunting the operator though, and these blades
doesn't connect.
Gets back into cover, but Eman, that is huge. Even if Fall X gets 2 exit frags, he can't retrieve the operator now. And the economy for old Stinky Cat, not the best. I do have to say though, I pointed out Nexi specifically for a reason, because you were right in assuming that who's usually on the Viper? It's Papi Chulo, right? I think this is his 3rd time playing Viper in 2 months. It's something that NAOS has been trying to experiment on, but it's still those veteran vibes I was trying to say a while ago. It's still that instinct, and Nexi really has a lot of restraint in how he plays these lurks.
I mean, it's a perfect agent for him, to be honest. Like, he has been a player that on the Sentinel is such a menace on the lurk. On the Anchor, he is always a problem to have to deal with for the attacking side. And the Viper brings both of those factors into his play. And as we mentioned as well, him being on that is natural. But Papi Chulo on this Omen, instead of him always having to kind of lurk for the most part, he can be part of the fight. And we know how hot of a hand and how great of a rifleman he can be. Being part of the brunt of that push also allow him to kind of be a bit more individual in some of his play. And I think it really is a great fit for this NAOS squad to have these 2 players, both Papi Chulo and Nexi, to really experiment with.
And with that, NAOS, they're just waiting now for any kind of contact. The timing that they play so far, though, I've noticed has put a hamper on the OSC system. Usually when Meow expects a push, they throw out a flash from someone like Dignified, a bit of utility, swing off that kind of contact. But with how NAOS has been playing the timer, even with Ja being exposed there, it gets scanned. Cyber Cage popped in response. It hasn't been the right synchronization for Meow here so far. A-Look likely to be the hit still though. Trailblazer already engaging on the tripwire. Allows Nexi to break that quickly. Ja with the updraft even flying high to avoid all utility, but Owen Cutie firmly onto the side. Beautiful shots here from Owen. They all just go into his sightlines. Left to Papi Chulo. There's no fighting against the showstopper, and this is better for Meow here.
Yeah, good stop here coming from Meow. It really came down to those 2 anchors delivering when they needed to. Flashes coming on in. Obviously, Ja getting blind. High up in the air, kind of made things a bit more confusing for where to position himself and where to land. And Owen Cutie just hitting some great shots from the back of the site. And as an Omen too, if anything goes sour there, he can TP back out to elbow with safety. That's going to be a really good hold, I think, here from Meow. A bit more of that where they can disjoint NAOS with proper timing. That's a bit more of what we need to see from Meow.
And I appreciate how respectful old Stinky Cat has been towards their opponents. They make sure they invest the right angles and the right ultimates. Showstopper against Papi Chulo, I'd take that trade any day, given how much of a clutch player Papi Chulo can be. Play it safe.
No half measures.
Yeah, exactly. And you're on the defense here from Meow. They don't want to be on the back foot in this first half here.
Yeah.
Buboto and the flash. Yet again, NAOS, their protocol on the attack, when they go for mid, they send the flash in towards heaven to try and scare off any peek so far.
Yeah. Because of that, that was actually a perfect flash, like, confirmed. Entirely blind. Little do they know, it wasn't just information there. If somebody was ready for a swing there, could have been a pick immediately on Fall X, and this is where NAOS are so dangerous. The immediate threat of somebody coming around and finding a pick. You can see Meow trying to respect that, but look at this.
Oh.
Fall X.
Dangerous, very dangerous, and punished accordingly by Ja. The 1-3-1 split has an intention early on
break any form of utility, allow them to keep Meow guessing. And with that being said, now the curtain looking to be unveiled over onto the B site. We dash on in, we go for the Cloudburst. Dizzy though, good for the shot against Eman. Dizzy! This is just delirious with the Guardian. And you just gotta hone on in again if you are Meow. Look forward, Dizzy. Find one more kill along the way. Paranoia does get connection. They see the barrel, they see the victim. And it's all Dizzy and the rest of Meow to tie things up.
That was looking pretty good for NAOS at the start there, right? They get the pick, they push back and take a bit of map control, but really sometimes the individual play that some of these players on Meow have, especially Dizzy here, look at these incredible shots. The opener and Emon with a flick, and then with a mere Guardian up close, he still wins that out, taps him away. It's inexplicable sometimes how he can just turn around, unexplainable how he can simply turn around that you didn't think would have gone their way. And now, while they might have the edge here in kind of their team play, maybe the strats and comps that they can bring out, Meow definitely do have a fighting capacity against them when it comes to the gunpowder.
Look, now they're already in a relatively good spot, getting 4 rounds on the attacking side. But this timeout is for 2 good reasons. One, they have to stop Dizzy. He has just found his groove here in the playoffs for VCTPH. Ever since yesterday, he is playing at a different level right now, and they need to make sure they shut down that Jet. And the second thing is, now with 4 rounds here, Black and Blue, Meow has tied up the amount of rounds they got against NAOS.
So already
in the group
better.
Stage. Already better in those 2 maps. It was 1 round, it was 3 rounds, 4 rounds total. Now they have 4. Old Siki Cat are here to play today.
Well, a lot of times, especially in a situation like that, in a game like that, you have so much more to learn, right, as Meow compared to NAOS. So you can definitely see Meow playing a lot more cautious compared to their last outing. Not getting, I guess, over-eager, and sometimes their defending side can be. And NAOS, they're falling prey to it. There have been moments, too, where NAOS, I think, when they find an opening, they take their time to really expose and break that opening even wider. And I think that's what's been hampering them sometimes on these attacking sides.
Now we go to mid again, though. It's been standardized by NAOS. Always have Nexi towards A-main. Always have Papi Chulo keeping an eye out on Garage. We've seen from Meow, they just don't flinch at it. Ramps control has been essential for Aeonix to at least try and cut off a rotation or 2. Trailblazer though to play. Jaw thinking about the push. Ballix though, ambitious yet again. And the second time this happens to him, just gets punished yet again.
The thing is though, they get this opportunity a lot earlier. A lot during the first half, those first 8 rounds, you can see NAOS waiting for a push from Meow, but Meow were barely giving them those opportunities to push. Meow was, for the most part, waiting for NAOS to come towards their way. And NAOS, they have to create these openings and opportunities early on in the map, because we've been seeing them push the sites late in the round, and that's why they've been hasty, and Meow have been punishing for that haste.
Yeah, Meow has looked stronger, though, when they stay on the sites. And Aeonix, does he get found early on? Beautiful flash, though, gets confirmation, but Nexi loses the battle and allows intel to be provided. Aeonix has to try and fight for his life. Taken down now, snuffed out by Eman. But at least intel provided. Dignified looking to play off that concept. Perhaps Boombot though. Confirmation. Mocher just runs into his crosshairs. And Dignified just up close and personal. Winning out in CQC.
No
Dignified
way.
with another one. He's bound the magic from the happiest place on earth. Dizzy's there to finish off the job. And Meow will take the lead now.
Somehow, Dignified still takes that. I thought after the alarm bot went off, after he took down Mojer, maybe the follow-up there from potentially Emon would have been it, right? But still, somehow he's able to win these fights, take him on down. Even with the flash from Emon there, somehow takes down Nexi on that angle, but Dignified, absolutely deliberate in his pursuit of this round. And Meow take the lead right back. And still though, Ja almost still somehow brought it to a 1v1 from the 1v3. If Dizzy wasn't there immediately, then who knows what could have happened.
Yeah, this man brought his gear to Hong Kong, and now he's still here ready to play for the PH side. Aeonix, though, holding steady. Doesn't care about the snake bite, doesn't care about the 2 duelists coming his way. It's just Meow here holding down the line. What can NAOS do by this point? Absolutely nothing.
I'm not sure if that was a stun from Emon, if that was a team stun from his own Trailblazer, but oh, the ping here is perfect. Papichulo only for the one. Okay, a second. Spike is in his hands. He does have the ultimate to reposition, potentially maybe find another weapon too. But I mean, the Guardian's not failing him so far.
Yeah. Can probably pick up a rifle if he does go over onto Heaven.
You can see Dizzy waiting on B in case that happens.
I wanted to point that out too. It's just Meow again. They're expecting the possibility of a rotation given it's Papichulo, the only one still standing.
I think the cam sees him. Should see his feet from this angle at least.
Onyx did such a good job there, just behind the billboard, right? Finding the first two coming his way. They wanted to kill a Cypher, pick up the gun, and probably snowball from there. But the camera already exposing intentions here for Papichulo. Spike has been picked up. With 30 seconds left, needs to make a decision and fast. Does he play into the 2 here? Over onto A, teleport over onto B. Where Fall X awaits. The tripwire though might dissuade him. Swing comes on in, and a Onyx so prepared for it. A triple kill for the round, and Meow get their 6 because of it.
That camera is perfect too there. It sees both in the ramp and exactly where Papichulo there, deep in the A main. You can see him waiting behind the plant box there. Yeah, I do think it was Emon's Trailblazer that stunned Mojer there, dropping on down because there was no assist icon coming from the opposing Sky in that case, coming from Dignified. So there's a bit of, I guess, disjointedness there. Small mistake. It works out. I mean, NAOS aren't doing too bad, to be fair for them. It's 4 rounds on the attack. They got 2 more to play, and that was kind of a half buy at best. So let's see what they do now. I still do think them trying to go aggressive early has been what will be more effective for them.
It's just been some stellar holds from incredible plays here from Meow. Dignified, Onyx finding the clutch in them to begin with. And keep an eye out on NAOS economy. They're all on light armor right now. Seeing the Vandals in the hands of many from Meow. Onyx falls first though. Big opening to be made. Dignified finds one in response towards main. A long angle for Dignified to utilize, but beyond all this, the rotation is looking clear for NAOS.
Pulling out here towards this A site. Those Seekers, though, will confirm more mid-presence than they initially expected, and so the defense is going to get kept here. Great ult and timing as well from Dignified to utilize that. And next, he's still trying to default here towards the site. They can kind of pivot from vents into this A main. The op doesn't connect, but that's good information gathered by Nexi.
Yeah, just apparently the tie gap too wide there. Just goes through, and Nexi survives to live to tell the tale. Now the Seeker's gonna be the call. This is gonna be good because Eman, if he does get the stun over on the Fall X, it's going to be so much easier to push against the operator. Painchill's now thrown over to the backside. 20 seconds left, and NAOS need to go, but they fake out Meow, who even invested from the shadows. This is almost free. Dizzy, the one standing against them. He's been good before. Can he do it yet again? Not against these odds, and Emon will get that takedown.
Great play here coming from NAOS, really making sure they rotate at the last moment when Meow have fully hit line and sinker, but look at this! Fall X directly into it. That's all he could do, though, with the op.
Absolutely no fear, but it's not enough. It's not the Viper that he was looking for. And now they have everything they need to stay on the site. A smoke thrown out here from Owen Cutie. Still, though, there is no fear from NAOS whatsoever. Eman staying on the inside. The push now coming to shove. The Decado doing some immense damage. Dignified and Owen, they can only take a single bullet. Paper thin on their lives, but Owen still wins the fight. They're spraying. They find Nexi. Papichulo playing patiently. And Papichulo yet again. The Phantom Menace ready to strike. Here he comes hopping on the round for the clutch.
Yeah, just way too little time there for them to really have much to work with. Obviously, the only option for him to win that out was to stick it, and still Meow, a threat in those cases. They take down 2 in the 3v2. It came a bit too late for them to actually be able to do something about it. Now, so I do love the fake. Very dicey situation for them to be in, but they did what was right to try and really bring that round back in their favor. A tech pause of all things to get things back going here, but I think it's fine, because to be honest, this game, it's starting to get really heated.
Yeah, just so much more competition compared to their last outing. And not only that, now you just have to say you're impressed by how willing they are to play in those close margins. One mistake, and they would have lost the round outright. But they get the kill onto Dizzy. They somehow keep Nexi alive, keep him away of the Wrath of the Rays, and from that point on, they're able to stabilize, and that's really been the balance that NAOS has found here coming into this year of VCTPH, right? The way that they're able to recover in these rounds immediately and then reset themselves to have the advantage.
Honestly, though, if Dizzy got a kill there, who knows how that round might have gone.
That's the margin of error I'm talking about.
It's so close. And NAOS, they kind of gotta widen these rounds. We haven't really seen too many convincing rounds from NAOS, and the only one that was going to be on the pistol, well, they get taken down, somehow get clutched out anyways. But final round of this half, you can see NAOS taking quick ramps control here. A bit of mid presence as well, but that drop in events, I'm not too sure if that's going to pull the rotation they want.
Yeah, make some noise, and 2 shotguns in the hand of NAOS. 1 Bucky, 1 Judge, but the Blade Storm is truly the real weapon here in the hands of Ja. There you go, lethal yet again. The sharpness of the knives. Owen falls first and foremost. Now a threat coming into the CT side.
You take the gun?
He didn't.
He didn't?
He's only gonna play the Bucky. He's only gonna play the Blades, but that's all he needs to get the double. Aeonix though, now intel provided. Waiting for the timing of the swing, but Aeonix still survives to live to tell that tale again. Here we go. It's the pings now, keeping NAOS at bay, and Meow, they're ready to receive here.
I thought that would have been a kill for Mojer. He had a prime position to try and swing there with a Judge, maybe hop around and stuff, but wow, always so sharp Aeonix has been as well for this squad. And now NAOS reset once more on what to do. They have the From the Shadows to maybe check out that elbow position, but the Judge in Dignified's hand is going to be a problem here to try and push the site for.
Not a bad idea there from Mojer to try and use the Corpse of Ja's bait. The flash though connects onto Emin. Now Dignified knows he is on an island, ready to try and swim away, but he sinks because of Emin, and NAOS have taken A because of it.
You saw how Emon actually pre-fired that angle. He heard a single footstep and started spraying at the head angle. He maybe had some intuition that there could be a shotgun as well there, but taking no half measures, knowing it's Dignified, who was a menace anchoring down the A side a while ago. This time now it's looking primed and proper, but Dizzy, he's been in 1v3 before.
Yeah, he's done it before. He's done it from this angle. Can he do it yet again? NAOS, they refuse to let history repeat. And we end the half here 6-6. In the end, though, this is still good for NAOS. They're the ones coming into defense with a tight scoreline. Meow, a pistol win here will change things up.
Pretty good so far on the defense for Meow, all things considered. I thought they were looking pretty good there. And what's been very apparent about Meow is that even in rounds where they lose, you can see that they are always still in some sort of capacity, at the very least, in control of what they're doing. You never really see them kind of in haste or kind of set into a scramble. Even in rounds that they lose, you can see that their momentum hasn't necessarily shifted against them. They aren't getting steamrolled. The only time we really saw that was when they went up against NAOS the first time around in the groups, but right now they look pretty confident even in rounds they lose.
Yeah, old Stinky Cat, we were saying it yesterday. This has to be the matchup that they were looking forward to. All respect to Carti, yes, but this is really a revenge match that Meow has been waiting for forever since they got trampled in the group stage. And you're seeing the fruits of their labor immediately from the first half. The waiting game, though, yet again. Meow looking to anticipate a push from Ja, and Mojer is just not happening.
Both of these teams really kind of waiting for those opportunities. The flash will confirm a presence. That's pretty good for NAOS, considering most of the Meow attacking side is here and rotating towards their way. Very freely looking to give up mid. Both controllers here towards B. And all they really want to fight for is getting early contact here in A main. It's going to be Ja, actually. Be careful not to overstep his bounds.
Something's got to give. And now they have to go for broke. Ja immediately. Just a heist with 3. Out of nowhere, Ja shows on up. A single audio cue was enough for NAOS to just go for the swing and already try and take this win. 2 still standing though here from Meow. Fallex, Dignified, trying to play the pop flash into heaven. And with Nexi falling, that can be a path to go to B. But look who's waiting up on heaven. Papi Chulo, as you said. Paranoid though, a little too early. Here comes Dignified now, but the small gap in the smoke. Papi Chulo delivers a kill. Fallex cannot fight any longer. And now it's just funnel Meow into a kill zone.
And they hound them down on that rotation as well. Ja, as soon as he hears a footstep there from A main, and as soon as he saw a cyber cage being thrown out, he was like, okay, time to ready to dash, gets a double going his way, and then even further progresses. On the fallback as well, he gets a third somehow while backpedaling. Crazy stuff coming in from NAOS there to start things off. And as I said, the guiding light from Emon was really good on time because that will just confirm the suspicions of NAOS that Meow are coming A.
Yeah, something's got to give there in that round. I like the try there from OSC. I like the ambition, but you're on the attacking side. You just got to go for it eventually. And as soon as it happens, it was just NAOS suddenly showing on up, just so quick on the trigger finger. And it's even more deadly now as he has the Outlaw in his hands. Mid, though, controlled by NAOS. And I do wonder how Meow's going to try and take mid control in the next few rounds, because NAOS has had an affinity for it all throughout the game.
I'm wondering how they're going to stall, actually, Meow, once they do get guns in their hands, because they don't have that cyber cage anymore. Yes, they have 2 controllers, but it's very different having to worry about running into a tripwire and getting spammed out. So will that really affect them? That's going to be a factor. We're going to have to see later on. But now, Meow looking to commit here towards his B side, and this is what they can do. They can take that pillar quick, but can they progress further into a plant situation?
Yeah, and especially what kind of space Folex can make here. Dizzy, though, the first one in and the first to fall. Not the configuration Meow's that. Be in. Usually you want to see the Raze actually in there, because Dizzy does better in the mid line. But it's an eco anyway. It's a flawless from NAOS in response. And now this defense looking to set the tone moving forward.
What Meow have to do here is burn some of that utility early. If they can try and fight for the choke, you're not going to really want to fight for mid, because that's not going to get the important utility out from Nexi, those snake bites. What they have to do here is fight for a choke, burn those snake bites out, and then after that, not respect the following utility, because there's nothing else to stop them coming from NAOS. Maybe a paint shell, a paranoia perfectly timed, but those are a lot less problematic than the snake bites will be initially.
Yeah, and NAOS has to commit bodies immediately because they're only playing that double control. Amando losing sight of what is in front of him. And Meow immediately getting the punish and finding a pick early on. Trailblazer gets the scout, realizes Mojer holding close, but Mojer wants to swing, Mojer wants to push, and this time around he runs out of bullets and runs out of life. The ambition is there, yes, but it's not enough versus Meow.
Yeah, not really amicably placed there on his timing. But this is the thing. Meow are going to be able to take that pillar consistently. They're going to be able to break through into the site if NAOS don't keep him at the choke. Once they're in the site, they have no tripwires to play back, and it leaves them in such a precarious position. Jod is trying to find a pick here, but Meow on path for flawless.
Yeah, there you go. Predicted and read. Meow getting the rifle round going to keep everyone alive. And truly a bit of concern there from NAOS in their terms of their positions. As soon as they lose out on Garage, they were in an awkward spot. Moja had to push just because he would have gotten caught out by a flash anyway. Nexi there was seen with the barrel of the very shiny Spectre that he had. And as soon as that happens, there's just no front line for NAOS coming into the site.
And I also worry about NAOS's rotation timing here, because they don't have that Sentinel to leave alone on the site, and they don't have passive information gathering that they can leave to close up these chokeholds that they otherwise would have had with a Cypher. So immediate contact here towards A. Jot kind of trapped in a corner, and look at Folex through the smoke, still finds him. A site is theirs.
No, straight in, and now Ja is sent to the ground. Over onto Heaven, though, you still got Nexi looking to hold. He's struggled a bit so far in this game. Perhaps again, as he's not that accustomed towards the Viper compared to his usual Sentinels. But the Yonix prepared here to go for the swing. Nexi now seeing that contact point, might not expect a second one with Dignified, always playing with his teammate here. Emando with the catch. Now the Trailblazer gets a scout onto Dizzy. Swing comes in, Papi Chula still will fall. There's the camera. Nexi, that's only a picture for you. That might just be a consolation prize as a Yonix. He will fall. Here comes another one, but it's not enough against the numbers of Meow.
Yeah, we're not really seeing NAOS here step up the same way that Meow have been consistently rising to the occasion of. And you can definitely tell that Nexi has been having some troubles on this agent. Mojer Chiu, uncharacteristically, hasn't really been able to get himself going. And you can see there, once they find an opening, they know they can push in without having to worry about any tripwires to stop them in the first place. That Cypher is just so menacing here on a map like this. And not having him allows Meow to really play the style they want, that rushdown style.
And I'm just double checking real quick where Nexi usually plays the Viper, and it's mostly, if I remember correctly, on Lotus. This is one of the first times, if not the first time, we see him play it on Split. It's still a different map, and maybe that affinity is something that NAOS is trying to work on so far. Meow, though, it's a big potential round for them. They win this, they take the lead, and they have everything they want to try and push into A here.
Eco here for NAOS. And the thing is, the Viper no Sentinel double controller comp is not bad, but
absolutely not.
It has to be against a team that also wants to play that default. If they're going to be playing this kind of rush-down style once they find an opening immediately, there's nothing better than a Cypher to keep them at bay, to be honest. And I'm not too sure if this idea here from NAOS is going to pan out for their favor, moving deeper into this matchup. Meow, real chance here to take the lead right back. Most of NAOS kind of situated here for a defensive ape hold, but B-side's pretty open, and that's where Meow's going to go.
Time to go into mid, and Nexi, the one to fall first. It's just so easy for Meow right now. It is absolutely clear, and as soon as they realize that, expect someone like Fall X or Dizzy to push on forward even deeper. Staying in the lurk though, Ionix down here in Mail. If NAOS can actually overrun him, that can be a gun that they can utilize here. Spikes planted, Trailblazer sent on out. It is just delivered immediately onto a Ionix. So a rifle now, the morsel that Ja can utilize to try and push. Immediately, Ja works with it, and two fall to his hands. Now Meow see a crisis ahead. They have to commit the showstopper, sense it close, but because he's blinded, Folex doesn't see any value. It's really just a single step NAOS was looking for, and now they take such a big leap to take the round. The lead is still theirs.
And this is the thing that NAOS have over some of the other veteran teams here in this tournament. A player like Ja, who can suddenly just pull a triple out of nowhere, out of his back pocket, and somehow deliver an eco round win like that when they need to, when they seem like they're slipping. Just the firecracker potential he has against almost any other team here in our region. It is incredible to watch, and it's really what brings him that slight edge. When you need a big-time player, he can make a big-time play.
Isn't that always the case for Ja? Many have already touted him to be one of the players destined for the Tier 1 scene from the PH scene. It's a question of how he's going to get there. Does he get picked up by another squad? Does he lead NAOS into Ascension and then move on forward? It's going to be a long journey for the rest of the year, though, that's for sure. But now they're showing what they can truly do.
Oh, Ja made for the big stage, but he's going to have to get there himself. And taking down Meow is a step forward in that direction, but Meow going to want to be an extra step in that, going to want to be a hamper of that storyline. They do have the Blades coming up for the next round, so even if their economy falters here, they should be able to get something going in the next round, but obviously you do not want to let get NAOS close to match point.
Got flashes now to try and confirm any kind of intention. No until yet. Meow investing that guiding light early here into Garage after some of the swings from NAOS in previous rounds. It's a bit of conditioning working out for NAOS. Now they have to be wary of the push itself. Fallex though landing into the snake bite, but even the dink. Phantom though doesn't secure the kill. Now here's a spray down. And Nexi, he's good for the one, but that's all he gets. Advantage here for Meow. They get onto the site. It's up to the two duelists again to get the job done on the retake.
They did good damage there, but you can see really what becomes a problem in those cases, right? Simply able to break through the choke. Snakebite comes on in, but they're at the site at that point. It's very difficult not to get overrun as the anchors. We're going to need to see some heroics again. Can Ja deliver?
Yeah, just can't stop it with that utility, but Ja is good for one again. Ready now to go for more. This heaven position was so paramount to his success. And here he goes. The big stage is truly his to play on.
All him.
Spotlights on Ja yet again as NAOS make it double digits.
I mean, Mojo did a good job there too as well, to be fair, to really pull some of that attention away in the 2v3. Taking towards the long side there, towards the default side, coming on out, making sure his presence was known. And Meow actually knew that Ja was already on Rafter in that case, but he kind of filters them into closer towards B main, allows Ja to have an easier time to engage them as they come out from the same angle. And Meow, unfortunate round there, it could have been theirs. They took the site.
Yeah, this is where I say yes, but who was on the kill feed?
Ja.
Yes.
Yeah.
All Ja.
All Ja.
Very good Ja.
I'm just saying there's value for Mojo that is intangible.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And that's why we want to point these things out, just because people are just like, kill feed, it's Ja.
It's all Ja.
It's all Ja. Ja only. Ja's the only one getting paid here right now. But in any case, Meow, it's not the best payday for them. A hero rifle actually in the hands of Dignify. The Guardian also Dizzy has been good with it throughout the map. We see Meow, they're sputtering now. They just can't find a good way in versus NAOS, and coming into the retake, it's even more deadly. Ambition there from Aeonix. He saw the attempt versus Ja, but never forget, he's just never alone. He's always going to have Mojo nearby.
I mean, there's some adjustments here by NAOS, but it really is kind of a step up.
Easy.
Nexi finally getting himself going late into the game. And when NAOS needs some players to step up late into it, they finally do.
I mean, that's the angle Nexi wants with the snake bites.
Yep.
That he can actually swing off anyone who gets vulnerable by his utility. But if you've seen how Meow has entered into B, especially someone like Fall X, he gets the backside, and that's not an angle Nexi can usually play off. He can't swing there because someone else from old Stinky Cat is in position for that kind of outing. And I guess that's really been the struggle from Nexi. His usual antics don't work with his utility, but that's an example of when he's given the chance, he'll deliver.
But you can see Nexi's slowly adjusting, though. He isn't using his snake bites towards the choke. Instead, somewhere middle of the site. But look at the swing from Emon. The double from him. Dignified. Only good for the one, but the triple goes to Emon, who has no fear to fight for what's his.
This is why Meow is afraid of Garage. Sure, they've shut down Emon a few times here and there, but when Emon gets it done, it is just absolutely impactful. 3 fall to the IGL. Now Owen, Cutie, and Aeonix are left wanting for any kind of reprieve.
And look at NAOS. They pulled all the way back now towards CT.
Yeah. This is just them saying we're very confident on the retake. We are going to make sure we stay alive as long as possible.
I mean, they have the showstopper. They got everything going. Neural Theft will confirm, hey, B site is free. Let's get the plant and situate ourselves. What Owen Cutie has to do here, or rather Aeonix, as the plant is going down, is go aggressive. Try and get one pick off.
I'm a little surprised they took that long because that Cypher can only use corpses towards B, but in any case, now it's now pushing forward. Aeonix in an alleyway position. Paranoia only connects onto one. It's not enough to actually catch out Ja, and no one is left to his own devices. A chance, though, through the smoke, the dash on in to try and get the catch on, and Ja is always a mystery that Meow cannot unveil. Another win for NAOS. They're onto map point now.
Good clear, though, coming from Ja. You can see him kind of flicking between left and right there, and sees in this corner of his eye, in the peripheral, where Owen Cutie was on the minimap as well. It should come up, pinged. And now let's take match point off of that. So, really, Emon, not only can he provide the calls, but he can be a demise to their fall as well.
Yeah, Emon, again, every time I get to cast NAOS, I just talk about his journey, really, starting from being that second duelist in the Dreamfire roster behind Georgie, finding his own kind of identity, moving into RRQPH, then still being brought into the Tier 1 scene in the RRQ mixed roster. It's just insane to think how much Emon has matured as a player, and the skill is still there too. He's the second fragger right now, right behind Ja. He's had a quiet, good game. Showstoppers fly though, and here comes Mojer with utter elevation. Fly high, Mojer. The wings of now soar, but Dizzy, he's good for 2 as well, and it's all left to Owen now in the bloodbath. A 1v2, spikes being planted, but the flash is just pristine. There comes the Seeker's Paranoia, doesn't get the hit. They line up for him, but Poppy Chulo breaks that chain, and we go to the second map after NAOS takes it 13-8.
Death from above. Mojer, it's about quality, not quantity. And Poppy Chulo, you know he's not going to let those type of moments slip. They're going to close it out here. And while the early game seemed a bit dicey for NAOS, it came to a great roll at the end in their favor. And what a way to do it as well. NAOS, there wasn't necessarily some huge adjustments there, but good team play and really individual moments is what kind of got them over the hump that they were having mid-game.
And if you saw the vibes really in the post-cam of the post-game, it's just the spirits of NAOS are really high right now. They're just very impressed by how they played, you know?
I think it's more they knew how close it came.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say here. It's just they thought coming into the series, guys, we literally gave them 4 rounds a while like, last time around. We can do it again. And then suddenly OSC was bringing it in that first half. There was a lot of adjustment there from NAOS, but they tidied up their act. They refused to make the mistakes that they did in that first half, coming into the second half, and then you'd have pop-up moments there from Emon. You'd have Ja just be the annihilator on the retake, and everything was just working for NAOS near the end.
I mean, we really did need to see that coming from NAOS, right? Because we were wondering with some of these Titan teams, they're going to have to try and do this convincingly to really be, still touted as that team, the it team. And NAOS, that's what they have right now in their pocket. A player like Ja and the rest of the squad who definitely will not shy away from those big moments. And you mentioned Eman has had himself a quiet game. Consistently every round he get a pick or two when they need to, and that is for the most part what they need, right? Yes, Ja can lead the way, but the core around it, they have to chime on in. But we've been talking about NAOS for quite a bit here. To be fair, Meow had to have great moments too, Dizzy especially.
Yeah, Dizzy was just a monster in the first half, that pistol clutch, and then the Guardian hold over onto B site. Those were moments that kept Meow in the game early on. I think everything really changed when we saw that thrifty round from NAOS. I think that was the one where they clear out Mail with a Trailblazer. Ja gets a kill delivered to him coming into ropes, and then just with that single rifle, it was just them going all the way, right? That giant leap for NAOS, it's suddenly changes things up, and Meow felt the pressure because of it.
To correct myself, I think their Mojo wasn't actually stunned by Eman. It might have been the paranoia from Papachulo that got him as well. I thought I saw a stun initially, but yeah, you were right. After kind of the firecracker that was Ja, everything started going their way. Yeah, this exact clutch here coming from NAOS really got them back, and it's one of those things where we say some big plays sometimes can really lead the team to follow that path.
And I love when Braze players abuse that extra boost you get when the showstopper, because people don't expect you to be way up high, but to deliver the win with grab, it's Papachulo. I really expect this to happen a lot in these NAOS games. He's usually the one who finishes off the job for his team.
Oh, I mean, how many times have we seen Papachulo, end off a game in that, especially fashion, but we've seen him also deliver some great clutches in the past. This case, he didn't necessarily have to too much, but individual play coming from him was definitely great throughout that match. He was the third fragger, only one behind Eman in that case for NAOS, but I'm looking to see this map number 2. How does OSC perform? Because Split, we were kind of expecting Split to go NAOS's way. It's one of their best maps, but map number 2, I think there's a better chance there.
Yeah, Bind especially. I think the only time NAOS has played it this Split was against ZOL, and if you've seen the stats, if you've seen how these series have gone, it's the only map that NAOS has dropped in that series alongside probably one of them, which is Braze. But in any way, guys, it's time for us to go on a break. When we return, it's map number 2. Old Stinky Cat had them in the first half there, Black and Blue, but coming
They had
in,
us in the first half.
That's true. It was so close. It was looking good. And NAOS remembered who they were and just like, we're NAOS. We got this. And it just looks so clean from that point on. We are back here, guys, with our first semifinal. Winner here moves on to the grand finals. Loser, unfortunately, they're out of the running. There's still ZOL and JustUs later on. So today of all days has the highest stakes truly here, Black and Blue. But I gotta say, right now, NAOS is looking very comfy after that performance in the second half.
It took a bit of a while for them to kind of heat up into the game, but I mean, once they did, it came perfectly in time. Ja being that firecracker, as we said, he was merely the fuse, and the rest of NAOS were what added to the explosion that ended up winning the map #1. But Bind, I think, is going to be a very different map, because I do think that Old Stinky Cat here have a lot more better track record, and in the past, NAOS have faltered on this map.
And we've seen from the map records back in the panel, right? Every single map that NAOS has played has a perfect record because of their 2-0s, except 2. Breeze being one of them, Bind being the other, because these were the maps that they lost versus ZOL Esports. Old Stinky Cat, they removed Icebox this time around in the map draft. They said, no, not anymore. We're not going to challenge you on your best map, but we're going to look to take advantage where other teams has had. And the history of Old Stinky Cat on Bind, it's been pretty decent too. Now it's the one changing things up, and there's a Reina in Jaw's hands right now.
Ooh, we have seen incredible performances on this Reina from him in the past, but will it necessarily make the difference here? They've tried to cook a bit with that Yoru the last time around, right?
No,
We saw how that went versus ZOL. They also have tried to put him on that chamber, which I thought actually had some good results, all things considered. But now him on the Reina. Remember that 40 bomb he dropped? I still do. Maybe we're going to see that once again. But for this time, we're going to see if Meow can stifle NAOS here in this tournament for a third time on Bind.
This is where they have to fight. This is where they have to win to keep alive. And this is the composition that Meow ran versus one Mega Saver. But Ja is already looking for first blood. You wanted to see a 40 bomb later down the line here, Black and Blue. There's the beginning that Ja is looking for.
That's the one. Let's count it down. 39 to go. NAOS, can they deliver that same way? It's interesting that he was all alone there too, pushing.
He just wins.
Yeah, this gives him the dismiss as well to disengage from that fight. But NAOS are still continuing towards the B site.
Yeah, and
never mind.
I gotta say, we have to be real a little
They
bit here.
TP.
They TP'd, yes. But when Ja was on the Yoru, there was a lot left to be desired. In the most kind terms as possible. Him being something comfortable, you know he's gonna deliver. And now the front line trying to go for the push. Snakebite though, looking good from Owen Cutie to stall the shower take. But this isn't even a commit from NAOS. That Spike has been left behind outside market, and they can re-rotate towards B here.
Yeah, but Meow are reading this. Look, they're rotating back towards the B site. They're looking to maybe stifle that push, but look at Mojer with that pick. And because he finds that, that's further going to send that rotation towards his way. But Mojer finds a second.
He wins 2 fights with 12 HP left now. Doesn't even need a smoke, ready to hold down. And Mojer! It's massive from Mojer! Magical even with the flawless! And wow, oh wow, these pistol rounds in the series have been delivering so far.
Well, if Mojer had a quiet map #1, here's a loud opener for the map #2. Both duelists here getting things going early on. And now it's looking ferocious as ever. Let me remind you, the last time they won Bind was last year, Ascension versus Boom. It's been a long while since we've seen a successful Bind map here from NAOS. They tried a few things, but here on the Reina might just be what they need.
Yeah, they've lost against Oasis in the offseason. You remember that ZOL Esports matchup. And it is time for NAOS to just change things up and look to strong-arm the approach. I do feel like sometimes when NAOS just runs out of a few ideas to try and cook in terms of utility, they literally just say, Ja, go kill, please play Reina. Mojer will out-synchronize the same way. Nexi does really well with the Soxy screen. A second game that Nexi is on the Viper right now, and they're really trying to acclimate their Sentinel player into the double control position. Vandalo in the hands of Ja. He's ready to rampage and look for more.
To be fair, I do think that Nexi and the Viper here might be a bit more, I think, effective compared to what Split we saw. And it's a map that you can run that no Sentinel composition a bit more effectively.
Yeah, and the past 2 maps, these were maps that Nexi usually plays Cypher. It's something that we saw there in the panel. It's really one of their more popular agents, and it's a different shift of ideology here for now. Try to play that information game, look to take advantage of that fact. The Dizzy, though, now thrown on over. Lear in response by Ja. It's a different kind of pop flash with the rain there. And the wingman claps for joy. It's not enough, though, to stop NAOS right now.
Dizzy back on that kind of backline roll this time around. But I do like him on this Gecko. We've seen it in the past.
Yeah, I mean, his name's Dizzy FPS. You know he's going to be good for it later on. But right now, the anti-eco is so set for NAOS. Nexi covering the flank. He wins again with the pistol. Ja here in the front line, though. Oh, no bullets. Get back into cover. But the dip in, dip out. Hooger doesn't see Dignified coming, sure. But beyond that, this has been clean from NAOS.
Pretty good so far as well. Holding on to that economy. I believe Nexi also stayed on the Ghost there, so he is going to further build up even more economy moving forward into this round, and that allows him to buy up some Vandals into bonus. So this is something NAOS have been picking up from other regions as well, especially from teams like Fnatic, who love to have 2 or maybe only a single Ghost in that second round after they win the pistol to buy up some Vandals into the bonus and have still economy to buy up for a 4th.
And also put some of the players that are very accustomed to playing pistols on that role. We saw Nexi, nearly a Ghost in his hands. It's enough still to confirm some kills, and he did it really well, actually, using the Talk Screen Decay to get the advantage. Comes Owen QT, though. A very aggressive position. Deadly even if he can actually land the shots right. And Ja now eventually will fall. Gun advantage clear here from Meow, but now still with the clear anyway. They don't care about any snake bites. They're pushing in. They're going fast.
Progress on further here now. It's looking good on the bonus. Papachulo still with a Ghost in hand. I don't believe he's retrieved the other weapon in the hands of Ja. Let's see how Fall Ice can deal with this.
Reload.
Oh, he hears Emon. He's going to expect him on the far, but on the close. Nexi is there on the tighter angle.
Is that even a bait and switch? It's just a lure there. Come into the cave where NAOS will slay you. And as soon as that happens, Meow is left to 2 here. Try to go for the smokes. Wingman busy on defuse duty. A nice molly onto elbow, but it's not going to be enough to stop NAOS yet again. Dizzy still on defuse duty from the grave. They need to kill Wingman and fast. It's a sacrificial lamp perhaps, but Eman with 1 HP survives to fight even longer. And NAOS with a bonus win to really set the tone here.
Eman was so close to going down there. I almost thought that he would have been taken out there by Dizzy, but it still didn't come. Even after the Wingman was taken down, I thought that would be Emon's only value to that round, but he still gets the final kill afterwards.
I'm so surprised Aeonix couldn't kill him with that 1 HP. Just somehow, some way, NAOS getting the job done. And look at this. Emon, I feel like Emon himself was just there to kill the Wingman and see what else he can get. But wow, NAOS. Valorant gods are smiling on them right now. Dignified, though. You're playing the sky. You want to control B long. As soon as that peak comes, it's just Dignified who has back on the way. He has Meow on the eco here.
Yeah, but they force him back immediately. He's not going to be able to really contest for this B long anymore. With Meow here playing up close on this defensive B side. They have the showstopper on Mojer to break through if they so choose. Mojer playing the anti-flash here. They swing wide. He gets hit, actually.
I like how Meow does have a bit of that instinct from ranked a lot, really. They check these kind of corners. They see a small gap in a talk screen. They're like, we're going to spam this. We're going to shoot. And it doesn't kill Mojer, yes. But the armor has been dented. Still going to take, I think, 3 shots though to kill him with the Sheriff. And in the case, Showstopper at the ready. So a bit of a spray down into the tin can. Dignified wanting to go for his own pop flash. A swing on in into the octagon. But Mojer is in a different weight class right now. 2 for him as B is opened.
Yeah, it's difficult to try and pop flash yourself in like that. Maybe for a teammate, but Mojer is just running over them. A 4K and on pace for an ace.
Josh listening in, trying to see who's there at A, but send in Mojer. He wants to clip. He wants to highlight. And let's see if he gets the spotlight. Oh no, there's danger. But Mojer still will deliver. The ace for Mojer. He's done it yet again from B, and now NAOS will have a 4-0 gap here.
Well, House of Cards here for NAOS, looking pretty stable so far on the attacking side of all things here in Bind. I'm wondering to see if they're going to call a timeout, and that they do, actually, right on the money. Meow. I think this is good to call this early on. You do not want to let NAOS continue with their momentum moving forward. You kind of have to adjust to what they're doing here. And NAOS kind of, I think, taking notes from what they saw on Split. Instead of starting out these rounds slow, they want to make contact fast and not be drawn out the time, which we saw happen a lot on Split. And on a map like Bind, when you have much less choices on where to go and where to pass, I think it really plays into their hand a bit more.
And if you notice how NAOS are timing these pushes, they're really trying to dismantle what old Stinky Cat is good at. We've seen for old Stinky Cat, the backbone really of this team is how they're able to swing off utility from Dignified, utility from Dizzy. What does NAOS do? They shoot down any Gecko utility coming their way. They wait out these pop flashes. They're willing to send out their own from Eman. And usually Dignified is the one who has been the assist king of VCTPH. We saw his stats from last time around. It was like every 2 rounds he'd get a single assist. Eman, on the other hand, is taking that throne away from him. He's been so effective at countering out anything Meow's throwing at NAOS.
Eman has been so good as a counteracting Sky as well, just to get NAOS going. But yeah, as you mentioned, Dignified has been the guy to look at here so far from Meow. Looking to see what value Dizzy can bring to the table. Fallex now, though, on the operator. But he's towards B, and now is committing towards A. They take the site immediately here. Showstopper connects, and that's the A site for him.
You know that cart is just a launch pad in the hands of Mojer. They fly in towards the A site. Heaven taken control of here by ONQT. And this is even the commit that Meow is expecting from NAOS. They back away into showers, still get the plant towards the APC. And Meow are going to be the ones to have to go for the retake still. Heaven double up even with Fallex and ONQT. Lamps controlled for by M and FPS. The flash is there, and here comes Meow now with a push. It's still Eman holding steady. NAOS are just giving control of the site. They're still holding, they're still waiting, and here comes trouble. The tap is there, and NAOS looking to burst. Ja finds one. Mojer also pitching in, and it's just an absolute massacre as NAOS gets a flawless now for the 5th round.
5-0 and a flawless for them. 5 still stand and 0 on the board. You know, Ja hasn't even been able to do much here because he hasn't even been given the opportunity. Mojer is just taking everything, opening up the site. And as I mentioned, they love to start off with early contact as compared to what we were seeing on Split. And they start off the map, rather the round, exactly like that. Mojer directly full sending it to A. And unfortunately for Meow, the op that they had situated towards B was just not part of the fight at all.
Yeah, it's been a quiet series so far from Mojer. Now he's making the loudest noise. And here he goes yet again. A quick clear into showers, following suit onto the flash. Meow, they've had a terrible time on the economy. The boost, though, from Fallex is unexpected. And Mojer actually falls first. Now, who will salvage around here for NAOS? We do hear the Seekers into play. Will allow NAOS to try and go for the tap on the spike. Eman also double checking. Still the discipline there from NAOS, but eventually they're going to have to commit.
Paint shells out. Smoke's about to dissipate very soon. There you see it go down on the triple. The flank, as you mentioned, coming from ONQT. It's interesting that Ja is on further back here.
Oh, he's the one looking for a kill to start things off. There's an orb to be utilized later on. We hear the Empress now online. Spotlight on Ja. Let's see if he can actually find any more kills. Lear thrown on over, but Lamps is being vied for here by Meow. A chance now to play at the CQC. 45 seconds left. The spike hasn't been planted as of yet. Ja already retrieving the spike. Dignified with a big kill. And now Nexi and Papi Chulo, they need to evacuate it fast. The talk screen is set on up. The Seeker's into play. Nexi, though, that is just next level for him. And Dignified, he delivers a lethal blow. 5 HP left for Papi Chulo here. Dignified, will he give chase? Now a rifle in his hands, giving a chance here for Meow.
Let's see, Papi Chulo put into another position to clutch out around for NAOS. Will this be Meow's first? He's low HP though. A single tap is all he needs to take him down. Papi Chulo in these situations, we've seen him before deliver even against bigger, insurmountable odds.
Even Dignified knows the tale of Papi Chulo. Before he got into VCT, he's been watching the careers of NAOS, how essential he is in the clutch. And Dignified, very wary of an angle that Papi can play. Papi Chulo changing things up.
It's good timing here.
There's a little bit of a threat. And noise made. Dignified playing a guessing game. But peekaboo, Papi Chulo will see you. There is just no escaping the wrath of Papi Chulo in those instances there, Black and Blue.
We are the mere messengers, Dax, and we've seen this all too much before. The record states Papi Chulo another clutch on the board to add to his already long list and resume. But Nexi is really the one here to be sung praises about. He brought that round back against the Eco when it seemed very, very dire. A triple for him to get those 2 in quick succession. The smoke's dissipating really on the site is when things became dangerous now for NAOS. They lost their concealment to try and get the spike down.
After everything is said and done, that was a good round from Meow, yes. But the problem is when you get an eco round like that going, but this late into a win streak, what dent to the economy does it really do?
Yeah.
Even if NAOS loses this one, they're still going to have so much money moving forward. And fortunately for Meow, it's another must-win scenario. The screen is up. Ja looking to crawl from showers, but we've seen this from NAOS. Their play on the attacking side, just leave that spike behind and see what either Hookah or Shower can get.
Yeah, economically, it wasn't really that much of a dent because NAOS were about to max out on money anyways, so it literally doesn't really make a difference at all. 6-0 so far, and NAOS already here, pretty equalized half. Let's see what more they can add to the pad. And this is looking a bit more like what we saw in their first matchup with a pretty strong start from NAOS.
Yeah, and Mojer has been magnificent, really, from playing from Hookah. Especially if there are no smokes, he still wins the angle. Next thing now, snake fight onto the cubby. Owen. Oh, he's fine. He has found a small corner that he can stay alive in. Or being taken. Papachulo, now Orbital Strike is ready. The flash connects onto Dignified. They know that someone's close. Digny trying to do the same, and Digny is just in trouble. Somehow, someway survives the first flurry, but eventually Papachulo will see him coming. Ace cleared, Shaw's in, and you said it there, black and blue, but danger is afoot. Doesn't expect Dizzy on the inside.
Knife out is exactly the type of problem we see sometimes here when you get a bit over-eager. Orbital Strike a bit too late. Retake coming from Meow, 4v4. They have the Thrash on Dizzy. They're going to utilize it to take backside control.
Follow the fishy. Let's see where Meow can swim towards two. A Yonitsu able to sink Papachulo. Seems like Meow found a way to keep the ship upright, and Fall X ready to be the captain now. Stands it to Eman. Everything left to Nexi. He still has the Sea of Green in his hands. There's still control here for NAOS, but the numbers have fallen, and there's too much to handle for Nexi. Meow, they were in danger, but they are able to course correct and get their first round here.
First one on the board, and there, while Ja was able to push on up deep into that A site, just a bit of a lapse, a moment there of weakness, putting his knife on out, gave an opportunity for Dizzy to get the kill, and that he did. He has to be careful about doing that next time around. You're going to expect him to be a bit more cautious moving forward, but...
Whoa. Is this
timeout?
Timeout?
1 round.
Wow.
Respect.
Okay.
On the board.
We've seen this even in the first game. As soon as something that could have been NAOS's, right? That looked to be NAOS on paper, just falling apart like that. The coaching staff has been very disciplined at calling attention.
VOD review, map talk.
What did you guys do in this round?
I don't know if this is a strategic timeout or a sermon timeout.
Oh yeah, that's true. You should know. You coached these players before.
I analyzed.
Ah, yes, you were post-review, post-game.
Yeah, post-game.
Post-game.
Yeah.
Who's the head coach of NAOS again? It's
Amix.
Yeah,
yes,
Amix has had such a long career.
Yeah, definitely.
In tactical FPS. Honestly, a lot of, I'd say, camaraderie, right? He's probably friends with most of these players, if not all of them.
I mean, he's one of the perfect coaches to have because when you have some veterans on your team, you need someone that you know they can respect as a coach.
Yeah, you need to basically say, you played alongside me. You've been in the scene as long as I am.
You know how it is.
And it's a voice that I will listen to. And that's why NAOS taking that timeout right now, get everything back into the game.
Can I get a drop?
Well, NAOS,
Thanks.
let's see if they can recover from that round. Finally putting some dent into their economy here, Meow. So they're getting the job done at the very least on that end of the front. You can see Owen Cutie trying to fish for information. Oh, back turned Mojer.
Oh, Mojer. Yeah, he was ready for it, but Owen able to land a nasty shot there. Flicks on over to the right, and we said a while ago, it's okay if NAOS did get dented on the economy on the eco. They had money to buy. They lost that last round, though, and in all honesty, you can make a debate for it that there's still money for NAOS later on, but this is momentum. Meow is looking for Ja. That's the opening. The NAOS wanted. Trailblazers are sent out here by Eman. Broken quickly. Dignified, though. The dry peak is not going to be good enough, and B, again, is open for NAOS's business.
And good trades here coming in from NAOS at the very least. Ja, obviously, once again, getting the squad going into the round. But they've, for the most part, been having him kind of play alone, actually.
Yeah,
we don't see him kind of, play with Mojer when typically it might be Nexi in that case, but I guess they want Nexi in the fight for those snake bites to really flush out these corners.
And here comes Meow now into the side. Impressive for Polex. Even better from Ionix. But Eman and Papichula have the angles to work with. Now the crossfire is set. And as soon as Dizzy swings out into the arches, it should be Eman seeing him out in the open. NAOS with their 7 and that switch up after the timeout, making such a big difference.
You can see there, Papichulo. A lot of other players would swing the moment that Eman made contact there, the initial fight towards Ionix, but he was just waiting. He did not want to give up the opportunity for the turnaround to come in from Ionix here, rather from Dizzy, and leaves him to his own devices instead. Lets Eman try and burn as much time as he wants in the 1v1, gives him the benefit of the doubt, and now it's just so confident right now, even in those rounds, but I do kind of want to see Ja be a bit more involved here in some of these team fights.
Yeah, and now on the other hand, they just can't catch a break here. You see the usual suspects falling early on. You want to have someone like Dignified alive for the post plant. He gets overrun there over B-Long, and he's gotten a little angsty with how he's trying to play into the garden itself. Eman, Ja, they're ready to push. Mojer still over onto Hookah, but these two duelists, they can sync up very, very soon as the Viper Spit is something that they can contend with.
Now Meow know they're somewhere here towards his gardens. Ja walking on in, just trying to check if anybody's close. Clear the immediate corner. But at what point do they commit to this? No big ultimates for them to try and flush out this. They do have the Seekers one away from Eman, but he's going to need to find another orb for that.
Yeah. Considering the challenge, really. It's fine. You can easily rotate towards Showers, and exactly why you have Fall X, Dizzy, and Ionix. They're all looking to watch out for a potential Shower rotate. This is a chance for NAOS instead to try and push into the pit. Dignified, though. He's good for the 1, but Eman and Mojer get the clear going. And into B we go again. This has been the success rate for NAOS, keeping on going and keeping on adding.
A good combination here coming in from NAOS to really flush out those angles. Ja, I'd wager not to peek just yet. Wait for the utility. Here comes the swing. He gets his dismiss going. But look at Meow responding 2v2.
Yeah, Ja will survive, but how about everyone else? Well, Nexi, he's had the angle, and here he comes crawling on forward. No escape from NAOS. An 8th round in just a masterclass of a half so far.
We're talking about Nexi potentially on the lurk. It finally comes, and see the value it provides. Also kind of kept the defense a bit more preoccupied there on A. So NAOS, having that going on for them is really good. And you can see when Ja is part of the fight here, even when Mojer falls, he can just provide a bit more, I guess, sustain in the fight and firepower that they need in those moments.
Yeah, they were just having these designations a while ago. Like, Ja was, okay, I'm going A, Mojer, you go B. That's not how you want to play it as NAOS, since the double duelist system has worked for you guys for so very long when they're synced on up. And Meow, you could see they're getting rattled here, unfortunately. It was a great setup to try and play into A. But given that you don't have the numbers, you can't say that the Viper Spit is that safe. And it's been the case right now. NAOS has just been out-reading how Meow's going to play these kind of fights. They even go for the Leer and the Flash, expecting the aggression into short. Dizzy, though, with a fadeaway shot. Beautifully done versus Nexi, but the job is not over. Threat now here for Meow. NAOS will give up the Showers. No one's actually there, and they're going to look to see if anyone's going to swing that way.
I mean, could have been a bit cleaner. I think the Leer should come first before the Flash, but Mojer still gets a follow-up anyways. In the end, the plant is down, which was the ultimate goal. Eman, will he get timing here? Yes, he will, and does get taken down.
That's a rifle now that Owen Cutie can work with. Meow doing such a good job in the round, but Ja is there to dismantle any kind of hope. Here comes the backside control. Dizzy FPS, the sharpness even on split a while ago, but it's all left to Captain Owen. Throws out the snake bite to try and see who can actually challenge him. The smoke dissipates, but will he expect the swing from Mojer? Yes, he does. Poppy Chul, the only one standing, but Poppy, of course, he's just so good and so consistent. A 9th round now for NAOS here.
Another one for Poppy. He hasn't really been put in some impossible clutches just yet, but the 1v1s at the end to just close out the round, he's been pretty successful on, even on split a while ago. NAOS are just continuing their tirade here on this attacking side, and you can see when you combo that Leer plus the Guiding Light, you try to shoot it out, then suddenly the Guiding Light comes around the corner to blind you as well. It really is a deadly combo, and plus, the Reyna is actually one of the best, I think, I guess, additions here to a Raze on this map, because it allows the Raze to be able to blast back up in the air with that Leer guiding him and really giving him space.
If my ladder games say so, then I will say so too. But truthfully, Meow has done a good job in these thrifty rounds. They just haven't found the score to actually deliver on. And Aeonix way too close to the showstopper. Dizzy makes a trade, yes, but NAOS on the other hand still with the control that they want. Triple box though, being used by Dizzy. He's looking to swing, but now he can't play the Thrash because he's dead. Found out by Nexi. Here we go again with a tap. Seeker's broken first and foremost. Now it's really prioritizing the opponents as targets. The flank's the only one that has Meow's name on it. And Owen, a big task ahead of him. Way too difficult with these numbers. Nexi ready. Nexi shoots. Owen fights back to get that frag, but Ja is swift to deliver the final blow.
I did say I was expecting Bind to go differently, but not in this way. NAOS, a lot more confident now. It seems really, Dax, that one round from Split a while ago where Ja found a 3, the triple during the eco just turned their heads around and has given them the fire that they needed to get back into not just that map, but this series. They started off this map on fire, and they still are burning.
And this has been the concern for old Stinky Cat, man. They're just not looking to be the team that capitalizes on the actions of their teammates. It's NAOS dismantling them, but this is a beautiful swing from Meow. Not just one, but 3 going at them. As soon as it happens, though, Ammon pushes forward, and there's just no fear from the sky. As soon as one falls, an angle's taken there by Meow. NAOS will get the catch elsewhere.
Oh, the lurk here, Papi Chulo. Could get caught, but he actually gets taken down by Fall X. I thought he had timing working out. Double push coming from that flank. Where do NAOS go? They have to take backside control here.
Watching out for CT especially. Mojer ready over at Heaven. Dignified though, not pushing as of yet, waiting for the rest of the team to get in position. And Nexi now with the snake bite forward to stall. Here comes Boombot catching out Emmon's position. Dignified actually winning versus Mojer, so a threat on all fronts. NAOS needs to shoot everywhere and anywhere, and they find a way to catch out even the encirclement. NAOS have found the 11th round here at the end of the first half.
Just great intuition here from NAOS. They see that there's a triple push on Showers, which infers that, hey, A short, this is probably pretty clear. And so they take it immediately, and knowing there's more space to be taken, after dealing with, the initial push there from Showers, from Dizzy, they send Mojer all the way deep into that Heaven to try and take even more backside control because they know the retake is going to come from the flank instead. Just veterancy at its finest here from NAOS.
What was that? Back-to-back, an army of 2, man. I haven't seen that ever since the PS3 days, but just, wow. NAOS have really shown that they're at a completely different level, and it's been the case from the group stage. It's a big reason why they're the first seed coming into the playoffs, but this is the kind of performance that really shows NAOS might be the future for the PH coming into potentially Ascension later into the year. But Meow, they still want to make a case for it. The pistol is the best chance that they have. Jado swing as soon as he hears the reload. Owen way too low, gets a regrowth here from Dignified. And Meow, they're considering the push, but Smoke's in the way, dissuading them so far.
And NAOS have only gotten better. We've seen many teams be at the top of the totem pole, but falter as the competition progresses. But NAOS right now still keeping up this pace. Papi Chulo Smoke here to try and deny that. That's beautiful on the stoppage.
Yeah, and they're just so prepared for these wingman plants. Papi Chulo aiming that low. Rarely do you see him actually put the pre-fire in that position. And here comes swing again. Perhaps some Shower. Short though, cleared here by Dignified. They don't expect a second. They don't expect Emmon. But he does get traded quickly. Dignified with a third. Meow looking to be very feisty in this round. And a much needed win for Meow to start off the second half.
Small lifeline for them to hold on to as a big lead is in front of them. This is, by the way, elimination match basically for Meow. They lose this series, they're out of it. But, I mean, obviously they're still qualified into Split 2, into Stage 2. But you definitely do not want to have to wait all the way till that moment before you get to play once more in the VCT. Dignified here really showing up the pistol round that they needed. So perhaps another. I'm surprised now don't actually just force this. They really want to play it safe, huh?
And now just wants to go for the push on the shower, and immediately Ja is gone. Even more so now, pressure from the teleporter. Not a bad idea from NAOS, but they just can't handle the firepower that is old Stinky Cat. This should be Meow getting the third round. What can Papi Chulo do from position? Nothing. Oh, and even with the knife to the heart towards Nexi. And even though they're down by a lot, Meow still high spirits after that round.
You see how there's a Viper wall in front of that TP there? The idea is to try and trap them between that wall and the entrance of showers, but the flash was a bit too early when they sprung the trap setup they had, and so they had to wait a few more seconds, let Meow in, and then you spring that trap, and maybe things could have been a bit more effective. But good effort still from NAOS, considering they invested very little into that round, and now have a full buy. See full armor and everybody.
Yeah, it's been a tough first half here for Meow, and we haven't even talked about the chance for them coming into the third map here. If they win this, if they get an incredible comeback, they have a good way to try and close out the series coming into Lotus. Sure, NAOS has beaten Meow before on Lotus, but it's still Meow's best map. They're looking to refine that even more so against a team that has beaten them there. The win and the rest, they have so much to work with moving forward here on Bind. That cubby control for Ja might be deadly even if they don't expect it coming. Owen pushes forward, they catch out Mojer, but they check the corner eventually. The run and gun will succeed with the Stim Beacon. Actual speed here from Meow. They find at least a 2-for-1 and get the plant down. Oh, Papi Chulo though, he still has the fight in him. And maybe...
He's anchoring down the slams really great.
Trailblazer even broken quickly. The rest of NAOS given a chance to get onto the site. Signified though, nearby bench, watching for the cross from Lamps. Oh, and same can be said for him. But it can be a pressure point from NAOS here with M and Papi Chulo. Wow, oh wow!
Again! Papi Chulo from the backline, man! It really just gave them so much value for him to hold and anchor down that Lamps. As soon as he got the second, they didn't even want to push for backside to try and pincer him within it because they knew that this was his.
It's Papi. You know it.
I mean, what can you say when Papi Chulo just delivers another round like that? And that's a clutch thing about him. It's not only in a 1vx clutch, but just clutch plays in big moments is when he can deliver. What better than a 4K when you need it to bring to match point?
Absolutely. It's
series point, really.
It's just incredible to see how NAOS steps up in those tense situations. And you've said it, Black and Blue. It's not just series point here. It is a way to get into the grand finals. NAOS, their path is looking set to try and defend that crown where they need to the most. And it's up to Meow to pull away that red carpet starting here. The push though from Ja is anticipated, but Mojer, he's gonna get that catch onto Owen in response. Not as prepared for with the second contact. A Yonix expecting the push here, but Mojer still wins it anyway.
He bails.
Back out, he's bailed, he's out. There is no way for them to get the catch. The paint shells, Dizzy, so ambitious on that one, but he is taken to the grave by Mojer too.
At least he gets a punish, but now they have to scramble here towards that B site. Nobody really ready there to try and stop him. Nexi, he's not going to have the timing. Paint shells will keep him at bay. They should be able to get the plant down here, but they're going to need a pick to make it viable. But Nexi spraying through finds a pick.
Where does he even get the angle? And Fall X, he has seen his team fall, and he's the only one still standing out to keep the hopes of old Stinky Cat alive. They've been impressive through the open qualifiers, but against the defending champions, they cannot stand. It's NAOS with the sweep again, 2-0 to make it to the grand finals.
Still props here to OSC. They definitely did show us a better showing on map number 1 compared to 2, but you can see they've really tried to apply what they learned from their opening group stage matchup, and it got them results for that opener map. But Bind, man, I did not expect this to go this way. NAOS have been hunting for the win on Bind. This is their first win on Bind in the tournament, by the way, and the way they're able to do it, the Reyna seems to have worked.
Maybe the answer is just don't play Yoru.
Maybe that too. Yeah, I thought the Chamber is fine.
The Chamber is okay, but
Reyna's better.
Yeah, Reyna's better right now, and it just goes to show for NAOS, it's still all about upping their standards. They're even making these kind of adjustments, even though we're in single elimination here, Black and Blue, they probably have scrimmed a lot with Nexi on that Viper. Now they've realized where his strengths really lie, especially in tighter maps like Split and Bind. Put him on that lurk, get him that value, with him able to use that decay to really change up the fight. But this was a map that NAOS defined, and I dare say it was especially done by Mojer. That hot start with around a dozen kills really set the tone for NAOS to just keep on winning in that first half.
Yeah, after that opening pistol round from Mojer when he got the quad kill, I felt like it was going to be a Mojer show for this map number 2, and that it kind of was, right? He was the one really getting them going, and as a Ray's explosive start came to an almost unclimactic end there as Amon closed out the round and the game. But, I mean, Meow, still, I'm very impressed with what they did for probably against almost any other team here. They would have been able to take this series, but against NAOS, the true kings so far of the Philippines, those guys who are trying to get their crown back and rather hold on to it, defend it another time, well, it's just the most inopportune opponent for them to face in the semifinals.
And it means this is another top 3-4 placement, actually, for the Game Lab Alpha Core. So it's basically where they left off from Split 1 last time around. It will be great to see them immediately into Split 2 in a couple months' time. Watch the highlights, and it's just basically the NAOS show. There were moments there for old Stinky Cat, and especially the thrifty rounds, the eco rounds there for Meow. Yes, they couldn't get the win, but they would make some immense damage happen. They would make sure NAOS would have to work for it, but in the end, it's still the pressure of the scoreline and the fact that Meow had to try and be ambitious into the place in the first place, countered immediately by NAOS, really set the tempo of the series, or even especially his map.
If I may add, you know, Mojer, he actually got half of his kills in 2 rounds.
Yeah.
He had 19, 8 of those in like one.
He had a quad, I think he got an ace.
Yep.
And, oh, nice knife there from Owen, but beyond that, Meow, they will have some very happy spirits moving forward. This is still a team that's looking for a sponsor, looking for that support. And they came from the open qualifiers, having a relative unknown duo with an old core.
Yeah.
They delivered so far to make it this deep into the playoffs, but you know who was delivering the win with Grab? It's Captain Eman. So well done by NAOS, so well executed, and it was just something that has been brewing for NAOS Esports for quite a while already.
It's great to see for Emon because for a while he was kind of teetering around on where he would end up, right, which team he would be finally playing on, and now he finally gets a team where he seems like he fit in like a well-tailored suit. Immediately from his addition here into NAOS, we have seen the value that he's provided, and he had so much utility moments there that really helped him. Naming one, you know, dealing with that Viper spit that we saw on B, him in conjunction with, you know, the paint shells of Mojer really allowed him to dismantle that ultimate, and he had so many moments where his utility play really came in clutch, and he's always consistently maybe finding a frag or two in these scramble rounds.
Yeah, throughout his career, trying to get out of the shadow of other players. No longer an option here, Black and Blue. I gotta say, he is a choice pick for NAOS. It is looking good for NAOS as a whole. The concerns at the start of the series, or rather the season, they are no longer here, but we are gonna throw it down to the panel to break down everything that's happened.
Naglakad lang konti yung cameraman, tapos nasa atin na. Pero bago ang lahat, Asoray, pa isang flex naman dyan.
Uy.
Basta lang.
Yeah.
Wow!
Wala naman eh.
Dash, ikaw naman.
Hindi kita yun eh.
Sa akin, flex din ako. Yun na yun. Wala yun. Maliit kasi yung braso ko eh. Pero anyway, NAOS doing a clean 2-0 against OSC. Asoray, talo yung prediction natin. Pero we still kind of see it coming. NAOS pa rin. Top 1 pa rin sila in a sense in the Philippines.
Yeah, again, iba talaga ang level ng NAOS dito. And there is just a very, like a 1% chance I feel na makakapalag talaga ang OSC.
Alright, so ngayon, Dash, bago ang iyong sentiments, tingnan muna natin kung sino yung MVP natin sa series na to. And aakyat na si Miles Morales sa 3rd floor. And yung MVP natin ay si Ja.
Si Ja.
Alright, Ja. Bakit si Ja, Dash?
Especially in Game 1. Game 1, sobrang lakas. 25 kills yung nakuha nito ni Ja sa split. And even during bind, yes, magkakalapit yung scores nila. Pero still, si Ja pa rin yung nag-open up ng rounds para magkaroon sila ng space papunta sa side.
Yeah. He basically nullified yung contact na na gustong gawin dito ni Dizzy, ni Fall X. Always Ja on top. And yan yung mahirap mangyari when you're relying so much dun sa 2 players din for OEC to really get things started.
Yeah, that's true. And so far, fair naman, Ja, Mojer, they're like the two firepower na dinadala ng NAOS. Pero we can't discredit yung ginawa ni Papi Chule. Always behind Ja in all the kills. But he's just ready to follow up and secure the win for NAOS already. Pero since pinagsasabi natin na Ja is our MVP, bakit di natin siya kausapin for our post-match interview, Mr. Ja? Pasok. Hello!
Hello!
Ja, welcome to the Grand Finals! Kumbaga, kasama ko ngayon sa panel si Azuray at si Dash. Meron lang kami mga katanungan sa'yo. Simulan ko lang sa akin. And eto na dyan, it's ZOL Esports and JustUs ang natitira going into Grand Finals. Kung sa dalawa man, sino yung gusto mong makalaban going into Grand Finals?
Actually, kahit sino para sa amin.
Bakit?
Kasi kahit sino naman kasi kalaban namin, ready kami.
Ayun, ready. Okay, akala ko may ibang follow-up. Alright, sige. Azuray, Dash, may mga tanong kayo. Azuray, simulan natin sa'yo.
Yes. Yolods, ano lang?
Yolods.
Yolods.
Yolods!
Close no? Wanted to ask lang pala, na feel mo ngayon, kasi diba, new year na, bagong split na rin din, yung, hindi ko lang kung may natanong na sa'yo before nito, pero yung feeling mo ba, yung performance mo, specifically para sa'yo, dito sa split 1 na to, is better than last year, or is it the same, or was there any big difference ba?
Para sa akin, mas nag-improve. Mas
Like,
nag-improve.
How many percent para sa, sa'yo?
Sa akin, siguro nasa 70%.
Oh, taas nun.
70%. Alright. Dash?
Okay, thank you.
Ako yung tanong ko, dahil sinabi ko rin kanina, mapamahiin akong tao. Ano ang sikreto ng isang Ja sa umaga? Naliligo ka ba 3 beses? Ganon? O kumakain ka ba ng maraming rice? Ganon. Ano ang sikreto mo sa umaga para maging ganyan kagaling?
Fried chicken.
Yun!
Fried
chicken naman pala.
Okay, sige. Ayun, Ja. Final things na lang bago you celebrate with the team. What are your final thoughts going into Grand Finals? Kinakabahan or kung ano man nafe-feel ng isang Ja at ang buong NAOS team?
Actually, excited kami.
Excited. All right. Ayun. Thank you, Ja. Good luck for the Grand Finals. And,
Thank
I don't
you.
know, 4-peat, 3-peat. Ayun, kayo na bahala dyan. NAOS Esports. Thank you so much. Ayun, 70% excited and ready sila kahit sino. Ganun lang kadali. Pero with anything else, bago man tayo magpunta sa break, going into our final series for the semifinals, pasalamatan muna natin ang lahat ng mga tao who's making VCTPH Split 1 possible. Starting with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also thanks to our official super app Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Alright, so there you go. And kami ay magbe-break lang ng mabilisan. And ako ay...
Suot mo lang yan? Balik inside out yan.
Inside out pala.
Sinuot ni Bill eh.
Sinuot kasi ni Bill! Woo! Bill! Sir Justin. Alright, anyway, we're gonna be taking a break. We're gonna be right back for our... Ay, Bill. Dito si Bill eh. We're gonna be taking a very, very short break. Magbabalik kami for ZOL Esports versus JustUs. For now... Smoke ni Viper. welcome back sa VCT PH Split 1. We are now at semifinals on our second series for today. Ako pa rin si Juicy Brucey. Di ko alam bakit may pa rin. Di naman yan magbabago eh. Di ko alam ba't kayo sinabi pero kasama kayo sa panel.
Pag tumanda ka lalo, magiging withered Brucey ba?
Hindi, magiging ano lang siya.
Wala na yung juice.
Wala na juice.
Withered.
Powdered.
Powdered juicy.
Powdered Brucey na lang.
Powdered juicy.
Or Powery Brucey. di ko talaga alam kung ano pinagsasabi natin. But second series, and kasama ko pa rin si Azuray tsaka si Dash. Ayoko naman na magbago yung kasama ko kasi mahal na mahal ko tong dalawa. Kung pipikit ka.
Thank you. Di kita abot eh.
Hindi. Tayo.
Sorry.
Yan.
Feeling ko may mawawala ng trabaho. Sinira yung framing. Alright, anyway. Alright, so coming up next is our second series for semifinals. Ang matatalo ay malalaglag and yung mananalo is going to grand finals. But before anything, tingnan muna natin yung pangyayari kanina actually from series number 1. That was a super quick match, lalo na sa series number 2. Pero ano masasabi niyo dito? Simulan natin sa iyo, Mr. Azuray.
It honestly went by like a blur. Sabi na nga ng isa sa mga kasyad, parang ano nga, yung match na ito, OSC, they really just had that ability to fight back nung first half ng split. Anything after that, it was all NAOS all the time. And yun, the reason why I also asked Ja about that particular question sa interview, kung gano'n pa yung feeling niya dito, if he really upgraded from last year, was just because I wanted to figure out kung gaano ba ka on point ngayon ng NAOS and what the impact has been for players like him, and it really does goes to show how dominant they are against a team such as OSC.
Pwede ng bagong tag yun. Hashtag NAOS all the time. Yun na yung bagong hashtag nila. Pero still, yung game na yun, nagulat rin ako na yung nung split pa nahirapan tong NAOS. Kasi
wait lang,
this is
ano yung sound ng nagulat? Okay, back to your point.
Back to my point kasi eto sinabi rin natin kanina during the start of the broadcast na yung bind, yung one of the weakest kasi yun yung natalo sila sa ZOL Esports. Pero dun pa talaga sila nakapag-perform ng maayos. And in split, dun sila nag-struggle a bit sa mga setups ng OSC.
That's true. And well, to be honest naman, I mean, I really thought OSC is had it in the bag, pero it's just NAOS. They're just the constant team so far going into our tournament. Pero well, kudos to them. They're gonna be waiting in the grand finals. Pero bago man ang lahat, pasalamat muna natin actually yung mga sponsors natin who's going to make all this possible, starting with Bineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And of course, also thanks to our official super app, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 50% cheaper fares on Grab cars, saver delivery fees as low as 15 pesos, Grab food saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab food saver meals.
Grab without an R. Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board Cap.
Ngayon ko lang na-gets yun. Pero salamat, Dash and Azuray. But with all that, ano ba? What are your thoughts going to the series, Tina? I don't know, grand finals, ZOL, or just as malalaman natin in just a bit. So ngayon, let's look at the current bracket muna of the tournament so far para we could just get a refresher so kung ano yung mangyayari next up. So far, we had kanina, that was NAOS versus Mao, and then NAOS won, and ZOL versus JustUs. And Carti Esports and Oasis, your thoughts muna bago tayo mag-proceed. Do you expect Carti Esports to go further, actually, Azuray?
In this tournament?
Yeah.
When they were going, I mean, kasi when we had our top 6, I honestly didn't think na Carti would have a big chance at this. Again, sabi ko na nga na there were just too many factors na medyo raw pa sila, very new team pa nga. There's so many things na kailangan pa nilang i-make do. They have that talent, but it's still too early talaga for Carti.
Alright, so there you have it. That was our current bracket, and mabilisan lang, Dash, Oasis, JustUs. I mean, napag-usapan na natin to eh. What do you still think?
Honestly talaga, kala
In shock
ko.
pa ba?
Nagulat lang din ako na natalo yung Oasis during that time. Pero yesterday was a hard match. Honestly, it was a hard match. Game 1, Game 2, nakapag-overtime pa tayo ng sobrang tagal. Pero in the end, JustUs pa talaga yung nanalo.
Alright, so there you have it. Now, tingnan muna natin yung mga maglalaban for today's series. Simulan natin actually with our first team to go into the fray, and that is ZOL Esports. Esports currently top 2, I think, in our group stages. But ZOL Esports so far, Dash, kumusta naman itong team na to going to semifinals?
The only team that defeated NAOS during our group stages. Talagang sila lang yung nagkaroon ng chance ang maka-defeat sa NAOS, giving them their 2 losses sa mga mapa na meron tayo. It was a 2-1, it was a hard match, pero still, ZOL Esports is a very solid team. Talagang players from this team, especially Patman, has been working their way towards the top here para i-carry up yung team. But all of their players are good. Kaya talagang i-expect natin yung greatness from this team.
Yeah, I think if you're going to compare ZOL Esports and NAOS, NAOS is an extremely well-rounded team. ZOL Esports naman, the thing that makes them scary, especially coming into this series, is that they have that immeasurable firepower talaga. Ibang klase yung mga players nila. Even on any kind of position that they're at, they will go out of their way to create those explosive plays. Nakita natin si Batman, si Zind, again, si Kakarot din. There is so many opportunities and so many of these players na are so aggressive sa ZOL Esports. I think that's the, that's the philosophy of this team.
Okay, so with that being said, aggressive yung ZOL Esports. So, tingnan natin how aggressive they are with the maps that they've been playing so far into this split 1 in VCTPH. Now, Icebox currently at 60%, pero of all the maps here, saan ba nagsa-spotlight talaga yung ZOL Esports, Dash?
Yeah, sa mga nakikita natin dito, Bind and Ascent, one of their greatest maps dito. Yung sinabi ni Azuray kanina, mababack up dun sa mga mapa na pinipick nila lagi. Bind and Ascent, really heavy frag. Talaga yung mga mapa na to, kaya ganun sila kalakas talaga on the side of ZOL Esports. Seconding with Breeze and Sunset being one of the maps that they do good at. But I hope na hindi tayo makakita ng Lotus kasi yun lang yung mapa na wala silang stat. It's 0 for ZOL Esports.
Yeah. Do you think okay to for Azuray, for JustUs to play Lotus against them? Is it gonna be an advantage, or what do you think?
I think from what we've heard since sa Lotus, the simpler the map, the better it is para sa JustUs. I think right now, ZOL has more in their pocket in terms of yung map understanding. Kaya this kind of spread out na map percentage sa ZOL is actually better in this series against sa JustUs.
Alright, so there you have it. Now, tingnan naman natin yung agent compositions or lineups ng ZOL Esports in total. Well, so far, this is their first 5 lineup talaga. That seems to work out for them. But the Raze, not the usual jet na nakikita natin. Why is this so, Azuray?
Sino kami naglalaro ng Raze sa kanila? Si Patman din, no? Usually si Patman lang din naman eh. I think because Patman was able to transition na from, correct me if I'm wrong, before controller siya dati on the previous iteration ng ZOL, then when they added yung newer players nila dito with the rest of the team, Kevs, Kakarot, so on and so forth, nag-allow na si Patman to actually shine and get back onto his race. Kaya mas naging pabor na to sa ZOL Esports actually bring him out on that. And it actually shows, look at how strong the record has been. 61.5% is nothing to scoff at kung gano'ng kalakas yung mga competitors dito ng ZOL Esports.
Yeah, high win rate percentage. And, we did say kanina na Ascent and Breeze are like the maps na ginagamit ng ZOL most of the time. Dash, with having like a Raze Viper into this agent compositions, into those maps, is it a better chance for ZOL Esports so far?
Honestly, they give themselves a lot more room. Yes, there's an extra layer of communication every time nagagamit ka ng Viper together with an Omen. Pero still, they are one of the teams that make it work well together with Oasis.
Alright, so there you have it. That was ZOL Esports. Ngayon naman, tingnan natin ang second team who was fresh from a 2-0 sweep kahapon in a very surprising and long series. Tingnan natin yung lineup ng JustUs. And there you have it, JustUs. So much to talk about this team. I mean, para sa kanila nga, I think yesterday na-discuss na rin ng panel na for them, chamba-chamba lang lahat ng ginagawa nila. Pero that was a quick 2-0 from JustUs. Azuray, please, ano ba yung highlight ng team neto going into the semifinals?
Keep it simple, keep it straight. Yun ang ginawa ng JustUs dito. Sinabi na nga nila na I love how brutally honest they are. Hindi sila nakakapag-practice masyado. If no practice at all, they're just using yung explosive firepower na yun. And it's being directed by something then. And that is just allowing JustUs to focus on what's important para sa nila, which is to just overwhelm their opponents with, again, that immeasurable firepower.
Yep. This gives them a power din na para i-snowball yung matchup into their favor. If ever man na hindi makapag-adjust etong si ZOL Esports during the first parts of the game. Game 1 and Game 2, if mapanalo, or rather, if Game 1 mapanalo nila, that is a good step agad para sa side ng JustUs.
Alright, okay, JustUs. Sinabi nga ni Azuray, keep it simple. I mean, kahapon nga with Ascent, barila na lang yun eh. Like, there was no puzzle behind it. Pero, well, let's see. Tingnan natin yung map pool actually na para statistics kumbaga ng JustUs with all the games. And kung makikita natin, they don't have a flawless record in any maps. Pero, with just simplicity, Ascent bind. Pero isn't bind a complex map, Azuray? Is this a contradictory to JustUs playstyle?
The thing is, if you look at yung parang form ng mga maps dito, and again, this is just going slightly nerdy lang, pwede mo lang i-just don't give a damn, push into the site. If you have the double duelist, kakayanin yan on Ascent, bind, icebox, it's very much possible. So, nakikita mo yung parang pagka-sunset, pwede ka pang ma-counterplay doon, kaya you don't have that explosive freedom kaya na ginagawa ng JustUs, and then the other maps then kind of follow suit. Pero on these first 3 maps na nakita ni si JustUs, it is exactly that. It can be that, and they have made it so.
Alright.
Yeah. Ito yung mga mapa na pwede mo i-roll over lang talaga yung team just by sheer firepower. Kaya yun rin yung nakita natin sa side ng ZOL Esports when it comes to their maps. Pero ZOL Esports has a bit more strats in their favor. So yung JustUs, as I said, kailangan nila i-snowball, kailangan nila makuha yung momentum agad during the first parts of the map.
Alright, so you're saying that JustUs kailangan 2-0 agad to? Or like they gotta do well in Game 1, and then didiretso sila to Game 2 to secure the win. Pero again, let's not forget, ZOL Esports top 2 pa rin sila eh. So makikita natin in a bit. And speaking of, napag-usapan natin yung mga maps, agent compositions, tingnan natin yung map veto going into this series. If tama ba yung mga pinagsasabi natin? Are you, sorry, head-to-head pa pala. Na-excite ako masyado. Pero head-to-head muna natin, starting with our duelist for both. And Par Schofield, if I'm not mistaken, MVP from yesterday's match. So, ayan, Par Schofield, Zint, different start natin kay Dash.
Okay, so sa nakita naman natin dito sa team na to, naglaban na sila before. Nanalo yung ZOL Esports dun sa last laban nila. That was the reason why. Par Schofield wasn't activated during that time. He only had single-digit kills every game during that time. Pero after those games, dun biglang lumakas yung JustUs, and that's why nakita naman natin ACS dito ni Par Schofield. It's very, very high. But Zint, hindi naman siya magpapatalo. Talagang both of these players would be able to get the impact frags that they need for the game.
Yeah, I think it's just akin lang talaga kung how well Zint has been able to shut down dito si Par Schofield in the match that they were able to play. So, it's going to be such a fun thing to just watch yung similar ideology, similar approaches ng mga teams na ito. Kasi alam natin si Zint, super explosive player niya, Par Schofield on that same playing field. Tapos magiging, pagalingan sa ganung klaseng challenge shot nila.
Quick question though, Reyna with JustUs, why is it working? Dahil ba straightforward din na agent sa Reyna?
You have a pop-off agent eh. As long as you can get kills, you can snowball it. Straightforward lang Arena. So it's as easy as that.
Alright, so there you have it. That was our head-to-head with the two duelists from both teams. Ngayon, tingnan natin ang map veto finally na excited akong makita. Cause for me personally, gusto ko makita yung Ascent dito eh. Pero your thoughts, ngayon makikita natin, mabilisan lang to.
Mabilis yung map veto natin.
Mabilisan lang.
Madali makasagot.
Ayaw makita ata natin dito.
Ban agad yung Icebox and that's a JustUs ban. Bakit?
Ooh.
I think ayaw nilang... I think ang problema dito para sa JustUs, they don't want the verticality of Icebox. Zin, Micro, Patman, they've got it locked down already. It's gonna be something na I think just too hard for JustUs to manage. Everything else, honestly, I think okay ang map selection dito for JustUs. Coming into... Yeah, actually. Yeah. Coming into a three-game game na kailangan nila aabot sila ng split dito. I don't think they have a good breeze map, but we'll have to see na lang.
Alright, so Dash, yung tanong ko dito, do you think, as your predictions, from the maps na pinili from both teams, JustUs goes with Ascent, ZOL with Breeze, makakapanalo sila on the maps they've chosen, basing on their playstyle? Ano paningin mo?
Sa JustUs?
And ZOL?
I really believe na itong si JustUs, Ascent is a good map para sa kanila. As we said a while ago, yung just sheer firepower ng team na to, it will work out if ever ito yung mapa na makukuha nila, which is nice. Yes, Breeze might be a problem just because of the fact na this is one of the maps that ZOL is really good at. Pero if ever makarry on nila yung momentum from Game 1, as we said, pwede nila maipanalo rin tong game 2 na to.
Alright, but with ZOL starting as defensive dito sa Ascent, is that gonna be an issue on the side of JustUs? Asoray, paningin mo?
I don't think so naman. Again, I think both sides, JustUs is very proactive then. Even if they're gonna be starting on, let's say, the defense, then they're just gonna find a way to crawl out of their own side of the spawn tapos susugurin na lang nila dito ang ZOL Esports.
Alright, okay. Eto, meron akong insider from kahapon. Di ba nanalo yung JustUs against Oasis Gaming 2-0 after 35 rounds of matches and overtime?
Yeah.
Ano ba sa paningin nyo ang reason? You were here, Asura, you could also say if paningin mo tama. Ano ba sa paningin nyo ang reason kung bakit si JustUs nanalo kahapon? Dash, ikaw. Wala tayo kahapon pero
yun nga
ano sa paningin mo?
Para sa akin, nanalo sila sa mga duel. Just them.
Okay, sa duel. Ikaw, Asuray, ano yung nakuha mong sagot from yesterday's
interview? Again, hinayaan na lang nilang bigyan sila ng direction ng kanilang IGL. And they used it to that. They used that, tapos yun na lang. They didn't think about anything else. Have faith, and then just push on.
Totoo yan. Kasi actually, from one of their players themselves, Lloyd Dream, kinausap natin sila kahapon and tinan nyo kung ano yung message ni Lloyd Dream sa amin. That's my IGL right there. Kung sa messenger nyo makikita yan, meron pa yung emoji na nakadila at nagpapawis at umiinit. Parang ganun yung emoji ni Lloyd Dream.
Grabe naman po.
Para si Second Love na dyan.
Na
Second Love. Actually, yung gusto niyang gawin talaga dyan, isang heart. Pero namali lang yung pag-screenshot namin ni Lloyd Dream. So Lloyd Dream, assignment natin yan. Pero technically, JustUs doing their very best at the leadership of Second Love going into their match against Oasis kahapon. Pero heading over to the series, ZOL Esports top 2 sila. They've been looking really solid with JustUs. Let's head on over to our predictions. For me, sabihin ko na, I think JustUs has the capabilities riding off the momentum from yesterday. And, well, kung barilan lang, I think it's a no-brainer for JustUs. Pero Asuray, Dash, your thoughts and your predictions for this series. Asuray.
I'll double down na din. I already predicted them yesterday. I'll predict them today. JustUs hype train tayo.
JustUs hype train, choo-choo!
Yeah.
Dash?
Ayoko sana, pero...
Naos, bukas pa yun, Naos.
Oo nga eh. Pero may pamahiin ako ulit kanina. Kanina, gumagawa ako ng coffee.
Okay.
Tapos, syempre, pag yung mga streaming sites nyo, naka-play lang dyan, nag-automatic siya, di ba? Nag-show siya ng mga shows.
Saan ba ito papunta tong usapan na to?
Basta, sa prediction ko.
Okay.
Sa prediction ko. So, yun na, di ba? Pupunta din yung mga shows. Tapos, nakita ko, superhero eh. Sang superhero team nga ba kasama si Batman?
Avengers?
Justice League.
Ay, Justice League!
Justice League! Di ba? JustUs! Din yung boto ko. Avengers!
JustUs League!
Huli mo! Huli mo! Huli mo! Nahuli mo!
May follow-up ka doon?
Wala.
Okay, eto, may tanong ako sa'yo.
Ano?
Wala. Ayaw magpatalo na to. Dito si HG pala ngayon. HG, wala ka bang joke dyan? Wala daw. Shy type siya.
Ano ka ba? Off day niya kasi? Day off niya kasi.
Day off niya kasi.
Huwag niyong pwersahin ng naka-day off.
Sabi pa nga ni HG na pag ako pagtatrabahuin, okay lang kasi mahal niya yung Valorant. Pero speaking of mahal ang Valorant, mahal na mahal din ang Valorant ng ating mga casters ang Valorant. So ibigay na natin sa kanila yung entablado. Casters, kayo nang bahala for the second round of semifinals.
And that was our Juicy Brucey impression there at the very end. Oh, we can move now.
Oh.
Hello, welcome
Stuck
back. What?
I got stuck.
I see. I hear the right language. But we are back here, ladies and gentlemen. It is finally time for our second semifinal. And the winner here, they're going to have the tough task of facing off against NAOS Esports tomorrow. But first things first, we got two teams here looking to continue on their journey in Split 1. Both teams, we'll see them in Split 2. Both teams have been impressive, but one has been such a pleasant surprise. You got ZOL Esports, one of the most stable cores in the PH scene right now, versus the plucky, the upstart, the incredible JustUs that really made an impact from yesterday.
Well, not only was our panel surprised, to be honest, because they all voted for JustUs into predictions, as well as I'm surprised that Asarai got out-Asarai'd on the panel for once, but also the fact that yesterday, what did we witness, Dax? Incredible stuff, something that I don't think many people would have assumed to have gone the way it did starting at the season. JustUs here taking down the incredible Oasis squad that we have known for quite a while, and I mean, it left us speechless the way that it turned out. 2-0. I can only understand really fully why the panel would feel that this match would go that way after it.
I was there. And VLR says that game went for an hour, 14 minutes, and 38 seconds. That's how much we talked yesterday, just for a single map. I do wonder if we're going to get such a slobber knocker of a game yet again coming into this one, because if you look at the map pool, there's a lot of comfort for JustUs coming into this one, and of course their safe haven is Ascent, somewhere where Par Schofield and Lloyd Stream can do everything that they want to do and then some. Reyna Jet as per usual. On the other hand, ZOL has been a true point of stability, I have to say, for the PH scene. It's a bit of counterculture sometimes from what we see from ZOL, and you can see their focus is truly that utility.
Well, the difference here between ZOL and JustUs is that the last time they faced JustUs here, they actually beat them on Ascent quite handily, as opposed to, Oasis, who did struggle yesterday, and has always been kind of their weaker point here. But let's move on and talk about this series. Breeze as well is a map that, for the most part, ZOL has been pretty successful on. It's been their best map, I think, here so far in the way they play throughout the regular season, and I really do think that ZOL, even though this is a good map veto for JustUs, this is the best battlegrounds they could get this for a 3-map series, there's still a good chance here for ZOL definitely to take this one.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little weird because the panel's hyping up JustUs in a way that they might be the favorites here, but I'm going to go on the other camp here. ZOL Esports, they're the team that beat NAOS. They're a team that can truly shut down hot-handed players, and that's what happened in the series, in this map, especially the first outing they had in the group stage. Watch out for Lord Dream, because he's already dead. Par Schofield can't push, and this is what I'm talking about. This is the strength that ZOL has over JustUs when they played last time around.
And ZOL has been one of the best utility-based teams that we've seen in this entire tournament, arguably even over NAOS. Yeah. NAOS, individual plays, sure, but the defaults and the way that they really address certain situations and protocols based on utility strategy, ZOL has been, I think, the best team in that regard here in this tournament. JustUs too. You can see there the tendency of Lloyd Dream to dash his way to that wooden teleport on the right, the tower. You can see ZOL ready for that.
ZOL is just such a calm team. There's a lot of history in this roster right now. You have, of course, the mainstays that have been Patman as well as Zind from the previous iteration of ZOL Esports. And of course, you're very hyped up about how they restructured back in the offseason. The Fallen 5 squad of Kakarot, of Kevzi, of Micro, all reuniting from previous titles. But this is the strength of JustUs in response. Psycho with the find onto Patman, one of the sharpest shots. Really for JustUs, top 5 in headshot percentage from the group stage. 24 HP left though for Par Schofield. Zind, an easy pick with the Ghost. JustUs need to enter in fast with 20 seconds left. But wait for Kevzi and his angle. He's now by the doorway. Kakarot also with the crossfire. And ZOL will take the pistol round here.
All right, he's leveling up here early on. Opening pistol round, and ZOL looking pretty clean so far. They have the benefit as well of starting on this attacking, rather defensive side. So if you're JustUs, really all you're in for is trying to hold on for this opening half, get a few rounds, maybe 4, to be honest. Wouldn't be too shabby at all. A 5th would definitely benefit them. I'm curious to see what JustUs can bring now versus a very different style of team. We do have relatively the same comps, basically, of what we saw yesterday when they played against this. We did see this exact comp, actually, from Oasis we pulled out, but how they play it, it's very different, I think ZOL like to do.
Yeah, this was a talking point we had basically after the series. In a way, Oasis Gaming, they ended up playing in the style that JustUs wanted.
Yeah.
But JustUs wants to see someone challenge them, find an opening to get these kind of picks, and truthfully, Oasis Gaming, they fell for the hook, line, and sinker. ZOL Esports is the complete opposite. So much restraint, so much discipline, and all about keeping things stable, and especially with the veterans in their roster right now. Aldrone sees confirmation, B main has presence. It's a default here for JustUs, but yet again, you can see ZOL spread out and ready for either of these entrances.
Shock darts there just for pressure. And speaking of those darts, I like the change-up they had actually mid-season between Kebzy and Micro. When Kebzy typically would be on that Sova and Micro on the smoke, they swap things out and they look pretty well with it, but Pars Schofield, you can see just how incredible he can be even in these situations.
Give him an opening, he can give JustUs a chance, but there's no way against the Outlaw, especially if you're crutched like that. Headshot connects, Zind with another one. And to talk about what you said a while ago, I do agree with a bit of that shift, really.
30 seconds left.
Micro has done incredible work on the initiator role. It's not just on the Sova, but I mostly remember his Sky, especially when they played against JustUs back in Bind. A dash in though. Lloyd Dream looking for any kind of contact. Zind up close, personal, ready for the fight anyway. Psycho will make the trade happen, and Psycho picks up the Outlaw. A shot rings through, a chance now with 1 HP. ZOL, they're trying to already go for the retake. Up above, Kakarot looking for the angle. Still, if Psycho hits the shot onto Kakarot, he is dead to rights. It's really Micro that one we have to watch out for here. Wallback connects. Psycho delivers the kill from below. No one expects that. The recon bolt now is a go. Here comes Micro, but the damage has been done by Psycho, and the Thrifty is taken here by JustUs.
Great stuff from Psycho, considering he isn't necessarily known for his fragging capabilities, but he came in big there. We saw him have a very quiet game yesterday in terms of fragging on the first map, but yet he did super, super well in this one. And also that one just to provide utility. He really is not somebody called upon for his fragging capabilities, but he's definitely capable of it when they do need that to come on in. And you see that there. Clutch round started off by Pars Schofield, of course, but Psycho coming in big at the end to close it out.
Yeah, I said it a while ago. Very precise, around 34% headshots from the group stage. In the top 5, really, of clutch rounds. And it was a surprise to me yesterday when Psycho was really struggling to find impact on Ascent. It was a good effort, though, from Pars Schofield and Lloyd Dream to keep up the kills and eventually take that win. ZOL, though, surprised now. They are going to go for the push. And we've seen this from ZOL. In pistol rounds or in eco rounds, they love to stack and get an area of the map.
4v4 now. It's good for ZOL to actually find that pick, and the fact that it's Zind they lose isn't too bad utility-wise. You can see them expending even more utility for this.
Oh, 5 HP. Patman survives into Rosa. And a single click of the classic. It was 5. What do you expect? The free gun gets the job done. And ZOL yet again putting pressure on all fronts. JustUs, they made a name for themselves by winning Thrifties, but ZOL can do so as well. Kakarot, though, in trouble. JustUs now with the clear onto the site. Patman has picked up a gun. But Psycho, he's straight on it. Oh, the timing could have been bad, but they get onto the site now.
Now they're safe. Maybe if Kakarot was able to find a pick there, things could have gone differently. But let's see now. Psycho has to be careful coming around the corner. Patman pieing it clearly. Kebzy, though, doesn't have HP, so he might want to swap the rifle over.
Danger over onto the lane. Kebzy, he can pick up that gun if ever from Patman. Rifle round.
Give it to me.
Pass it. No, he's going to push instead. It's not the shield, the bulwark that ZOL was looking for, and Repulsive instead takes advantage of the situation. The second round now for JustUs here.
Fortunate there, but still good damage done economically by ZOL. Look at this Zind Glass Cannon to start off this third round. But I do like the attempts here coming in from ZOL to really find those early picks on an eco round. You do want to kind of equalize the odds just a bit, and the fact that they were also able to find, you know, Pars Schofield there towards mid as he was low also benefited their case. ZOL, though, defensive side, we mentioned this, where they are on the favored side, so they really need to start building up rounds soon and quick because their attacking side sometimes does falter.
Yeah, most of their stats say that too. They love to play on the defense. They just love to have that control as early as possible. And it's really the case on Ascent. 2 out of 3 rounds that they win usually comes from the defensive side. It's JustUs. They're going for that mid control. I do have to say, though, here, Black and Blue, the instinct really of JustUs and how they brought what they have really practiced in the small time they get together, or even into the ladder. It's still everything coming together as one, and you can see the picture right now. 3 watching for mid, looking for any early contact here from ZOL.
And you mentioned that mid, which is something that we actually didn't see much from Oasis yesterday, but JustUs love using this mid control to try and buy some space. Early contact here made by Kakarot. Mid left on the clock, actually. And they're looking to try and split this B site.
Yeah, and ZOL They respect the mid presence. They have to keep Micro watching out for the cross into market. Patman, same can be said in the same angle. Hunter's Fury, though, worked hard for by Psycho. The efforts here, the shots to ring, but it just doesn't really get the kill that they're looking for. Patman, I believe, did get tagged once. Shock Dart in response. Now the Leer into play, but ZOL are in control beyond the smokes. It's still the angles that ZOL can spam from. Micro also with the kill. Second Love down far. Schofield returned the favor, and Kakarot has to get back into cover. It's up to him to hold down the line, but Psycho able to cross that off. Zind, he has the operator too. 10 seconds left. Someone needs to bring the spike towards the side. Psycho does so, and Second Love has a great angle against the op. Kemsey left standing here, falls to the hand of Second Love, and JustUs in just winning ways right now.
They somehow still bring that round back their way. Little time off remaining. The picks going in the way of ZOL. And I thought the Hunter's Fury was a bit ill-advised. I would have liked to see them use it when they actually were able to go push, but still somehow in the fight, when ZOL were trying to just chime on in on some of these scrambles, they were taking on down. The lurk as well here coming from mid on that split, really working out for them. It really was a pincer, I guess, that benefited them in that case, because otherwise, if the push just came from B main, they would have been stifled.
It's just incredible how JustUs, when they lose out the early fight, they still have ways to actually make the entry possible. It's a system where they just see the tracer rounds from things like the Vandal. They know where to spam, they know where to shoot. It's crosshair placement, yes, but beyond that, it's really just the aim really of JustUs, giving them the chance into these rounds. Simple execution though again. The Jet and the Reyna look to play out the Cloudburst with the Leer. Here comes Lloyd Dream onto the inside. ZOL making them work for it. But eventually, the numbers pan out here for JustUs with the guns too, and they will take the A side away.
Well, this also has done good damage though here. Retake, obviously a bit difficult, but if they can find a quick pick off, maybe on Lloyd Dream especially, they can drop that high-low hold they've got in this post. It's also far. They are struggling on the defensive side, which is a bit of a dangerous sign for them, to be honest.
Yeah, very concerning, and JustUs, you just have to see this team play for confidence. But Patman also powerful with the Sheriff. The revolver rings through, now with the rifle, but Lloyd Dream will make Patman sleep, and JustUs with a 4th round now.
Good timing there from Lloyd Dream at the end, but you can see ZOL and Patman especially, ever a danger, ever a threat. But we're going to need to see that actually convert into some 1 rounds. To be honest, the Anchors here kind of did the best they could. Did a good job to find at least 2 picks there, but ultimately enough, obviously advantage heavily in Lloyd Dream's favor. It's caught out there, Patman. But I want to see ZOL try and go for a bit more of that contact early on. It was effective for them on the eco. Perhaps they can work on a proper round.
What's impressed me here is how JustUs as a whole, they find ways to answer back so quickly. Like, they lose a member or two to ZOL on the entry. They're immediately there for the refrag or the re-engage. And it's been very effective so far. Also, the backline doing such good work. Psycho really having a better game today. Speaking of Psycho though, takes some damage through the wall bang. Patman happy to challenge into mid, and it's Lloyd Dream who will fall. Over onto Ado. Kakarot left his own devices, and speaking of, now stalling with the alarm bot and Nano Swarm setup. Patman crawling into an area that JustUs has left behind. Aldrone to play. They look to scout. They can't see where Kakarot is, and they're sending that drone towards Hell. They don't know he's over at the Raptors. And there's the timing now for Patman as well as Kakarot. Sind also delivers a blow with the knives. Here comes Sind and Kakarot too. No way to clear, no way to know. It's ZOL instead who get their second.
Nice shutdown there coming from ZOL. And I would have thought that maybe something a bit more active would have been nice, but they simply just kind of meet the contact with blunt force there in mid. They all kind of triple peek towards that mid position instead of necessarily having kind of a setup to go for a trap. It still works out in the end, especially with Patman finding the opening pick, and that really is a bit more of what I want to see from ZOL once again, because they expect JustUs to want to be aggressive, and that's when they can kind of play to their weaknesses, where JustUs might expect ZOL to be giving up space. They suddenly are going to be where they least expect
Yeah,
it.
play away from the expectations of JustUs. And a quick little technic pause right now. Hopefully everything is calm and good for these squads. You can see, though, for JustUs, it's still the mid line, the back line that is doing wonders here versus ZOL. Because I did want to bring this up a while ago. The struggles of Far Schofield and Lloyd Dream, they're really exemplified when they're playing against ZOL Esports compared to other teams. That last outing they had against each other, it was, what, doing the math, like 0.40 of a KD. Both of these players ended 2 maps. 15 kills and 35 deaths. That's the biggest strength ZOL has right now to shut down JustUs. But with Psycho, with Repulsive having a great performance here, it's those, I'd say, lesser pop-off players, more of the utility players here from JustUs doing the dirty work instead.
Well, the thing is, JustUs, they do need kind of that front line to get activated. We rarely see them win games or maps, even in general, if they don't have those 2 duelists near the top of the board, right? And we saw Par Schofield and Lloyd Dream somehow turn rounds around yesterday versus Oasis that we thought would have been theirs. Opportunities maybe that Oasis had that somehow Lloyd Dream would suddenly land a flicker. Par Schofield would suddenly get a double or a triple with that Reyna of his. And those things are what really define that game, I think. When they aren't hot, JustUs just doesn't have enough, I think, in terms of their utility play that really brings them forward. We saw some of that coming from Psycho a while ago, and Repulsive as well is doing what he can. But Second Love, I think, is another player who has been quintessential to this team. They're going to need him as well to give them even more. But to be fair, it's only 2 rounds that ZOL have taken so far.
Not just the IGL, but I dare say one of the strongest 1v1 players that they have in this roster. Yes, Par Schofield and Lloyd Dream, great on the entry, but what defined that split map multiple times in that series versus Oasis, how Second Love was able to catch out someone like Savvy 8K in the showdown towards A. It was such a big reason for JustUs success. And while we're following the birds here,
birds.
The burbs and
the bees.
well, I guess it's time to talk about it.
Yeah.
You know that.
What?
You know.
You talk to me about the birds and the bees?
No. I mean, you're a grown man, Black and Blue. I think you know what that is all about.
know.
But I want to talk about what the moment we had.
What?
Why'd you look at me like that?
Because you were like, the moment we had. What moment?
Not just us.
Are we having a moment right
yeah,
now?
we are having a moment right now. Not just us, but also the Filipino broadcast. And also this is the perfect time.
Don't tell me you're going to bring it up.
I'm going to bring it up. What
Because
else?
tonight
Will be the night that I will fall for you. Dude, as soon as we saw the ZOL cameras and we saw Micro's new hairdo.
He has got the drip going on.
Dude, the emo-ver is so 2000s.
Maybe, man, I don't know. I think it's making a comeback, you know? I've seen a lot of, like, emo-related things happening on the sock meds, the TikToks, the IGs. So maybe the Riz will work this time.
They're bringing it back. I mean, nostalgia is a big factor right now.
It is.
They're always karaoke hits, but
well, it's usually a cycle, right? It's in fashion, then it goes out of fashion, then it comes back every now and then. So I think now is the time.
It's a whoa, that's the finalists. Why are you saying that?
You're true. We're following Burb.
Wait, the Burb's gone.
Where's the beast?
Oh, there's the Burb.
More Burb.
That's an interesting animation.
It's a
like
pigeon.
look at the bird just decides to stop flying for a while and starts gliding.
It's gliding.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't just keep on flapping forever.
I mean, we keep on yapping forever, so
that's our job.
What is the bird's job? To fly.
To flap.
To flap.
And fly.
Yeah.
And glide.
They are literally built to fly with wings,
built
man.
diff.
Yes, they're a different animal. Of course, they're built diff.
Yeah, you know they're practically modern day dinosaurs.
You mean the chicken?
Yeah, the birds in general, dinosaurs. Birds.
So why did the dinosaur become small? Because of the meteor?
Yeah. God said, I gotta restart.
Ah, no, don't get me started with that. It's Holy Week. Don't get me started.
It is what it is.
You had a line a while ago that I don't think we should bring up. You had a line.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Happy Holy Week, guys. You know,
Holy work.
That's us. But
yep.
I do have to say, if you guys are enjoying really the past week so far, it's always still going to be tomorrow. It's great to have you guys here in VCTPH while you're on vacation or if just tuning in worldwide. We really want to see who's going to be at the top of the Philippine scene here at the very end of the day. And
yeah,
you got to think about it right now. I think JustUs, Old Stinky Cat, those two teams especially, even though Old Stinky Cat is gone right now, we are getting more of a new generation of Valorant, you know?
I mean, That's kind of this season's whole theme, isn't it, in general? Like, yesteryear, we saw a lot of freshmen come to the table. But now that they've gotten that experience at the very least, maybe last time they were a bit too callous, a bit too green, right? But now they've gotten some experience on year one. Sophomores here, now they are. And we've seen really the progress that they've made, and it's been quite impressive so far. I'm looking as well as a while ago what we saw with old Stinky Cat, right? You look at Game Lab Alpha Squad, who made their debut Stage 1 last year, and they have just completely progressed even further and improved to being able to stand toe-to-toe, at least in the map, versus a team like NAOS. And other teams now like JustUs taking down the Titans, the gods that are Oasis. It really is, I think, once again, the beauty of this open system. We have teams who, once more, have proven that they deserve to be here, and they are given the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, it's a road to ascension, and this is split 1. It's still a long way to go. But for some reason, I was hearing the waves.
I know.
Making waves.
Making waves. So I've heard, guys, the reason for this tech pause is because one of the players are at the beach.
Yes.
And so they had to take a dip.
I mean, one of the players in the last series had a guy in Hong Kong Disneyland, so,
yeah.
you know.
I mean,
you can play Valorant anywhere.
The best place in the world.
I've always been thinking, maybe I can bring my setup to cast anywhere also. But then you'd probably hear everything going on.
I think I would like to keep you away from Disneyland, especially if Mika Fabs is around, so you don't accidentally kill one of our hosts.
It's not gonna happen. It's not. Yo, honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm the reason Mika has survived international trips from time to time.
Okay.
Well, I'll be real. There have been some incidents with our international talent being in relative danger, and I am a reason to still keep her in the Valorant ecosystem and in life ecosystem in
you
the
have
first
spawned
place.
our greatest export.
Mika Fabs.
Mika Fabs.
Yo, she went to the home of the colonizers, basically.
She did.
Yes.
So greetings. I saw her do the tour, doing everything you would as a tourist.
She saw the Jose Rizal thing.
The Rizal stuff.
Yeah, the Rizal stuff was pretty cool. I was about to say, Ascent reminds me of Madrid, but then I'm like, but this is Italy. This is Venice.
Italy with the pizza and the squid
and
pasta.
What's your favorite pizza pasta combo?
Hawaiian. With Jollibee spaghetti.
Oh my god. What am I listening to? Get this man off the mic.
Hawaiian is great. Maybe for none of you flat palate tasting tongue people. But the saltiness combined with the sweetness is a great contradiction and contrast on the tongue.
You're starting this with pineapple and pizza, then you're making sure that you're adding in the sweetest noodles known to the Philippines.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank God that we are back into the game. So tech pause is gone. Podcast is over.
Oh, he's armed.
Oh, he's ready. He must
I have a
stab
joke
you.
before we start.
Go ahead.
What is the most dangerous chair?
What?
An armed chair.
Asarai, get in here. Yeah. Black and Blue's taking your job.
Yeah.
And we are going to get back into the action as the turret immediately broken. Seems like everything is A-okay for both of our teams. But just us, a little bit different this time. From the break, we get the default.
All right, operators on both sides, actually. Lloyd Dream pulling out the op here on the attack. They're letting him try and search and work the short side. Maybe find a pick-off. Kakarot has to be careful making this contact.
The operator actually going in such a close corner here by Cubby. Zind also peeking over onto A main. Neither rifles finding each other so far, but the dash is primed. Lloyd Dream really checking these corners, but instead watch for Zind. This can be an opening. Tries to avoid the Altron, but it should scout him very soon. The tag's there. It's immediately exposed. And
careful.
JustUs, they know that's an operator. They don't know yet Lloyd Dream has this. The turret sees the jet so far, but contact instead made towards B main.
Yeah, they're running towards B. No, the op is there towards A, so no real reason to try and further progress there. They can leave Lloyd Dream to maybe find the pick off the rotation. I think they're going to try and... No, they're not going to split this. They're going to go straight from the choke, perhaps.
Oh, okay. So it's a little bit interesting. Lloyd Dream needs a
30
kill
seconds
to
left.
actually be the entry here for JustUs. Now the lockdown into play. JustUs rethinking their plans and re-rotating this way. Lockdown gonna get broken by Micro.
That's a
after
good
the third
lockdown.
shot with Hunter Fury. You mentioned it, lockdown now to force out the action. Seems like it's going to be all about B, and it's all about Par Schofield taking center stage. 10 seconds left. Time to bring that spike to the site. Batman alive with 3 HP, but he is in trouble here. We get into post plant, and ZOL doesn't know. There's a lurk nearby, courtesy of Repulsive. Through mid, he goes into spawn, and Kakarot is sent to the bench. Batman still with a fight in him, but that's all he gets for now, and even the operator cannot make a mark. JustUs at the nick of time to get their 5th.
I thought he was going to save the op there once it was a 1v3, but I get trying to go for another pick. You can see the ultimate as well, the lockdown being placed there at the end by Kakarot, yeah, towards A, to try and just confirm them to commit towards B. But then ZOL just weren't ready for the real brunt of the push in JustUs, and JustUs have had one of the heaviest pushes and executes we've had on the site from any team really here. Whenever they do commit, it can be very difficult to try and stop them once they get that momentum barreling down your way.
And the momentum is usually exemplified when a player like Par Schofield immediately brings in the action and brings in the pain. He has made a name for himself, not just with his name being like a first name, last name kind of deal, but I do feel like he's really built his rapport through the community scene, through all these streamer tournaments here and there, being one of really those Phil players that have shown how strong they can be in an outing like that. And then you bring him to VCT, have those kind of talents, give him an incredible picture in the bio with a tie and everything. But all in all, he is just a force to be reckoned with here that JustUs has in their pocket.
Definitely going to keep him back on that operator here in attack. Even though it didn't necessarily work too well last round, I don't think they necessarily also had a problem with him on it. They could also fish for the pick with it, and ZOL are going to have to be extra more careful here. You're going to see them not really want to fight for space early due to the threat of that op.
Yeah, and ZOL, they swing towards B main. Batman there, breaking the turret. Par Schofield still ready for the contact. These only gets tagged. Over onto 24 armor too, but eventually ZOL, they just put the pressure on, look to find the challenge. Batman really wants a piece of the action here. He's running out of bullets though in the clip. Trying to see if anyone swing his way. There comes Par Schofield. And Batman too busy looking for another target there. That's a pick for JustUs that they can work with.
Here's the op. Let's be careful about when they swing here. Oh, very lucky for Kebsy to not come out of that, go down to that one, but still Par Schofield gets another here towards the B site, and now it's open.
This is exactly what JustUs wants in these scenarios. Fight the Reyna, why don't you? Give him a chance to go for these 1v1s. Because he's so strong at making that possible. Kebsy though, in position. Oh, like the paranoia. Not as effective from Repulsive, but eventually Second Love able to clear the site. Xin now alongside Kakarot. They're trying to move on forward from the market, especially checking out the main angle too. But into Boathouse, he got Second Love. The rest of JustUs in the front line, and Par Schofield wants more. He's hungry, he's a beast, and he has gotten 4 souls. JustUs also with a 4-round gap now.
Man, Par Schofield, there's nothing necessarily he's doing here that is super intricate perhaps, but it definitely is high level. The fact that he knows when to time things, he knows the tendencies of the opposition. Look at this, he gets the opening kill, but then they just wait. They don't barrel down towards B main. They know that somebody on the opposing side might want to try and go and peek and get a pick off to try and get a trade at least, and he waits for it to come. When he does, he lands a shot as well. Just great intuition and knows how to play the basics of a very simple but could be effective agent.
Yeah, this lead is growing for JustUs, and it's ZOL who has to wonder what do they have to do to stop the push that is coming their way. Loitering with the blade, Psycho though hits his mark using the shock dart. Par Schofield wants more, gets more, and into the market he dips for a deal, and he gets it for free. Flank covered, Second Love's got this. This anti-eco looking so powerful from JustUs right now. Blades eventually just get way close and way too much to handle. It's another win for JustUs here.
JustUs. Tirade continuing even after the tech there. You can tell Par Schofield, he's starting to feel it. He's landing these shots. He's getting kills through smokes and stuff. I mean, to be fair, Batman was low, rather Micro was low, and it's a common spot to spam, but still. He's got some great intuition right now on what to do and where to do it. Lloyd Dream as well finding some pressure, or actually applying lots of pressure with the mere threat of the op here coming from him.
JustUs, they've already gotten the upset versus Oasis Gaming. They're looking in position to try and keep up that trend versus the second seed ZOL, but ZOL has had other plans. Now they take the fight to JustUs, who are ill-prepared for the utility coming their way. The beauty of the flash from Batman, the push now into mid. And with the smokes being thrown here from Repulsive, trying to at least get some coverage going. He even dips into B main to find the pick for himself. Same cannot be said though for Psycho. Up might be in danger here. The head of the KO is seen, sure, but Patman just decides to go for command execute. Quad for Patman, and ZOL will get around at least.
Those flashes actually haven't even been blinding anybody, but they are taking space with it though. It's allowing Patman to get himself to a position that he knows he's comfortable fighting with, and landing those shots as well are definitely aiding to that fact. Next time they try that though, I want to see him kind of line up his flash a bit better here into B main when they do push out of it, perhaps through the window, because otherwise I'm going to expect that now JustUs are going to expect those flashes to come, so they're going to need some a bit fancier stuff to try and get those blinds.
Yeah, they got the surprise here, but anti-flash positions are very possible with the arc that Patman has been throwing that utility. The operator, though, not good enough for Lloyd Dream. Looking for a second chance, and Cloudburst trying to go for the cover on the cross, but it's not going to work out for ZOL. Patman still in cover in mid. Shorty surprise, not going to happen. Rifle now picked up. The challenge is here again, and Patman's the only one standing. You can fight against JustUs, but you cannot win this time around. Patman trying to go for glory, but all he gets is his death. And JustUs get the way that they want to win in.
A good effort there, I guess, to push for mid, but I would like to see something a bit more, once again, planned out. It seems like the general idea was, okay, push mid, but they've never tried the flash and dash, for example, here in mid. Sort of KO flash into those tiles, have the dash from Zind, especially when he's got blades, have the smoke on top mid, suppress everything, you throw the utility to support him, but don't just commit all bodies to mid without much having some sort of execute in mind. And JustUs, they're ready to fend those type of pushes off.
Yeah, JustUs was prepared this time, and not only that, they got the step ahead on ZOL. ZOL tried to salvage the situation with Zind smoke, so at least give them an angle, but they're just caught in the crossfire, and Zind, instead, keeping it simple, immediately a peek over onto A main, shuts down Parscofield, who has been a big bane of ZOL's existence. The Torito and Second Love tandem now to get the intel, perhaps. And Nanoswarm also to force the issue, but Zind's in cover, sets up the one-way, really trying to fight for this one, but eventually ZOL will have to give it up.
He's trying to destroy that turret, but Second Love's making sure he can keep him in check. Information gathered here by Patman off the jiggle. Flash out as well, just to really tell if they're going to spam the corner. Patman's playing a bit risky here.
Yeah, as the judge, needs to play close. But overall, ZOL has decided to forego their initial intentions, look to play the game that JustUs wants. And so far, it has worked for a few rounds, but this was the same trap Oasis fell in. If he challenged JustUs, they're prepared to play this style. The Aldrone also getting some vital intel. They know the rotate towards A is upon us.
30 seconds left.
Lockdown placed here towards A. Doesn't actually get too much of the map. I'm interested that he put it on the left side, not the right side there. Gives him a bigger gap to work with! But off the angle, Second Love still connects.
I mean, they expect it, but the Hunter's Fury now onto the corner that isn't cleared. Kakarato able to stabilize for a single kill. 12 seconds left. Time running out here for JustUs. And it's ZOL now with the numbers advantage. They're looking to give up the site for the time being. Look to go for the retake instead. Flash is there. Micro survives to live to fight another angle. And that is enough for ZOL to work with. A good flash from Batman keeps his teammate alive. And the swing is unexpected for ZOL to take it.
I thought Micro would have gone down there for sure, but the flash, as it dissipates, Micro's still able to connect the shot with the Bulldog, gets them in the position that they need to, and ZOL get a much desperately needed 4th round here on the board to end the half. But Second Love and JustUs have just been really, I guess, effortlessly good on this attacking side, and I want to see that continue over to the second half. The defensive side especially is the favored one here on Ascent, so now they have the benefit of closing on the preferred defending side.
Yeah, JustUs have proven that they are truly a contender now. They did it against Oasis. They're making it very possible against ZOL in a map that they're so accustomed in. And with 4 rounds to gap, JustUs, they get this pistol, they get the second round after it, they move the double digits, and it might get even easier from there. Ado looking to be under threat. It's immediately the knife thrown close by Patman, and from the get-go, ZOL is expecting JustUs to challenge them.
At the swarm here on the choke. And Zin should be able to bypass this. The rest of the team, what can they do? Dash in from Zin. They've taken side control. You can see JustUs looking to give it up instead. Actually, never mind. Lloyd Dreams chiming in on the fight, but shut down immediately. Now they have the site now.
Yeah, Second Love forced away by the reconnaissance, and Lloyd Dreams tried to at least be a surprise. ZOL instead, very much so clear on their clear. And JustUs tried to play towards trading, lob the smokes even, forcing Kevzi to push on forward. Perhaps Paranoia lobbed over towards the Jenny 2. The lurk there from Kakarot, not good enough to secure the kill, but Patman instead, the sharp shot for the squad. ZOL will get a much-needed pistol, their chance now to turn the tables.
Patman is having himself a great game so far. He has been the lifeline that ZOL are waiting on to, rather relying on, to get themselves going in this game. Look at him, 17 kills. Next one being Kakarot and Zin with 8 apiece. He's the only one really delivering that high-intensity amount of frags that ZOL are really desperately needing, especially there too as well on the dash on in. Zin taking so much space, Patman really being a backline to keep them alive.
And I feel like Patman really has been one of the players that have proven themselves in the ZOL roster even before the addition of Micro, of Kevzi, of Kakarot. He has been a mainstay and a truly star really of the ZOL squad in whatever role he wants to play. Right now, it's Micro looking to lead the charge. This is a good heads up from ZOL. They go for the dart. Repulsive in trouble. They even clear main first. And this is where ZOL excels step by step. They dismantle JustUs right now.
Yeah, good intuition there as well. Coming in from Micro to make sure that wine isn't being held. Especially since they got the suppress on a main. They knew that that portion of the map would be hit by it. And here comes on the execute.
Yeah, the strike now moving forward. As Zin has dashed on in, kept an eye towards doorway. Lloyd Dream and Psycho at least finding a few fatalities against the opposition. But beyond that, it's still ZOL with the clear that they want.
All right, relatively clean here coming from ZOL. Yeah, especially knowing that it was an eco from JustUs. You're going to take those risky one-and-done positions a lot more likely compared to other positions that they might be in. So ZOL, what can they do now on this attacking side? You mentioned, and we talked about it, how the defense is the preferred side by far here on Ascent. But they're no slouch on the attacking side either.
Yeah.
If there's any time for them to really flex their might here on Ascent on the attacking side, it has to be this game.
They have the utility advantage too. You have Patman, you have Micro, you have 2 ways to get intel. And JustUs, they need to find the impact as early as possible. The blind though is clear, and now it's Zin getting inside. Zin wins against both Lloyd Dream and Par Schofield. That is huge here for ZOL, as A is theirs for the taking again. Psycho trying to at least swing from rafters. But Zin is still here to play protector. It's all Zin all so far as the plant goes down.
Look at the shift in pace that ZOL bring though. Immediately rush on towards the A site. He uses that cloudburst to not only get around the corner, but also kind of dismantle that Lear from getting its full value. Repulsive does get a kill here, but Patman shuts him on down. And let's not forget as well, Micro's double scan allowed Zin to be able to find those 2 targets.
And this is where ZOL is showing why they are so scary when they get the utility game going. It's not just what Kakarot, or rather what Patman and Micro can do. It was huge with the scans, but Zin himself is one of those players that's so well versed in how to play with his teammates' utility, also knowing the distances perhaps of how the Jet, how the Reyna plays in the first place. And from that point on, it's such a clear-cut way to remove anyone from the A side. Timeout right now from JustUs, just because they are getting outmaneuvered here by ZOL Esports.
Yeah, I like that he didn't use the dash to actually break through there necessarily to get in deep into the site, because that would have isolated him. It would have maybe given a better chance there for JustUs to take him down alone while the rest of the push is still coming from A main. He doesn't use it to break through, instead as kind of like a disengage tool or a repositioning tool after he already engages, and allows the rest of ZOL to really be there to back him up, especially in a bonus when they don't have the better weapons in that fight, or at least equal weapons. ZOL really showing their prowess here in multiple facets of the game.
And Coach Narpim here probably looking to find a few ways to change up the game plan for JustUs.
Yep,
but
with maybe a let's go.
Let's go, man.
Let's go, man.
I mean, that's been the game plan since the start of the game.
Let's go, man.
It's just go in, get in there, but
It's a good mentality to have to, I guess.
it is great, sure. But it's just not going to work right now if ZOL is playing this well. Any main push, it's going to be expected. And ZOL still has utility to burn later on into the fight. It's that swiftness on the execution that has been the problem for JustUs so far. And it's time for ZOL to look to collect another round, perhaps. An outlaw in the hands of Kakarot. Everything else going to be the rifles. Almost a eco, or rather, almost a full eco. 3 sheriffs here for the side of JustUs. Par Schofield the first to fall. And it's ZOL just playing a game to clear out any angle everywhere on the map. Here comes Patman now, still wins it versus Lloyd Dream. Over into mid, action for Zin as well as Micro. But beyond that, it's just ZOL making sure everything is as safe and secure as possible.
Yeah, and Patman's great with that utility. And especially that ZOL have this discipline to make sure they use utility before they peek, even towards mid, was great. Zin gets another here. And you saw there the top mid peak before they even swung out. Flash first, and then comes in the swing. So really making sure utility comes first before anything else.
And just watch how ZOL clears out these angles. It's all about security. It's all about making sure that they're very safe in the cross and just never give JustUs those opportunities. So we are finally tied on up after a great rally from JustUs to begin the first map of this series. But this is where JustUs is going to get tested. An Operator, an Odin, in the hands of Lloyd Dream and Psycho respectively. They're going to need to find an impact and fast here because ZOL has that null command to play the entry for Patman.
Especially Lloyd Dream here. Pressure on him to get a kill. I don't believe he's found anything so far in the second half. He ended the first half with 5 kills and he still is pegged on it. So let's see what he can bring to the table. Psycho here potentially looking to try and get the spam going, but it's Patman who opens up.
Yeah, Patman finds Psycho along the way, and JustUs just cannot play the angles that they want to in the first place. Doors closed, Spike now eventually being planted. We also get the suppress up close. ZOL Esports marking the doorway position, especially smoke thrown over at the A main, but ZOL expects it, and they're playing onto the side. Lurk also, watch out for Kakarot. He's coming in through spawn. Kakarot has the opportunity, and swiftly the backstab on the second love. Lloyd Dream though and Par Schofield getting on the board. It's 2v2 now, as Par Schofield wants to find that frontline contact. Micro though knows they're coming this way, and ZOL will take the lead from it.
I love the drop down there from Kakarot as well. He did it in the right opportune moment to be able to drop down into Jenny without necessarily getting spotted. And when he swung, Micro was there as well for the swing. They knew they didn't want the kind of late swing to come from Kakarot from heaven, and so good repositioning. And ZOL have now taken the lead.
The sync from ZOL is just so in time. These are the people that basically say, if you want to change your date and time, look at my watch because it is the right one to find in the first place. Dude, I'm just impressed by how Kakarot reconvened with the rest of the roster there. Forced Par Schofield and Lloyd Dream to make a decision which angle to peek first, and Micro's the one that takes advantage of it.
I mean, teammates of old, for sure. Their chemistry, undoubtedly, is one of their strongest facets. This trio, the Fallen 5, 3 heads still remain. And the additions they've added to the table have also been just as good. Complementary in every way. Here's the swing from KFZ, good with the 1, and no counter punish from JustUs' defense.
Yeah, this is where ZOL takes advantage of these early expeditions from JustUs. Get the contact from utility, confirmation. Micro even avoiding the blades. Crouching around, getting into cover, but speaking of cover here, Psycho needs to back away as the smoke dissipates. Ready though for contact from Tree. It's 2. Look to head his way. The wide swing from Zid's not good enough. Micro trying to dip his toes into it, but Kakarot instead on the lurk actually catches a target. It's a choice now to be made here by ZOL. They're bringing a spike to the middle of the map. They want to go into B, and they don't know Lloyd Dream's there as of yet. 70 HP though. Micro, you're in trouble. Leaps over Lloyd Dream, but it's not good enough. It's even the rifle now picked up, and everything falls apart here for ZOL from the shadow. So cancelled by KevZ. Repulsive cannot reinforce. He's in position, needs to bring that spike now down onto the site.
Gonna plant here, potentially. will be able to stake it, but Lloyd Dream still gets another Hunter's Fury, will confirm the round. And what a recovery here from JustUs.
Lloyd Dream. Can you believe it, Black and Blue?
We called upon him.
The shorty's still good enough. It was unfortunate. ZOL could not quite literally leap over this hurdle.
Yeah.
They couldn't get in position towards the site, and it was a good attempt from Kevzy to try and recover, at least cancel from the shadows, but the damage was done by the most unexpected target here.
Kakarot too, kind of backpedaling there, getting caught out. I think he was worried of the swing coming from the smoke in CT, hence why he wasn't ADS towards that stairs position. JustUs tie up the game here. Finally around. They honestly desperately needed that. I don't know if Psycho using the Hunter's Fury in the 1v3 was necessary, but hey, anything to get around.
Whatever gets you back on your feet, and that's what JustUs just did in our previous outing here. You do have the Blades though for Zind, also with the Stinger. And a good economy actually for ZOL Esports still moving forward after all the rounds that they've racked up in the second half. The Aldrin though will clear out towards Market. ZOL now knows that it's up to them to change the pace of this engagement when the Zind explode into the site, waiting for anyone to get any contact towards B main. Second Love holds, waiting for Kakarot perhaps to come his way, but it's looking likely for ZOL to just move into B, smoke even, over on the tree to try and psych things out. Micro, he wants to sell a fake perhaps. Kakarot now breaking the turret, and it's getting so close.
He has a paranoia still to utilize here.
Precipice of action. The Recon Bolt, even with the Odin, but now Zind priming the dash. Here comes the flash, and it's Second Love who holds down the line. He's still a threat here, and the blades don't connect. The Stinger looking to put on the pressure. Micro also ready to reinforce. Now the Odin in hand, the Fragment is able to secure the kill, but the damage isn't done, and Lloyd Dream comes to collect. JustUs still with the lead now.
And who led that charge, rather who stopped that charge? Second Love here with a double, lining them on up, knocking them down like pins. JustUs, another round in a row here to get the lead and further push it forward. And Love here, the position that he played off of that turret. They didn't expect him to be that deep. The flash was perfect in time as well with the paranoia. I believe it might have even been a team flash there coming in from Micro, rather from Kevzy. It's just unfortunate as well. Kakarot taken down first, not able to recover from that.
That whole engage really relied on the fact that they needed to clear Second Love, and just didn't happen. Second Love, a menace all throughout, and the fact that he got back into cover bought so much time for JustUs to rotate made such a big difference into the round. ZOL still has a buy though, still has money to work with, but this is one of their bigger chances right now to get the job done. Dash in, and neither Second Love nor Cycle were prepared for it. It's a free lockdown taken away by ZOL, and it's a free site to boots.
Perfect timing here on Zind. JustUs have to be careful to not let themselves get caught out in those situations. Kakarot on the counter swing as well. Somehow Lloyd Dream's able to get the lurk off of Patman, but it's a 4v2 now. And ZOL have every advantage.
Yeah. JustUs, they're holding out for a hero, but Sin's the one who's worn the cape of the round. Everything left the repulsive. Now he's marked, he's seen, and he should just go for the save. ZOL, they're gonna get double digits after that one. Oh, the shorty again, looking to be a bit spicy inside the smoke, but Sin doesn't want to challenge. Eventually a swing, well done by Repulsive to win that one. He's pinched and he's in danger in the exit. ZOL wants to collect this rifle away from JustUs. Cornered now, Kevzy falls, Kakarot with the trade, and we see it 10-10.
A good pincer there to hunt for him. They know economy here from JustUs after the next round will be a bit precarious. You see the Blades at least will keep them alive in this. They can still force up around at the very least, but when you're JustUs this late into the game, economy definitely works. The fact that he was able to crawl in here without them knowing really led to that, because if they were still at the choke, sure, but he was already almost up lane at that point, and them dealing with the turret, repositioning as well. They're coming in from Second Love, a bit awkward. I get it though, it's a place to put the lockdown, but leaves them open.
Yeah, not 100% sure, but with the Aldrin spawning right behind the small wall, right? This is not going to get the sightlines that they would have liked, so very unfortunate there for JustUs. Still, they have a bit of firepower to work with. ZOL feeling confident though on their A take. You also have the pincer from Zin, but the timing on the swing, it's still read by Zin. Lockdown now gonna be the play. They know Zin is up close and it's Lloyd Dream looking to hunt him down. But advantage now, the blades do fall, and Zin is still an absolute machine. KevZ2 playing a bit of aim labs, good transfer on the spray, finding second love along the way. Psycho's the only one standing. The Owl Drone confirms his fears. 3 waiting for him on that site.
I love the precision being shown here by Zind. Even though the market was already open, rather the door was already open for him to dash on in, he waited for the team lockdown to go off and also dealt with a tree aggression, repositioning there off the Cloudburst, jiggling really the angle and shaking up the expectations of JustUs, who are now around the way here from going down if ZOL take match point.
Yeah, KevZ is in a good spot to be in safe. Same can be said with Zin in the corner, and another round where Zin defines the action. He shut down Psycho and Second Love, who were ill-prepared, yes, but Power Schofield had the chance there. Zin immediately flicking over to the head of not only the Reyna, but also the oncoming Jet. KevZ also putting on a show. And this is why we say ZOL is a team that you have to be fearful for. Sure, they're a utility-based squad, and they're very good at stabilizing, but when it gets down to it, Zin and Patman, the ones retained from the old iteration of ZOL, they're here for good reason, and there's the sharpest shots right now.
Well, ZOL here have definitely proven that they still are the team of the series in terms of who has a higher power level, but JustUs in a good spot to maybe tie this game on up. They got the judge here on Repulsive, but he's all the way on the other side of the map. Contact mostly is here towards B main.
Yeah, Zin has his back on the way. Utility in front of him. And ZOL wanted to look for the burst. At least, though, that's a lot of Killjoy setups being gone already. Psycho only has a single shock dart plus the Aldron to work with. In his position, if it gets overrun, he cannot contribute any longer. So here we go again. ZOL waiting for the go signal after a bit of intel.
I also think ZOL have better skins.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Of all rounds to talk about this, when it's very tense, you tell me skin diff. I mean,
yeah, see, Araxis,
Prelude.
They got the Prelude, they got the Champion as well.
Okay.
And then I see a bunch of battle passes on the opposing side.
I'm so happy you're here. Thank you. Thank you for getting...
This is my input. This is why I get the big bucks.
Yeah, that's true. But unfortunately, you're not a VCT Pacific talent.
Oh, true. Yeah, I only get medium bucks.
Yeah. But we're going to get now into the meat of the action. This is what I'm talking about. It has to be Psycho to survive here to contribute, and he just cannot handle the pressure that is Zin. Second Love also braving the fragment that goes through walls, right? And he has 7 HP. Can he even do anything now by this point?
Yeah, good shutdown there on the Battle Pass Vandals. Schofield taken down as well. He's got the Reaver. And everybody else trying to chime on this fight. But
yeah, Repulsive versus Reaver too.
Yeah.
It's a classic skin.
He picked it up.
Oh,
all right.
Good skin, good aim.
Old but gold. Repulsive. That's all he gets opposing Omen, and match point taken here by the better skins.
Okay, show the rifle.
Show the gun.
Show the gun.
RGX.
Oh, that was fast, huh? You
Yeah.
saw that so quickly?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Look, your Valorant game is good. Apparently, your skin game's better.
Oh, yeah. I like skins. That's why we play the game.
That's true. You always ask for a skin from me.
Yeah.
How about the...
I swear, it's so hard to aim with a default gun.
How about my Phantom? Do you like my Phantom?
Your Minima?
Yeah, with Riot Buddy?
Might as well chuck it over the edge of the map.
But jokes aside...
Look, Kakarot here, though. He has the Outlaw, and he's been doing this on the attack often.
Yeah, but is it really the wisest choice? It's good right now.
Yeah.
With 3 light armors, and that's something that ZOL has done. They do the math there, Black and Blue. The math. The accounting. And apparently Kakarot has a PhD in it, so if Kakarot finds either Psycho, Second Love, or Repulsive out in the open, it's basically an operator in his hands.
Oh, they dodge it!
No, I think he saw Patman at the very end there.
Potentially.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, because look, they're rotating now towards the B site. They see A main's clear.
Yeah, when you're right, you're right. And
never mind, he went back to short.
You're wrong.
I was wrong.
Why are you making me think like this? But Patman, he has advanced forward anyway. Yet again, the Null Commando can be a big game changer coming into the round. Doesn't use it so far. Now they do, but Zin's already in, and Zin doesn't need it! Zin is just a menace right now!
But
Second Love also with the catch. from afar with the Guardian. Now B is the true objective here for ZOL. Unfortunately for Fatman, he's left as a sacrificial lamb, but man, that got very testy very fast.
It was a fake really here. Micro. Raxus in hand. Can you get timing off guard? He doesn't actually land the shot.
Yeah. Micro is getting prepared now to go back towards the lane. Cover here for Kevzi and Micro. The Aldron gets the intel. Kevzi look to reinforce his teammate and do just as expect the double up onto the site. Now the staircase to play here from JustUs. Lloyd Dream also with the angle towards lane, but the army of two will stand tall. 1v1 now. Second Love versus Micro. Time running out, and Micro shorty's not good enough, but this is gonna get pretty close. But still, JustUs should get the round here.
Does he have time?
Yes, he does.
No!
No! What?
That's the round! End the game! Map number 1! I was thinking, why would Micro just hop off there to try and go for the shorty kill, but then I realized maybe because he knows there's very little time left, doesn't matter if he dies or not, and that is a game!
Even I'm surprised I misheard that, but what a read there from ZOL. What a fake that they sold, and that last round got so dicey so fast. You would expect that the null command is there to allow Xin in. Xin says no. He just gets in there, plays into Jenny, finds two. Great recovery though from JustUs to play onto the rafters, but
Actually,
beyond
second
that,
love.
Yeah, the second love, right? Exactly. He plays onto the rafters, gets the Guardian going, but near the tail end, just with that extra space for ZOL to work with, the repositions also after getting that initial intel, it really feels like that's where ZOL is good at, forcing the hand of JustUs as early as possible.
Yeah, especially the way that we saw JustUs really start off this map pretty strong. If all things on the attacking side, if anything, right? And then they swap on over to the defense, and that's where we did see them kind of falter a bit. And we were talking about ZOL struggling sometimes there on that defensive side, rather on the attacking side, and somehow they were still able to bring it in the second half when it's typically their bigger liability. We didn't necessarily see the Outlaw from Kakarot come in too effective this map so far, but you get how the math works out and how it could work out. But the only thing that worked out here was ZOL taking map number 1.
And not only that, Xin just put in the work and the hours there. 25 kills to his name, 8 first kills also. And we've seen from Xin, whether he be assisted by ZOL or be left alone to try and play the pinch, he delivers these kind of kills. Big ones, especially against Lloyd Jr. and Par Schofield. Later on, I'd love to see the exact head-to-head Xin has against those two players. But the first kills say it all. In a game like this, you'd expect JustUs to be the ones drawing first blood as early as possible. Instead, it's ZOL Esports who does so.
Yeah, I mean, the way especially ZOL were anticipating those first picks. They weren't searching for the first picks. They were waiting for the opportunities given by JustUs because they know a player like Par Schofield will want to try and get an early pick off on that Reyna. They know Lloyd Dream's going to try and search for that early on in the round as well, and that's where they get their punishes going, and their mid control here is one thing that, as I say again, when they were playing against Oasis yesterday, JustUs, it could be their biggest liability. They don't have much utility to try and fight for this defensive mid side, and when Oasis weren't doing it, I was wondering why, because it seems like that could be where they could open things up, and when JustUs were ZOL were continuously fighting for this mid pizza side, you can see it would really split the defense here of JustUs to where they can actually concern their efforts.
Where others might take the challenge, ZOL takes advantage. And you'd see many a time it's not a fair fight because of how Xin just gets in there, surprises JustUs in an immediate instance. And icing on the cake, really, this last round. Everything ZOL worked for in the second half, you could see it here. I think it's a little funny because I proved you wrong with the Aldron, then you proved me wrong with the spike, and and Micro also fixes his hair. No more second-hand Serenade, but the first one here, or the last one here, delivering the win with grab is Kevzi. So well done there by ZOL, and exactly that fact right, with Kevzi looking to stay alive long enough alongside Micro, it was enough for ZOL to take the win.
And Xin has consistently been finding double kills on those entries as well on the attacking side, right? So not only first blood, but the double. How can you not win a game when you're finding that much value out of your front line and then the rest of the team just has to clean up on house? So this was a map, especially we were talking about JustUs to be able to win perhaps in this map. Breeze, I think, is going to be even more difficult than this first one was.
Yeah. On one hand, you can just go for the aims, but the other is ZOL Esports has had a good run. But in any case, guys, that's the first map done. We'll see you guys after this for our second map. It got dicey, but ZOL Esports made it happen at the nick of time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, because this can be our final map of the day, or will JustUs force a decider? We're going to find out very, very soon, but Breeze is going to be a very interesting map for this series to go to.
I mean, Breeze is the map that we were talking about where if map 1 falters for ZOL, this is really where they could make their stand, but it didn't, right? Yep. Map number 1 went their way, able to close it out, came close throughout the mid part of the game, but ultimately enough, I think I'm kind of worried here for JustUs from Breeze because the performance yesterday definitely kind of bodes well for them, and you kind of want to see them get the shot at their hand to maybe try up against NAOS, but ZOL might just be the biggest problem they have right now.
And ZOL, this is something we were making a point of a while ago, right? That they're a team so well-versed in playing with utility, using those agents really to get the advantage. That's why they love to double up on the initiators. That's why you see early the synchronicity between players like Patman and Kevzy working hand in hand together. And from what we've seen so far, ZOL, we thought they would have lost their way after all the antics of the first half, but coming into that attacking side on a set, it was just so meticulous how they dismantled JustUs. This time around though, we're gonna see what we're going to get on Breeze, and expecting a Euro here for ZOL Esports. Patman still sticking by it. JustUs, though, this is so different now.
Wow, they put on the Chamber here from Second Love. I'm curious about that decision. I think the Chamber is one that is maybe not obviously meta, but it is underutilized. They did typically run the Cypher here. The Sova makes sense, but it's Psycho this time around on that, and Lord Dream being on that jet to accompany the Yoru could be maybe that once more another chance for him to really perform, because map number 1 wasn't necessarily his best showing, but this one could be where he does that. This also gives him 2 different choices on who can have the Oppo and who's ever feeling Second Love or Lloyd Dream. You typically expect the Chamber to have it in his hands, though.
And you see those scores highlighted because of the position swap of these players in the first place. Second Love now onto the Sentinel. It was Psycho on the jet last time they played against Old Stinky Cat. And then it was, of course, Lloyd Dream playing that Cypher. Now he's back onto something he's more familiar with. But I'm really excited to see what the Chamber of Second Love can do, because I cannot really recall when he played Chamber in his career so far in the VCT circuit. He's usually on something like Killjoy, something like Cypher. Sova also something he's very accustomed to. But right now they want him into backline, and JustUs looking to meet ZOL Esports with firepower. Will it be enough, or do we get the sweep?
I wonder how they're going to utilize this. They have lots of in and out potential here with the Yoru, with that Cypher, rather with that Chamber and with that Jet. But we're going to have to see if JustUs can extend this into a third map for the series semi-final, or does ZOL take it home and go to the grand final. JustUs on the defense, let's get to it.
A hope and a prayer is what JustUs is looking for, and miracles can happen with hands like Parscofields and Lloyd Dream. Psycho, though, seen early on by Zind. And already, the beginning here for ZOL shows us how they're going to vie for mid. Look for also a bit of that host control. See where they can get opportunity across the map.
I have to say, of all the agents that I thought would go aggressive at the start of the round, the Sova and Psycho wasn't one of them. Why is Lloyd Dream the one here towards Halls? If anything, you'd want that Chamber, Yoru, or Jet to go aggressive towards Elbow, but seems like a bit of disjointedness here. Now they're going to be able to go towards this B site undissuaded. Only player there being that Viper and Repulsive, who still gets the one, but look, the TP right in front of him. Patman spawns out of nowhere. Gets a 2v3, back to the site. Repulsive finds a third. It's all on the Second Love now.
Out of thin air, there's suddenly someone else you gotta shoot. And eventually ZOL, they react in time to get the job done in Second Love. The only one still standing. Also notice, he didn't buy Headhunter bullets. He has the Sheriff in hand instead. I think this is a patch right because it's 100 per bullet anyway, but it's enough to hit the head with the Sheriff making Micro dead. Looking to line things up. Patman, though, peppering the opposition. Patman good for the 3, and ZOL good with the pistol again.
I'm surprised the way that JustUs are doing this. It almost seems very, very uncharacteristic for who's doing what. Psycho being the one to push up here towards Elbow. It's a Sova. How does he get out of there?
I'm going to stop you right there. Again, remember what I said a while ago? Psycho was Jet last time they were in this map.
Maybe that was his tendency, yeah. Like he wants to go there, but realizes, wait, I'm Sova.
Oops.
What am I doing here?
He's like, he jumps up on the wall. It's like, oh wait, I can't glide.
No, but even with that, like with Chamber, he buys the Sheriff. It's not a bad buy, but I would argue a trip plus 6 bullets off the Headhunter is arguably better for an early pick.
And especially it's a map like Breeze. Long angles, you still get the one-shot headshot anyway. But then again, ZOL, you got to make sure all about all these angles. It's been decreed so far, and here we go with mid-control. Psycho, though, maybe that's why he's doing that. He finally gets on top of that small little wall. Second Love also just catching Patman in the act. And ZOL, they're taking casualties here. Damage done by JustUs. Some good angles now for them to work with. But at the same time, this is their eco, and ZOL, they're going to be very wary peeking later on because of
Look
it.
at Second Love. See, Headhunter, always a threat. Getting those two, and Repulsive connects now. It's all on the micro. But that's all he can really bring to the table here. Maybe stall. Psycho and the rest of JustUs, they convert the eco.
Yeah, and now we see why the game plan was just like that for JustUs. A while ago, ZOL letting, or rather not letting the elbow go. This time around, they vied for mid, and it was enough time for Psycho to just play acrobatics, pick up a gun along the way, and everything falls apart for ZOL Esports. So I'm impressed by JustUs. They have more to show for us coming into this game, and it's gonna get very exciting very quickly. They're the ones with the rifles right now.
1-1 here. JustUs doing good on the defensive eco there. The Sheriffs, the Headhunter is really what brought them into that round. They almost kind of have to invest those type of weapons. In a map like this, knowing those classics and ghosts might not have the punch at such a range. Look at ZOL here, kind of a mix by Zind on the Vandal.
And Batman now bringing out the Dimensional Drift, teleporting in, using the gate crash. But watch out, he has the Bucky in hand, looking to play close with the flash. Second Love gets a bit of distance to work with. Psycho also with the cover, and it's now JustUs finding the frags early on, but we're not done because there's a rifle in the clutches of Micro. Not only that, Kakarot winning the duel towards Halls, forcing Parscofield to wait nearby. Sees the head, though, of the Cypher. The barrel was exposed early on. Everything left to Micro now. He's in danger, and the pinch is so possible and done well by JustUs. The defense gets the lead to kick off the action.
He actually could have maybe found the kill there on Psycho, who was around the corner. I don't think he recognized or saw the barrel in time. JustUs, good recovery after the plant was stuck. ZOL, the picks they found, just enough to get them the space they needed, but obviously it's still outgunned, especially in a map like Breeze. But JustUs, Operator out here now for Second Love, and even if he goes down here, he's got the op in the next round.
Yeah, Tour de Force is going to be ready soon. The Viper Spit also looking to be online, and JustUs have made the case for themselves coming into this map. I guess the concern really for ZOL is, how do they win out the util game yet again? How do they get to that matchup in the first place? Because JustUs are going to use these long angles to play the way that they would like. Look for contact. Psycho sending out the dart towards mid. It's broken quickly, but immediately JustUs knows that there's a heavy mid presence that Second Love can capitalize on.
The Operator here. I'm not too sure if they are aware of that just yet, or if they at least expect it to come. So ZOL here has a lot to fight for. Not much to fight with. Patman obviously quite a bit away from his ult again.
And ZOL, they're just waiting now for any contact point. If they're expecting rifles, they expect to push towards double doors. Second Love, though, they hear the owl drone, courtesy of Psycho. Chamber backs on away, and instead of the action heading towards A, it's Lloyd Dream who finds first contact. But this might pull the rotation of JustUs. Psycho making sure that everything here by lobby is cleared, but it's really Kakarot stuck in the middle. Repulsive also with such a great shot there. And this is where ZOL needs to be very careful right now. These angles are working so well in favor of JustUs. Repulsive does overcommit and gets doubled up on by the remaining members of ZOL Esports, but Parscofield has his sights trained, and JustUs now with their third round.
Now they know about the op, but what can they do about it is the question. Slow kind of style that they want to make work on out, not really finding things. Their contact play as well there towards tunnels just shut down as Zin gets found by Lloyd Dream. That's his first of this game. This op once more, as I said, it's going to be very difficult to deal with this, especially on the eco. Maybe Patman can get close. Zin's got blades, but they're going to need something like a flash to try and force Second Love off an angle.
Yeah, he can get blades, but Second Love might peek this early on, waiting for the sound cue. There's the swing right now. Second Love thinking about shutting down the jet, but the Owl Drone might dissuade him. Rendezvous at the ready, snaps on the way, but oh! The reposition still out in the open. So Zind, he gets the kill. The op is gone for the count. Psycho at least makes a trade happen. Psycho holds down the line and looking to be the vanguard there. Eventually the flank is utilized. Par Schofield knows where KFC's coming from. Even though ZOL got off to a decent start there, it's not going to be good enough. The firepower, too much for ZOL to handle.
His rendezvous is just out in the open. I mean, it's so that you can back away from a main, but he's already passed it. So Kakarot lands a shot. He's got the neural theft actually to utilize here. Be careful, the spam. I think he saw his head as he hopped up to try and throw that ult. Unfortunate, doesn't come actually in pop, but JustUs a fourth on the board.
Yeah, Lloyd Dream picking up that operator. Second Love no longer needs to expend it, and oh no. Oh, awkward rendezvous at the very end.
Was he trying to dodge a blade from behind him? Was that what he was trying to do?
I think he's just trying to get in cover, but in any case, awkward for JustUs. We've seen some situations that's happened so far in this game, but it doesn't matter because they're the ones in the lead right now.
Maybe he thought it was a Chamber of 2022. There's another rendezvous.
Again, I really cannot find where he has played Chamber before in VCT competition. And Second Love this time around trying to play into mid, shut down quickly by ZOL. That Poison Cloud is so dangerous. Also, Kevzi marking his corners. It's very dangerous for JustUs to play a game where they're looking to make a quick flank happen. ZOL in control towards mid, has the angles to flick towards 2. Xin even catching out Lloyd Dream there towards Ness. And the numbers now in favor of the attackers. Let's see if Psycho can get anything done in the corner. Yes, he does. Not just 1, but 2. Action still afoot. Kevzi through the wall, gets the kill, and now A is for ZOL to play with.
Kevzi's taking down super low, though, so he has to play for his post-plant utility here. Kakarot might be the guy to try and challenge, but you also do not want to give up the high HP player in a 1v1. Repulsive. Spotted out here. They know he's coming from this CT.
And not only that, Dart broken. Kakarot looking to play into cover. Kevzi, though, if he swings too wide with the bow and arrow, it's dangerous. Now he gets vital intel that Kakarot can work with. And the fact of the matter is, when ZOL is left with 2, you know a swing's going to come from a different angle.
And this bait and switch there from Kevzi. But look at the hole here from Psycho towards that double door. Getting a double kill from it. Almost bringing down to very dire straits here. Almost taking down Kevzi as well in that bout. Taking him low. Single one would have taken him on. But I do still like that ZOL were able to... No way.
No way.
I don't believe this.
Right now?
Are they going to sell it?
Really?
Second Love, you have an ult. Bro, you have to do it. We're getting some hijinks here for sure.
We're in the semifinals of VCTPH, and now you bring out the quad operator stack. This is not that good for JustUs, but Par Schofield makes the op work at least. The rest of the roster, though, they're going to fall. And ZOL Esports, it's a freebie right now on how they make the entry. Still, though, danger on the cross. Psycho cannot hit the shot. Kakarot getting the plant down, though. Aldron also looking for a target, and the flank is the only one without the operator here, Black and Blue. What is going on?
You know, maybe it could have worked out if ZOL played the slow style, but they rushed the site, and the 2 operators on the site got overwhelmed.
The audacity of JustUs right now, and ZOL Esports is taking names.
No!
Don't even hit the shot, Psycho! They turn around eventually. In adversity, he finds Batman. But the 3v2, now Repulsive looking for at least a way in. Sin gets the operator going. Kakarot there with a quick trade, and now all the money that JustUs has worked with, it is down the drain here.
They can still buy for this next round, but yeah, you're right, it's gone. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Overcooked or under? What you think?
Some say when a steak is too charred, it is well done. I'm going to say that was excellent right there.
I think that was burnt. I think that was, as we like to say, snug.
Okay,
a bit too much.
At least right now, we have only 1 op in the hands of JustUs with the Tour de Force, but because of everything that's happened, ZOL they have a lifeline to work with. Confidence though from Lloyd to still fight. Zin falls. Kevzi now with the trade, the Toxic Terrain, allowing Pacman to play behind the broken wall. And the Viper Spit is there to add on for even more cover. Undisputed Alcohol, Psycho looking for the target to find. And Micro's actually gonna get caught in the act there. Well done by Psycho. Par Schofield using the fake out to provide the shield for the push. The darts do ring. They get Insol now, and Zol knows exactly where they're coming from. Neural Theft into play. Everything left to Psycho and his hands. He picks up a rifle, but he's been tagged already by the scans. The Recon Dart misses wildly. A push here from Psycho. Eventually the tag connects. And Zol, they know exactly where he's gonna go, where he can be found, and Zol will come to collect.
Yeah, what a rush here coming from Zol. Just pushing their way in, and because they know there's no tripwires, they know they can simply barrel on into the site as long as that, as long as the trademark doesn't slow them down. They can destroy it in time. And knowing there's an op here, this is an adjustment from Zol. If they play slow, that op is going to get more chances to find picks, so they rush it down. And with a rendezvous, you can only go back away so far. If he does rendezvous, then there's a chance for them to overrun where he TPs back to as well, especially when they have the Yoru to really press that pace.
Yeah, another operator though in the hands of Second Love. Another round where he's trying to make these long angles work. But Zol has found the way to close the distance, and Zin is a prime example of that. Second Love though, trying to peek the angle where his friend has fallen. Snap on the way into tunnel. Seems like Repulsive has a good handle over onto B main, but Zol are looking for an opening elsewhere.
That's a good opening pick from them. Lord Dream here with the blades. You can see him being in responsibility of that Hall's position, the fake out. Well, it's more like a fake from the TP, but it's not the real fake out.
Yeah. Yeah, the fake gate crash?
The fake gate crash.
There you go. But Zol, they're holding into mid still. Waiting for anyone from JustUs to really peek. And the thing is, they're happy to play this kind of angle. The gate crash crosses. We do still see Micro watching out for any kind of ambition from Psycho, but eventually someone's got to give, and Second Love is the one who finds Kakarot along the way. That spike still left behind towards Cannon. 30 seconds left with Lloyd Dream having the blades in hand, and it's JustUs finding moment after moment here. Take a picture, why don't you? It will last longer. Zol now has been caught dead to rights, and that's it for the round. Psycho and Second Love in control of the action there.
And once they kind of slow down the pace, even though they got the first pick, it allowed that operator once more to get a chance, and that it did. Second Love finding the pick off, getting JustUs the lead back. And look at Zol, even after the rounds they've been winning, they're still in a very mixed spot economically. Not able to fully buy on up into this round.
I mean, they didn't buy 4 operators, so they have some money to work with.
No, I mean Zol. Look at Zol.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, the counterpoint is they're poor.
Oh.
Get out of my
Okay.
way.
Yeah.
You're very smart.
Like me.
I didn't want to set it up that way, but sure. Kevzi, he's holding it to shop right now. You got the holes being controlled for here by Zol too. And we've seen that actually be a way for Zol to make a mark in the backline quickly. You got Zin, Pacman looking to burst from the gate. The switch now is a go here for Zol. And Lloyd Dream, he's burning in the poison, still fighting back though. Left with 22 HP, a single bullet should be enough to kill him. Micro tried to peek on out, Zin instead collects the kill. And Second Love instead with the operator. So advantage here for Zol, they found a way into the sites.
They have the default plant now. 2v3. Kakarot obviously quite low. Pacman's one away from his ult. But Par Schofield's on the lurk here. Doesn't make sound, but you can see they're being checked on the angle. Kakarot turning his back in the most opportune moment for Par Schofield.
Oh, it
bounces on
hindsight bounces on the fake, but it doesn't matter because Par Schofield able to get back his vision and get back his aim. A 3K at the end, and JustUs now looking to get away from Zol in the score here.
A good eco here, not the best. Obviously, dropping that op would have been more ideal, but they're on the defensive side doing good here, JustUs. This is the map that we were wondering how they could really put up a good fight against Zol. Seems like their changes here are really good in counteracting what Zol have been doing, but we haven't really seen the rush down from Zol so far, and the 2 rounds they've won prior were from that type of rush down attack.
And now a timeout by ZOL Esports. It should be They have the dimensional drift, and Patman has been looking to make a play with it. But beyond that, it's ZOL Esports still getting caught out in these opportunistic angles that JustUs loves to take. You've seen that, in a way, the hallways has become a trap that JustUs is setting. ZOL will take it at the start, look to burst from the switch, but since it's left behind there by ZOL Esports, someone like Par Schofield, he's able to creep on up and get the backstab in the post plant. That's been the case so far for the JustUs retake. A way to catch an angle that ZOL previously used to surprise them.
If it's Par Schofield on the flank as well, he has ways to bypass the tripwires of Kakarot potentially if he really wants to expend the gate crash, or hell, even burn a fake out to just tank it and him swing off of it. So there's many ways for JustUs to deal with what ZOL are doing here. The operator, though, is the biggest hurdle we have yet to really see ZOL kind of figure out, which is, funnily enough, something they already were doing pretty well against a while ago, but now it seems like they just don't want to continue the same pace that they were playing at.
Yeah, Second Love has basically played an operator throughout this half for such a long time. A majority of his rounds has an operator in one form or the other. We see from ZOL, though, they look to peek into halls yet again. This time around, Patman doesn't actually push. Tries to see if anyone does dare push from the other side early on. Instead, ZOL watching over to Mindo. A lot more defaults this time from ZOL, playing a slower game here.
This is what they want to play, though, ZOL. But I don't think it's the most effective against what JustUs have currently here on the defensive side, knowing the op is available. They pull the dimensional drift here towards the side. Did Repulsive dodge him? No, he now knows he's here. But look at his TP. It's all the way towards B. He sees where Par Schofield is, who bails out. Second Love, rather.
Fake intel now. And JustUs lucky to get away with their lives. ZOL Esports have made their mark into the B side. Par Schofield, though, the opportunity to catch out Batman. Sin wasn't in position, and because of it, Sin is also a victim. JustUs now with the kills. You got Kakarot trying to hold towards B main, but he's the only one still standing, and the double up is too much to handle. Surprise, surprise, it's JustUs with the win still.
It was looking so good for a bit there for
Please no.
ZOL, but yes, do it.
Please no.
Do it. It's
No.
one round left.
No.
Never mind, they don't have money. But yeah, with the fact that Par Schofield was on top there, he can bail out due to him being a Yoru. His gate crashes coming in time, allowing him to find the opportunity for these double frags that he's able to get right when they needed to as well. And then suddenly Second Love, obviously with the op there from mid. Just difficult for them to really get going now, ZOL.
That works. JustUs has done such a good job on the retake. Overall, they're a team that's so willing to give up the sights just to have another long angle to play. Comparing it to Ascent, where they had to deal with the utility being thrown at them, where they had to deal with closer angles. This time around, they want the fair fight that they're very accustomed to, and it's a big reason why. You see players like Par Schofield, players like Psycho try to find different angles on the defense. Now Patman looking to force the issue, wants to get in there alongside Sin, but Sin left alone. Repulsive catches him immediately. Second Love also on the board. It's JustUs now making a stone wall in front of ZOL, and there's no way for the attackers to cross at the last round of the first half.
An 8-4 for JustUs on the defense. Pretty impressive so far here, and this is a map that's been 50-50 for them in the past few months. And yet, look at what they're doing to ZOL's perfect map. They've beaten teams like NAOS on this map, by the way, here is ZOL. And yet, JustUs are the ones who are looking a bit more, I guess, confident on the earlier stages of this map, at least throughout the first half. How the defense will now kind of adjust to what they are doing. That's what I wonder what ZOL will bring. Kakarot and Zind so far at the top of their board, but look at JustUs, 12, 12, 12, and 12.
Yep, and with 4 people at 12, I still remember the 4 operators. Doesn't matter for JustUs, though. They are feeling very confident right now. I dare say ZOL, they might be in trouble here. They struggled on the defense last time around versus Old Stinky Cat. They won that game after just having a perfect attacking side against them.
Look at Zin's position.
And Zin's position, you said it. He's ready for a crossfire if ever. But Poison Cloud in the way. Lloyd Dream able to get the first frag on the board. And it's a 2-for-1 deal at the end of the day. B site now up for grabs. JustUs getting in there, but wait, there's more from Second Love as he lies in wait towards double doors here.
It would have been so good, actually, but Zin just couldn't land the shot, and sometimes it's that's the way this game goes. That's the way the cookie crumbles. It's not about where you necessarily positioned or how the strat went, but you just hit the shot, and in that case, Zin could not follow through. Now a retake here for ZOL, and JustUs are just as good here on the post plant.
Yeah, Micro's gone. They can't use the talk screen anymore. They do get the scan towards the back of the site, but the problem is Batman expects second love coming his way. Here's the audio cues with the footsteps, and beautiful work from Batman. Does he deliver one more kill to provide the round? He's already on defuse duty. He might have to stick it by this point, but Psycho able to make his mark and get back in position. That got very scary there for JustUs, but they still win it.
That was his only real chance there to have to try and stick it. I don't think there would have been much time for anything else more. But ZOL still continuing to struggle here on this opener for the second half. And JustUs, man. You can see where that Headhunter comes in big. Finally buys up the Headhunter on the attacking pistol round, where you're wondering where it was on the defense. But once more, ZOL, good idea, just execution could not follow through.
Such a great sign here for JustUs. This is their first pistol win in this series, and now they have the Vandal in hand. Xin is just a training dummy by this point. Easy kill from afar. Same can be said for Kakarot, unfortunately, and ZOL Esports just losing their lives bit by bit. A TP now back into the site, working together with Lloyd Dream on the entry. The dynamic duo doing what needs to be done yet again. Patman, though, swift shot from afar. Psycho wins with the Guardian. And Patman is waiting for a showdown. Who there crosses the frontier? Par Schofield does stake his claim. And a quad at the end for JustUs to make double digits.
JustUs are just running away with this game, it seems. If they get this anti-bonus, rather this bonus, then it's going to be, I think, a set done map. Map number 3 should be on the horizon soon if they take this bonus too. So JustUs here, really great recovery from map number 1. ZOL are the ones who seem a bit lost, who can't get themselves going. I've seen a very quiet game from some of the veterans on that ZOL squad.
It's always the off timing that's been the problem in this game. JustUs wait out whatever they can and then go for the swings as they have the angles. But Kevzy also, he knows how to play the same game. Here we go with the double kill at least. Mid fought for as JustUs still control their way in through the double doors. But then again, the site's a bigger threat. Cypher there of Kakarot prepared now for any B takes if ever.
Let's see now, ZOL. They get the opening picks they need here to establish the player count advantage. Be able to get the flank. I think he does set the trademark off. You can see their second love making sure nobody pushes further than that. So JustUs only just really waiting for an opportunity here to strike.
They're moving away. Try and playing perhaps into A this time around.
They cut that noise.
They cut that noise, sure, but ZOL have a great stack here. Over at the back of the pyramid. Second love. Looking to see if anyone's going to cross towards mid. Still a chance for JustUs to re-rotate back, but this is where ZOL's really good at playing that disciplined game. They have all the utility that they would like to go for the stall.
30 seconds
Watch out for Micro Snakebite that he actually does have prepared the cross from shop. Silent still. Second love now with the flank. Propulsive. Second love, they take the opportunity. And ZOL, they fall apart at the seams. JustUs has gotten in here. Lloyd Dream looking pretty clear. He provides it. Spike didn't go on down. It will be post-plant. Everything left to Kakarot, and how did that just fall apart there for ZOL?
Second love pick there. Off the rotation. I guess Zind trying to hastily help his teammates out on the rotate. We're talking about it. If they get this bonus, we might be looking at a quick map number 3 switch. Kakarot 1v3. Let's see him bring it. Can he get the clutch going? High-low hold here. No way he wins out this one, right? Only good for the one. 11-4 for JustUs.
Yeah, high, low, and on your left. There is just no escape against the numbers there of JustUs. This has just been a convincing map so far from the squad that has made all the surprises in the playoffs so far. And ZOL Esports, they're going to have to take the time out here. They just cannot figure out how to beat JustUs and these angles. The timings, again, they don't realize how unsafe they are when they're going for the cross. There's just no way for them to gather that intel near the tail end. There's just no way for them to really catch out JustUs, just because JustUs finds the small openings away from the utility, away from things like the cameras, the tripwires, the darts that ZOL could utilize.
And they don't practice. Let's
Yeah.
not forget.
Yeah.
Yeah, just us.
Just us.
And I don't believe them when they say that.
I
either.
don't either.
Not in a million years.
Not like this, right?
Not like this. 11-4. The fact that they're this good on Breeze, when at least against ZOL, you have to know that they prepared to some extent on ZOL's best map. And ZOL here so far have been a team that has been looking pretty spectacular as the regular season progressed. They were initially, I guess, in the top 4 already, as people kind of predicted to end up at the end of the regular season, but they shot up to the 2nd seed throughout that with just consistent play. It's here now in the playoffs where we're seeing some of the more callowed teams showing up.
And Just Us, it's been a trial by fire all throughout the season. It's been such a slow map between these two teams, but Just Us takes advantage of that pace. Eventually, though, they realize they have the gun advantage. They get the dimensional drift. And while ZOL stack on up towards the elbow, Psycho's there to go for the punish. He's not going to fall for it this time around. Learned this lesson so quickly from the first outing a while ago. And Second Love 2 creeping now into mid A, looking likely to be the hit as Micro, he's the only one standing here and he's so wary of whatever cross that JustUs can do from the halls. Immediately Kakarot taking that position, but it doesn't matter because dimensional drift into the front line. Bar Schofield pinging his opposition immediately, giving chase, getting out into the right dimension now, and JustUs just have set their sights onto those targets. Kakarot here in danger. Also, we've seen Kevsi get away with the cross. Spike planted though, and watch out for Repulsive. He's the one who's gonna find the contact. Kevsi able to get the shot ongoing. 30 HP left for Kakarot. The Alodrone gets the tag, the swing is true, and JustUs have just found every way to win. Map point for JustUs.
Wow. 8-round lead. Especially the Eco there, not the best one for them to have to play against. But it feels so helpless sometimes when that Yoru in the Dimensional Drift and the Ultimate is hounding on you. And you only have a pistol, you only have a Sheriff to try and fend yourself off with. He finds timing, as you said, runs him down like a dog. ZOL here, difficult position for them to be in, to say the very least, on their map pick of all things. We're going to maybe go to split very soon.
Yeah, timeout here called by JustUs, and I don't actually blame them. I like the fact that they realized it took them so long to try and put away Oasis Gaming in their outing on split last time around. That game went many, many overtimes, and it's something that I brought up to you the first time we went into that overtime yesterday. There were a few jitters for JustUs in closing out these games. The fact of the matter is they still see themselves as a bit of an underdog. They're still very confident on how they approach, how they're winning these maps. They're winning these fights. But as of right now, they are making history as we speak, and this is their chance to get the game going to the next map.
Well, I mean, we have seen JustUs take down a hefty team on split. I don't doubt that taking them down here on their own map pick is something they are too shy from doing.
Yeah, confidence booster coming into the third map.
Definitely so. But JustUs, can they do it in this round specifically? Timeout called from them, even though on the winning side, to really make sure they don't let this slip up, they don't let go of this lead. ZOL are the ones who have yet to have a chance to bring out the op on defense.
And I remember the quote you said about their coach. It's just an easy timeout to say, let's go, man. Let's get in there. JustUs looking to find a way in. But this is sometimes the problem for them when they're looking to close out the maps. Par Schofield found early on. Psycho Lloydream looking to recover that pick and recompense in terms of numbers. Spike still left behind towards Cannon. Instead, we get the Dash Prime, but Lloydream loses out towards Sin. And Sin finding form now coming into this map. The tag also onto Repulsive, and immediately ZOL knows mid is where JustUs is positioned.
5v3. ZOL have found themselves a pick they need to get back into this round at least. Or at least start this round off and get back into the game, but it's a long climb, one with the right step at least taken. You can see here ZOL, especially Zen trying to back off. Does not want to give off a pick, but when the wall goes down, it's the right opportune moment for them to strike. Micro still gets a pick off on the lurking Second Love. It's a 2v4. Gotta be careful here. Psycho sees him and takes him down.
The leg seen so quickly. Kakarot though immediately with the trade, and now it's Batman now with the dimensional drift. The Viper Spit though online. Repulsive looking to finish off the job immediately, but the Neural Theft will force him out. No escape. Batman will hunt you down. And ZOL Esports, this is their road to recovery. It's a long patch, sure, and they cannot make any mistakes from this point on.
Has to be flawless from this point on. Perfection is what we need to see from ZOL. 7 rounds now, they have to slowly crawl back into just to have a chance of overtime. But I like this coming from Xin, playing this off angle. Gets a double there towards the tunnels from B site itself. A bit more of that from ZOL is what we have to see. There were some moments there where they became a bit over, I think, confident. Laying caution to the wind, get caught out, can wait for the rest of their team, I think, moving forward before they do stuff like that. But start through the round, and that's what they get.
And JustUs, they're still well equipped to try and put this one away. Do they get this on their second attempt? The shock dart now from Psycho to clear any utility early on. But no Cypher here onto the B side. Instead, get Kakarot in position on the other side of the map. Par Schofield still challenging towards the nest. The Aldrin gets connection. Kevzy also looking to pepper them with the shock bolts, but JustUs keeping away from potential danger so far.
We aren't really seeing much mid-effort being put on the defense here by ZOL. They want to hold that angle, but Lloyd Dream expects it at this point because he knows Xin loves to hold it from the tons.
It's the angle that he died in the last round. Learned his lesson so very quickly. A Tripwire though in the way of Second Love as well as Lloyd Dream. They're going to need to find a chance to actually burst on through. Hunter's Fury, though, makes some noise. Psycho looking to go for a tag. It's Kakarot instead, who's able to anchor on down. And from that point on, Lightning is looking to strike from the side of ZOL. Patman on the board. Par Schofield makes the trade work. Still danger for Kakarot. He's caught between the rock and the hard place, and Repulsive will be able to smash him down. Spike going down. The 3v2 is looking very possible here for JustUs.
Yeah, Patman just can't find much going there from the stairs a while ago. Need at least one more kill. Can he find it? Micro's the one to chime on into this. He's been having himself quite a quiet game, but now comes down to the two vets on this squad, all on the Micro. Now 1v2.
Oh.
He's going to get reload. He's low too.
Live this life on the tightrope. Now it's a knife's edge. Up close here towards the Tuns again, but there's just no way to catch Repulsive, who's hiding in the corner. JustUs just get it done. We go to a decider here.
Map number 3 shall be split in the semifinal, second one of this day. And JustUs, well, they're no shy to playing long-winded games anyway. Breeze taking them down on the map pick of their opposing choice. They swap each other's map picks, and well, what a way to do it as well. That is one of the biggest wins we've seen from JustUs so far.
Lloyd Dream and the rest of JustUs, somehow, some way, they make a map like Breeze that exhausting. Just the angles, the way they play him, the timings that they've had so far, and it's just incredible how we've seen JustUs really maximize the amount of time they've had pre-plant as well as post-plant. That first half really was defined by letting ZOL in after first contact, getting the flanks going despite any utility in their way, and then just putting the pressure from that point on.
You know, I thought actually that ZOL earlier on in that half have kind of figured out how to play against the UP, because they were doing well against the UP, and then suddenly they weren't. Suddenly they defaulted back to what wasn't working instead of continuing that faster pace where they would overrun the opposition and the operator and where that could be. And just really played into the hands of what JustUs want here on this map, and them swapping Second Love to the chamber ultimately worked out for him.
And it's a good showing from Second Love, a great showing from Par Schofield, but as of right now, the biggest improvements between day 1 and day 2 has been Psycho. He really had struggles versus Oasis Gaming, but ever since this matchup versus ZOL has started, he has become an integral part of the success of JustUs today. Takes the MVP this time around for his squad. And even though first kills were pretty even here, it was still JustUs making this map very suffocating. And you said it here, Black and Blue. Look at the start of the highlights. As JustUs, they were struggling to find position. They were struggling against the tide that was ZOL. But eventually, when the pace was a lot slower, it was JustUs at the ready from any given angle.
Thing is, that's what ZOL want to do, though. They love to kind of play slower, but I mean, to be fair, even on Ascent, they had some great rounds when they simply W-keyed it onto the site, when they rushed down. And I thought that would be a bit more of what they would want to do, considering, one, the operator has a hard time to fall back when it's being overrun like that, and two, there's no Cypher here on the defense from JustUs. It's only the trademark to really keep him at bay, maybe a snake bite. If they're able to pick their site well, then that shouldn't be too much of a problem. And yet they played into exactly what JustUs wanted to do.
And just always look back at how Halls was always contested at different timings. Rarely would you see a fight there in Halls. You'd let one squad in, the other would take it later on, and JustUs, after everything is said and done, they delivered the win there with Grab alongside Repulsive. What a way to bring life back into this series. And now JustUs has a chance to do what they've done before. Look to find a way to get another upset in Split.
Perhaps. I think they could do it here, especially with that map number 2 win. They're going into this matchup with confidence, and let's not forget our panel all predicted for JustUs to take this series in the first place.
Yeah, they've become believers, and JustUs themselves believes in what they can do. This has just become a series worth watching out for. The winner here will be facing off against NAOS. But guys, we're going to go for a break, and when we return, it's going to be that decider.
I don't think it is.
Oh, not yet. There you go.
Well, there it is. Break!
Bye. Never count out Just Us. What a way to show that they're in the fight, and the run continues here in the playoffs. We are back though, ladies and gents. We still got one more map to show for it. And as we've said before, the winner here in this decider, they're going to be facing off against NAOS Esports in the grand final. Stacks Black and Blue together yet again, but I've heard that we have a special guest right here.
Well, Dax, you know, with the way that they were able to pull a hat trick there, pulling that chamber out of nowhere on Breeze and making it work, I've got a hat trick for you all as well. I don't believe you guys see this. I am phasing out of nowhere, out of nothing. Hey, abracadabra. Tactivate.
Yo, all the way from Madrid.
Yay.
Wow.
Uses Riot Games there. So official, yes.
Yeah, you know, it gives the Masters feel. It's sort of like Masters. There you go.
No Class A stuff here.
Yeah. No, there you go.
But even plastic is, I don't own it.
There was a bunch of them actually back in Masters. And little shout outs to Mika Fabs, who's made a visit to the studio. And honestly, everyone in the talent pool today, it's a happy family. Everyone's here to watch, of course, the final map of the day. And it's Just Us versus ZOL Esports, who look to fight to survive. We remember where Just Us was yesterday, what map they took down Oasis Gaming in, and it was here on Split. You get the Jet, you get the Raze, you know that this duo of Lloydry and Par Schofield are gonna look to even improve on what was happening from yesterday. Zoldo, on the other hand, you got Zind watching out and looking to play for the Viper here.
They do not go with a typical comp we've seen. The only real change being that Viper. I believe the Cypher is what they swap on out
just
instead.
like NAOS.
Just like NAOS, exactly. So I'm hoping that they've learned some lessons there and what works and what doesn't. If they watched the game a while ago, perhaps they think that with the comp that you see here coming from Just Us, that they can really slow things down and play that default game out, which, to be fair, ZOL love to default and slow down the pace of the game on the attacking side. And perhaps this Viper could bring them what they need.
Yeah, but it's time for us to get into the action. And life on the line. Who will continue on to tomorrow? Who will make that next step to try and play for the crown that is VCTPH? Split 1 has looked to be so exciting, seeing newer faces on the board. Just Us, they provided that, but it's Patman who begins the action by catching out Lloyd Dream.
Early picks here for Lloyd Dream, not going his way as he's the one to falter. You can see Just Us now focusing their defense towards holding his ramp's position, towards holding Heaven. Cage out to allow him to reposition. Cage does, but Just Love, he's taking a beating here, Second Love, able to bail out.
Yeah, Psycho actually backing on away. Seems like here for ZOL Esports, they re-engage onto A main and onto the site itself. A cloud for cover, screens now. Gonna be at least smoked out here by ZOL Esports. You got Just Us though trying to play from Heaven and moving in from the Rams camera though, sees the intentions. Pac-Man knows exactly what's going on. Sind also ready for cover. ZOL is prepared for any kind of push, but the damage is still done anyway by Just Us. 2 for 1. Advantage now here for ZOL. Make that a win. The pistol will go on the offensive favor.
Good opening round here from ZOL. Obviously, map number 1 didn't go their way, and we saw some quiet moments from some of the players that we expect to show on up, but it's Zin now going down to that Sentinel, rather to that Viper role instead, and scratch that, they forgo the double duelist here. Instead of them having the Cypher be swapped out, it's the Jet that they swap out in this case, so Zind, I think after his kind of colder game on Breeze, this might be a direct reaction to that.
And I also feel like here for ZOL Esports, this is an interesting adjustment. I know Zin has played multiple roles so far for this roster, but now they even have more utility to work with versus Just Us and their battle down approach. ZOL look to put the pressure towards A main here immediately. Par Schofield ready to play the front line, get the orb, build that showstopper. And it's already a good sign here for Just Us moving forward.
It's interesting too here. That's a decision ZOL make. When Zind has also had his hand at the Viper in the past.
Yep.
So it's not like it's something that he hasn't practiced and they've never tried together. ZOL now, opening round looking pretty swell. The defense is the one you want to be on here, especially in the second half. So everything looking aligned.
The best thing about ZOL's role rotation, especially with the Viper, is when they decide to choose into a map, okay, this is a map we want to play double control on, or this is a map we want to play Zin as the duelist, so Batman could play something like the Initiator. Those adjustments are what allows ZOL's that flexibility. Open plant, as you mentioned, Psycho leaping into the fray. Kakarot able to catch him immediately. It's Just Us now, kept at bay by the Cyber Cage. Rotation now to try and go for the retake, especially with the Heaven being vied for here by Lloyd Dream and Bar Schofield. It's really broken smokes. And they get utilized too. Patman down in hell. Swift shots from both Patman and Micro. And a crossfire is something that JustUs needs to be very wary of. When ZOL get in position, they are deadly.
2v5, and there's not much they can do. Perhaps a pick off, but Schofield falls. And Lord Game, he's going to maybe try and go down to the spike as best as he really could. Oh, he's trapped here in the rafter. They're trying to take him down still. Just wait by the plant box, buddy. But it's a flawless here that ZOL are able to convert.
Yeah, it's a good start for ZOL Esports. 3 rounds after the pistol. And the flawless way to win. So coming into the post plant, that's where ZOL really maximizes their utility. They try not to use as much early on. I wonder how that's going to change between Kevzi and Micro, especially when we get the guns out for JustUs. Light armor only, though, for the Demons for 3 of them. And I'm really keeping an eye out on how much Sind and Kakarot can keep in their arsenal before the post plant.
Well, in this case, I think what's going to be important here for ZOL is making sure that they don't kind of readjust into something that they don't need to, as we saw in Breeze. Bar Schofield actually wins that fight out, but Pathman was doing good on that duel initially. They do find the opening pick going their way.
But that's the thing, room for error versus Bar Schofield is just so minuscule. And even more so now, Psycho there with the regrowth, putting Bar Schofield back at full HP. He is a little bit more fragile though, so he plays towards screens, and ZOL Esports looking to just keep JustUs guessing with the screen setup so far.
Angle here. Obviously visible now by ZOL. They do progress rather by JustUs, if they do progress towards Heaven.
And look at mid, they actually lob a few dark covers here and there towards that angle. Yet again, ZOL unveiled in a shroud of mystery and how they want to play it. And we've seen this from ZOL. When they run for the double control, it's all about what gaps they're willing to let loose or let the opposition see. Still watching out though for Bar Schofield. Looking for the timing on the swing. ZOL back to slowing down the pace of the action. Eventually noise made. Tripwire also in the way. Kevzi teleporting out into cover. Knows there's a tripwire nearby. He might be the one to break it, but 20 seconds left here. Black and Blue onto the side. ZOL is attempting to, but Second Love, the anchor looking strong. There's just no way in, and JustUs will get on the board.
And Zin's lurk there as well. He needed to try and find the kill. Just did come. He's able to crawl his way into the vents, but before he got stopped in as well. You can see Psycho also used that guiding light to check B main for information, but as they found out, hey, nobody's there. Quick on the rotate and sprung immediately to help out that defense, especially with Second Love just finding these kills, not allowing them to even get within the sight. And there, yeah, Zind almost was through to maybe get a good angle, but he gets found.
And after that last map, you have to wonder if ZOL shouldn't be playing this slow kind of game. JustUs is a team that doesn't flinch. They're willing to play anchor for as long as possible just because they trust one another to keep that part of the map alive. And speaking of, though, regrowth now from both of these guys. The challenge there between Patman as well as Bar Schofield. Both raises now without any armor, and ZOL looking to execute here.
We're around here on the push. No early picks off just yet. Approaching a mid left on the clock, and do ZOL commit to this is the question. You can see them already expending quite a bit of utility on this attempt, but they can't break through.
That's the thing. They think about it, but they immediately have to second guess themselves just because of how JustUs is playing cover. Even if Lloyd Dream gets exposed there by the boom bot, he's still there. He's still stabilized. And the numbers right now for JustUs, the quad stack. Eventually Patman though finds the pick, and the showstopper is the way to get in. Launches over to hell. Psycho has no escape. Next on the list will be Bar Schofield. ZOL will take the site.
Even though the Viper wall is placed there towards that A site, you can see that JustUs aren't being pulled by the wall going on up because they know they have a cam there. It's very fortunate for ZOL, though, that Patman is able to win that opening pickoff, getting them the window of opportunity they need to actually get something going here.
Yeah, wasn't that the case a while ago on Ascent with Zind, right? And oh, repulsive! He's lucky. He's left unchecked. Eventually, Kevs realizes there's a corner I didn't see, and immediately a shot to the face. Might be kicking himself if he watches the POV. That could have been it for him. The Patman next, ready on the list to try and catch
Returns
repulsive.
the favor.
There you go. You said it exactly, Black and Blue. Returns the favor, and 3 rounds now for ZOL.
So yeah, Zol, I'm wondering if this Viper wall is going to actually get more value later on. It doesn't necessarily hamper them in this round too much, as Patman did find that opening pick, but I can see it becoming a liability later on where their Viper lurk isn't really going to get them value to pull the defense away, especially when the cam can see right through it, and also the only angle that he can push through is one that that camera sees both into as well, into the heaven. So now JustUs looking to aggress maybe here on ramps.
So it's impressive for me for Zol that their configuration really changes in terms of the per map basis when they want to play the double control. You also should see usually a raise in the front line because that's mostly the counter for Patman. Bit of a tit for tat, honestly. It's just the flexibility of Zol in a way to change up how they want to engage. Speaking of the Lloyd Dream, a dash on out. 4 members of JustUs here with rifles. Second Love, the only one with the Sheriff, but he's playing the screens, and it might not be enough distance to close the gap with. Beyond that, mid still being watched out for by Patman alongside Sin, and they're looking to try and make a play from here.
Well, Zin, as of the moment, been having himself a better game, but Patman's going to be able to get the trade off on the Psycho. As soon as I talk about Zin, he gets found.
That's why I scoffed a little bit. It's like, really now? Caster Curse so quick, but he said it. The angle seen so very quickly. Par Schofield next up to the plate, but he strikes out before he can strike back. Repulsive though, with the paranoia. Lloydream playing from afar, traded evenly by Kevzi. It's up to Repulsive to try and hold, buy some time for Second Love to get in there, but Kakarot still dead from above. 1v1, and the Neural Theft now into play. Patman in position to try and go for the Boombot play. He has to go towards the spike now, and Second Love is trying to see if he's going to swing, but Patman should get into cover to go for the plant here.
Difficult to try and get out of this one, though. He has a blast pack to maybe move out of this position, and Patman's able to actually reset himself.
Pillar cover, that got very close.
He saw him.
And Second Love knows exactly where Patman can go. The swing is seen, and Second Love connects. Well timed there by Second Love at the very end.
Yep.
I'm impressed because Second Love didn't have a rifle a while ago to start with. Gets the flank towards the tower, gets that catch, and the rest was his to take.
It was looking so well for Zol too, like especially after this pick that Patman walks into. Kakarot taking down Repulsive, but Second Love finding the timing there. Sheriff in hand, gets the 2 he needs to close out the round, and JustUs are right back in the game off of it. So really good recovery off of that eco. Now JustUs, they've got the showstopper too to try and really be a big nuisance here, especially on the retake versus Zol.
And how many times has Second Love gotten a 1v1 win on this map? You look at yesterday how he controlled the A side. Now Kakarot losing control of A main as the showstopper is sent his way to his, well, luck, I'd say. Kakarot surviving for now.
I'm surprised they actually wanted to commit that showstopper considering it's an eco from Zol that early.
They just want to go for the push early on, and I think they were thinking there would be more members there of Zol who would just go for the rush down when they're on an eco state anyway. A bit of a mix-up here from Zol. Works out in their favor. Patman, the one with the hero rifle right now, still waiting to see if anyone's going to go through vents here.
This is when you gotta kind of get in check with who you're up against. Zol aren't that rushdown type team. They love to really slow things down. Although arguably I think their best executes are the one where they go gung-ho and straight into it.
They have ways to just cut away the paths and the sightlines here of JustUs. Barskov reload. He's going to get flashed momentarily. And the timing, he's going to check out Rams. He can get pinched here by Patman and his fellow teammate Kevzi. But Lloydream with a big win there. Kevzi now with the trade. But here comes the rifles now coming into town to play. JustUs prepared for any kind of approach. Zind, only one still standing. Bar Schofield now keeping an eye out. Legs seen, and the head is collected. A 3K for Bar Schofield, and speaking of threes, that's the scoreline right now.
JustUs, rounds right in return to get back into the game, tying things up here. You can see a much more calmed approach from both sides as compared to how Breeze and how, especially Ascent were. That, complete back and forth. Now it's a bit more of a tug of war that you don't necessarily see be too yanked too hard by either side. Nobody really pulling away just yet early on in this half. We haven't really seen the op either be pulled out by Lloydream.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. ZOL Esports, they love to psych out their opponents, try to pull those rotations away. But JustUs, as I said a while ago, they're holding, they're statuesque. and how they actually plays its defense. And it really is a way for them to make up for the lack of utility they have sometimes. Psycho, though, he's the one who dares peeks first. Micro falls immediately to his hand. And that's another instance where JustUs just gets away with a free pick.
Fatman here has to try and find another opening. Timing. Lloyd Dream still gets the one.
They just win the contact. And case in point, it's free for Par Schofield while Zin is busy with the snake bite. It's just mastery with the gunplay from Par Schofield and the rest. Kakarot trying to find a way through. Tripwire immediately broken. It's dangerous on the inside of the smoke. Par Schofield was thinking about it, but beyond this, it's Kakarot still found by Repulsive. Just unbelievable from JustUs. Any angle they hold off ZOL.
He still gets spammed through the smoke there on the common angle. And they take the lead off of that too, by the way. Somehow Lloyd Dream, this is reminiscent of what we saw with them against Oasis yesterday, where you'd see Lloyd Dream maybe in a bad spot and yet still find one before going down.
It's just the most direct comparison point right now. What worked versus Oasis is looking to work versus ZOL. And yet again, it's just how Par Schofield and the rest of the roster have just been so unflinching in how they stabilize where they want to play from. I still remember that round where Par Schofield looked to be the one pinched there back in ramps. But Lloyd Dream plays Protector. The rest of JustUs prepared for that kind of angle, and immediately they're the ones who actually aggress on the oncoming ZOL. They're finding the timings again versus ZOL Esports, similar to Breeze.
Well, the timings here definitely has been going JustUs' favor. And what especially they've been good at here is not falling for the default play that ZOL love to do. I think ZOL, they really need to change the pace here because it's almost expected and really read by JustUs at this point that they're not going to go aggressive early mid-on. So JustUs can just really do what they want and play the clock they know they can.
Yeah, JustUs has just gotten so much better over the week and a half break we'd had in between the group stage and the playoffs. They're making the run so possible right now. They made it to the semifinals.
I bet they practiced
They
between them.
probably did because it's so synchronized. It's so well done. And here we go again from JustUs contesting. An eco for ZOL Esports. Patman, though, with the 6-shooter. Same for Kevsey. Frontier Justice now. And the showstopper, perhaps for fireworks. Onto the site, we go with Patman. The rest of ZOL, it's free for them to take.
They will be able to get the plant down here, but 2v4 without the best weaponry is actually pretty doable here for JustUs, especially considering how hot these players have been. They still have the lead, but ZOL looking to tie things up. Single guiding light to aid him on their pursuit.
This is where it gets very dangerous. Repulsive also has a smoke to throw out towards Garage if he does choose to. The Trailblazer, though, getting the scouting information, knows exactly where Psycho is. Considerations now. Can they go for the save? The double up instead to play into Heaven and look to see who for anyone who's crossing. But the Toxic Screen setup, it's so useful for ZOL to stay safe with right now. They love the Paranoia and the Flash. JustUs has called for the save and will look to fight another day. Repulsive, though, hasn't taken the memo. He really wants Batman, who's just toying with the opposition by going high and low, open ropes. Run, Repulsive, run. Psycho there, ready to keep his teammate alive. But beyond that, without a shadow of a doubt, ZOL Esports doing immense damage now. Psycho tried to fight for his life, at least keeps the rifle as the score has been tied.
Good damage done there by Psycho on the exits, especially keeping his teammate alive, kind of baiting out the TP from Repulsive, faking out Kevsey was on the chase. ZOL tie up the game with that, and on the attacking side, now actually making it the proper half. Another round would definitely benefit them moving on forward. That's all you really want to be able to get at the very least. You get 5 on the half here on split. You can play the further ones with a bit more leeway. But now mid control trying to be fought over by ZOL, and they're actually, wow, they're using utility to go faster.
Yeah, they're actually trying to go for the clear with the Trailblazer. Boombot sync can be said. The flash now, it was sent towards Mail, but Repulsive, undeterred, holds the angle, gets the kill, and Patman has to leave his friend behind.
Good spam there coming in from JustUs. You can see why ZOL also might be a bit hesitant in pushing up that pace. Not that they necessarily went super aggressive at it, but at least tried to really clear that mid out with a Trailblazer. JustUs, they have the op, by the way, from Lloyd Dream, which you haven't really seen this map just yet.
And Lloyd Dream is the biggest surprise factor now, but he's all the way across the map instead. Mid still vied for here by Patman. A distraction though that will allow the rest of ZOL to try and play into Garage, but the Seekers have exposed those intentions. JustUs just knows exactly where ZOL is going to try to go, but Patman has not had enough of this mid take. He's still fighting for his life and fighting for ZOL to find an opening. He's a distraction, sure, but he's making it quite costly for JustUs already. Now we hear the Seekers as ZOL tries to head towards A, but that operator's waiting for them.
Oh no, but he gives up the angle actually. Never mind, Lloyd Dream back onto it. They have to be very careful here. Flash on out. Lloyd Dream does not got the one. It's Sin who's able to get the trade off, and the second goes his way from the snake fight. Viper's pit, and the plant will go down.
Doesn't matter if he's on the jet or not. Zin, he's able to deliver, and with the Viper finding the shot and forcing Par Schofield in such a bad light, it's now ZOL onto the side, and a big chance to take the lead, especially from the attack. Repulsive trying to say no to it. A 2v2, the snake fight though. Repulsive still gonna cross, no fear whatsoever. On the site we go with him, but the decay, it's doing immense damage. He cannot find Zin 2. The tap is there, and Zin might look to let this one go. Repulsive now on the outskirts. A breath of fresh air. Get that HP back up to whatever he had. Patman now circumvented. Still though, Patman wins the fight, and Patman was just such a problem that JustUs couldn't solve.
Yeah, he kept that defense touted towards the mid position, and they really just had to expend so much manpower to try and deal with him. Not to mention utility as well. They use those flashes, the paranoia, all towards mid because of his presence. He's been doing so much work. The only thing they even did there to really aid him was the opening Trailblazer from Micro and the smokes later on from Kebsy, but for the most part, that was all Patman pulling the attention.
Yeah, technical pause there real quick, but JustUs, they're seeing this lead slip away. ZOL Esports, through grit and I'd say through rotations, it's a way to win these rounds, and Patman, he is delivering so far for the squad. He had an incredible first game, kind of tapered off there coming into Breeze, but right now, on the Raze, it's something he's so accustomed to, and he's forcing JustUs to just keep looking at him. He's making sure the spotlight is on the Raze and the Raze alone.
Well, Patman for sure, definitely deserving of that lead role here. Leading the charge, tip of the spear. ZOL have been the edge as well. Accompanying him with the way that they can, been their biggest, I think, hallmark of this team. And I think, as well, the fact that they have so much flexibility on the roster really aids to what they can do. Zin finally finding himself getting going in that game. His utility play has been helping out ZOL quite a bit on the attack, to be fair. But want to see a bit more of that firepower because they're starting to need it at these moments.
I mean, he found it in that last round. And I wonder if he can continue on from that point. But JustUs now, they're back into action. They're ready to go yet again. The Blade Storm available in the hands of Lloyd Dream. He bought a gun for someone else here, actually. And I do wonder, what's the play right now for JustUs? How do they hold? Rely on Second Love coming into this round to try and hold down the fort that is a ZOL ready to just go for it as soon as the gates do drop.
Lloyd Dream hasn't been himself necessarily a great series. Not a terrible one, but one uncharacteristically a bit lower for him, especially compared to what we saw yesterday. But let's see how ZOL now do on the execute here. Showstopper available for Par Schofield on the retake.
Batman's pushing into ramps. Heaven is a zone JustUs do not have direct eyes on. They're very wary of mid yet again. Zin actually trying to sell whatever fake he could towards B, and is now re-rotating towards the rest of the squad. JustUs knows exactly what's going on now. Heaven taken. Second Love is left all by his lonesome. Isolated now to try and fend off against the rest of ZOL. Kevsy catching out Par Schofield, and you said it, Patman now has the angle from the screens. Lloyd Dream with a catch onto Kevsy. Still though, Second Love is nearby. Second Love is still a threat, and here comes Lloyd Dream to come and collect up close. This rifle has been picked on up, but Micro will pick on him to get the kill. It's Repulsive left now to his own devices. And how ZOL has made this so lonely for JustUs. Always a way to catch only one out in the open. And with it, it's a 6th round for ZOL.
The thing is, ZOL were actually, rather JustUs were actually pretty prepared. I mean, in idea to give up that much control over the Heavens. They have the cam there. to specifically see at that point in moment where ZOL are. The thing is, even though Second Love stayed alive for so long, the rotation just was so far away from JustUs that nobody was able to act on the information given. Nobody close there on towards a defender spawn. It allowed now ZOL to really get themselves in great positions and have more than enough time to work with on trying to get onto a stabilized position on the site.
Yeah, it got easier with Par Schofield getting caught out early like that. They expected him to be the one to contest the tower. And not only that, though, Zind also now just trying to sell a bit of misinformation. And this is where you want to see ZOL succeed in. In the first map back on Ascent, how did they win? Through information itself, by getting scans, by getting reconnaissance, by getting suppressors with the KO and the Silva. Now they're selling these kind of fakes. Now they're making sure sight lines are broken with the double control they have with Sin and Kebsy.
JustUs not getting the good read here on what the attacking ZOL are planning to offer up. So far, maybe not on a silver platter, but a brass one. They've been fighting for and slowly building upon. ZOL, they do have some chance of taking the lead here even further and deeper, seeing as how a bunch of half armor is all that JustUs can afford. But when does that showstopper come on in is what I wonder.
Yeah. Par Schofield looking for the signal to let it loose. Cage trigger. He actually pushes into mid with the rest of the JustUs hold. They go with the intel though with the neural theft. This is exactly how JustUs succeeded against Oasis.
Yep.
Second Love wins the duel towards A, gives the intel now, and ZOL has to scramble.
He's been very good on fighting these 1v1s exactly there towards that A site. When he's in that position, Patman gets one, has to be careful for the second one, and that he does! And suddenly they take the lead in the man count, but Psycho equalizes things up.
Who expects a third player in sewers? No help needed by Patman at the start. Needed that help at the tail end of the fight, but beyond this, ZOL Esports, they get the space that they need to work with. Onto B they go.
Plant down here. 2v2. Do ZOL get aggressive in this post-plant hold, or do they try and play on back? Seeming like they want to stick together here. Ali has to be very careful. Second Love, he's got great timing. No! He walks past him. One! Another for Second Love! And the fourth to end off the round.
But they realize immediately where ZOL was heading. And Second Love, just an inkling of intel, he immediately executes on it, avoids the push from ZOL Esports. At the very tail end, the smoke maybe has seen the pixel, but this was all Second Love all day. This is a round that he has defined. And yet again, just the timing on not just the 1v1s towards A main, but also within that smoke is where Second Love delivers wins for JustUs.
Definitely delivering the win there for that round.
That's for later.
That's for later. You said it first.
Okay. I got priority delivery, okay?
All right.
Uh-huh.
You pay for that annually.
At least I don't pay for it monthly. But the showstopper is a one-time investment, and into the round, that's what Patman is going for. The flash connects though, the Paranoia also sent on in, and Patman doesn't even see where he can die from. Psycho, great angle from the exit of Garage. Kakarot now able to make the trade, but the damage has been done.
Par Schofield?
Par Schofield, you said it. He's on the inside, but Kemsey gets the clear that they desperately needed. Neural Theft now into play. There's the insult to know JustUs is up here on Heaven. Plant, though, hasn't gone down as of yet. Loitering wants to swing. Loitering will fall. Second Love, though, next up to the rafters. But Kakarot connects. And triplicate already. One more target left for ZOL. Repulsive trying to psych them out with the Paranoia alongside the Shrouded Step. But it's only a single angle he can work with. Now pushing in from the alleyway, and Kakarot leaves where Kevsey can't shoot. ZOL will take a 7 round, and it's a good sign moving to the defense.
He's a hunter, and Kevsey's a killer there. 7-5, ZOL take the advantageous half. At least a small lead here to try and reset themselves after that stomp from map number 2. Here on the third, Psycho doing a good job of making sure they don't barrel down from the heavens, but Kevsey, even before the neural theft pops, he connects the shot, a bit of a wild swing there from Lloyd Dream, not connecting. And he has had himself not the most favorable game in series as a whole.
It's a close match, sure, but ZOL Esports are the ones in command. They have a lead from the attack. Now they're on the defense. And with it comes the double controller setup that you still need to be wary of. That Viper wall is set up for A, where JustUs is looking to push into. Guiding lights do cross. Here comes Lloyd Dream now with the updraft and the dash. Power Schofield has made waves to get onto the site, and Power Schofield has brought in the pain to get the first kill. Repulsive next on the list here. It's 2 for him, as it's already A taken by JustUs. And looking over towards screens, you can see Zin looking to push into ramps 2. Kakarot, he was massive in the last round. Zin looking to find the off angle, but he's exposed by Second Love. A window for Zin. A chance now for ZOL Esports. Kakarot also, that is just perfection with the Frenzy Fire. Lloyd Dream now, he's in danger. Zin will fall. Same can be said for Kakarot, and Repulsive faces off against anyone there to get the 4.
Repelling them from the push there on the retake. As well at the end, the 4K quad for him. Builds up his ult very nicely, but even better here for JustUs to amicably deal with the defensive side of ZOL, who I thought were to at least have a better defensive half, but doesn't start off that way.
Yeah, the amount of space Power Schofield and Lloyd Dream gets is just outrageous. How deep did they get onto the site already near the entrance of the elbow there at the back of the site itself? It's crazy to think with the elevation that JustUs can get. ZOL, they need to readjust, and immediately the stack in A says where exactly JustUs was able to get to a while ago.
Waiting here. ZOL obviously wanting them to come towards their way here to the A site where they've got their trap set up. Cage is popping, trying to fake out the cross if it ever does come. Angle being held by Patman. Let's see if they can gate them in, and there they do. Good shot from Patman.
Yeah, first door closed on Lloyd Dream. Next now, Zin, ready to play gatekeeper. The pistols are good for the 2, but the rifle of Psycho has found at least an equalizer. As soon as it happens though, Micro able to make the trade. We end up in a 2v2 after the skirmish. But ZOL, they hold the opposition at bay. They're still on side. The re-rotation now. Repulsive heading his way towards B, thinking about maybe slowing down to try and help out Second Love. Speaking of though, that lurk can be paramount to the success as ZOL give chase.
You have to be careful about that lurk too. No trips from them on their flank. Look at where Second Love is going to be coming from here on the stairs on Heaven. They don't have anything to actually check this, so they're going to get their back turned here. Kevzy holding the angle.
He's watching out for it. Micro might be the one in danger. They check, but they die. Micro has fallen, and Kevzy's the only one still to fight back. Drops down in hell. That's heard by Repulsive. Almost with the timing on the swing.
Heaven.
JustUs, they have just rallied around these kind of pushes, and they still take the victory there. Save the Vandal and the Guardian. Good damage, though, done by ZOL.
Yeah, huge round as well from Second Love, because that was a 2v3 for a while there. But he found the pickoff on the rotation coming in on Heaven, and then from then on forward, obviously took down as well Micro as they were trying to retake the B site. So big value brought by Second Love. ZOL, even better eco, I think. Still 2 picks, not too shabby, 3 picks rather, not too shabby at all. Now this is where it matters the most. Get this round here against the bonus, do it relatively clean, have a better round 4.
Yeah, if JustUs takes this, they are just gonna be able to start rallying and snowballing out of control. They do have the From the Shadows here for Repulsive, who wants to get intel early on. The rifles from ZOL prepared also with a close hold. Micro is the one willing to be that first contact. ZOL did throw out the smoke to scare off JustUs from a main. Waiting to see Cyber Cage now pop. Micro still in that position. It's a high-low setup here for ZOL. Eventually, JustUs gets perspective. A 1-for-1 to Paranoia, keeping them at bay. But Lloyd Dream has found the shot from afar. Sin even from above. There's the kill that ZOL's been waiting for, the Paranoia. It does connect. Has it back on the way for now. Space given here for JustUs. From the Shadows gonna get hurt to her too. And Psycho picks up the Guardian. The fight even better. Batman, Kakarot come to collect. It's left to Repulsive to fight in a 1v2. He was massive on the pistol a while ago. The quad, we remember how much he can get. But this time around, it's up to the swing. The Boombot exposes his position. And Patman will find the final target. ZOL keep the lead.
Not badly played, actually, by Repulsive. If not for the Boombot giving him away, then he would have had a good angle to potentially line them up there and get a call at. But you're working out, at least for ZOL, early on. You can see them expending your utility for the most part towards mid there, Kevzy, but they really needed those smokes towards A instead. Hopefully the Viper is there from Zin. get the pick off and at least trade out the numbers evenly a bit more. Now, JustUs coming into this round don't even have the best buy available. Let's see what they can do with it.
They just made that round very possible, though, if you're JustUs. So very close to actually making their way into the site. And Par Schofield now ready to lead the charge yet again into A. Micro, ambitious a while ago. It was a good setup for ZOL, but they still lose out against JustUs from that distance, from all the way from screens. Very sharp JustUs is right now this week. Kevzy, though, finds a kill. He's getting chased down. There's just no escaping JustUs right now. Zin from afar too. Over at mid. What? Single duels go in favor of ZOL, but as soon as I say that, Lowy Dream with a big surprise there onto Fatman. Shot somehow connects. Kakarot now holding on to spawn. And JustUs, they just are very much so in a precarious situation. Claustrophobic this area is right now. Kakarot has the angle against the two duelists. And Repulsive left to his own devices. Shorty now looking for the push. Kakarot survives somehow with the Shorty connecting near the head.
Is that a hat or a helmet?
I don't know, but in any case, he's alive and ZOL will take another round here.
I'll take it with a big grin as well on Kakarot's face, I'm sure. Able to get those two as the back was turned. Lord Dream, great flick from him, but even better hold here from Kakarot. I think it looks like it hit more than it actually did.
No,
it might have just been one pellet.
Yeah, exactly. It's a headshot, yes, but it's probably 1-2 pellet stops.
Yeah.
And maybe Cypher's hat not only goes back like a boomerang, but it also, you know, it's made out of metal. Yeah, bulletproof. It's actually the real armor.
It's a Kevlar hat.
Yeah. First I've heard of it, but Lloyd Dream hasn't heard the memo. Try and slow things down. ZOL instead ready for a push towards mid. Here comes Batman from the Rose, but Sind is overrun. A chance here for JustUs to get a bit of space, get this rifle going. Psycho has retrieved it, and at least some firepower now in the hands of the attack.
That actually wasn't a bad idea there from Lloyd Dream to kind of break down that mid hold. Able to split them up. They found Zind as well in the corner due to it. If Patman wasn't there to help him, then it could have been a free pick for him, but luckily for ZOL, good rotation ideas are working out for him. And now JustUs here, they have the Seekers. If they find another pick, then they can justify the use of that.
And with that dart, it does force Patman away from ropes. And because of it, ZOL also anticipating an A push, making sure they keep Heaven in check. Micro slowly creeping on up, wary of the ropes themselves, but JustUs have decided to go into A main here. Seekers should expose who's playing onto the site. Pain Shells now, plus the blastbacks. It's time for JustUs to get in there. The Paranoia connects with Par Schofield, keeping him slowed for the time being, but Kevzy crouches into the crosshairs of Par. Showstopper doesn't get much. Psycho also with Par Schofield, finding the advance and finding the position. JustUs are making miracles happen in the front line, and everything's left to Kakarot yet again. Against these numbers, it's looking unlikely, but Kakarot doesn't care about the odds. And Neural Theft now, to make it a 1v2, knows exactly where JustUs is positioned.
He's got time to work with here. Trailblazer kind of gets stuck there out. Once again, I'm waiting. If Kakarot's actually going to swing. Kakarot! He's going Super Saiyan! He's going insane as well! 1v1, will he find the angle on Psycho? Psycho knows he's in the corner.
Kakarot, he's looking for it, doesn't fish for the angle. Psycho, absolutely silent right now. And Kakarot might be the one exposed here if he goes for the tap. Shot rings true. He's not gonna have Psycho playing with the timer.
He knows it's a fake. Timing!
Oh, Psycho, so stellar there in the final 1v1. That could have gone so wrong for JustUs, but it's ZOL instead who takes the punishment.
A great read from Psycho at the end. He knew the first one has to be a tap, knowing it's a 1v1. Intuition as well, perfect for him. Triple kill at the end there. You can see him knowing that, hey, the second tap has to come in just a second. He finds that right opportunity to do so, keeping JustUs in the game by cutting into that lead.
Today and yesterday, JustUs has proven something at Black and Blue, and they're just such a scary team. No matter what ZOL tries to throw at them, JustUs always finds a chance. They always find a way to get in a position to fight. And those fights, they still win. Doesn't matter if they stalled by utility, by smokes, by paranoias. It's just insane to think that this roster, middle of the pack in the group stage, got such incredible form now. And it's something I've been saying that this squad, these names, they've had such a high ceiling and they can really go the distance if they get vast improvements. But this fast, this quick, and at this point into the season, it's just insanity.
There's so many things I can say with sanity.
Okay.
Asteroid sanity. Vil sanity. We'll keep it at that.
Okay.
Just Us. As you said, there's some crazy moments we've seen from this team, but I don't know if that's necessarily what's going to get them over the hump. It worked versus Oasis, but ZOL have looked a bit more stable here, if anything. I'm wondering to see if these type of pushes from ZOL are going to actually get value out of it. They do squeeze out A main control at least.
Yeah, it's difficult, sure, against ZOL, but ZOL have to feel threatened with a scoreline this close. We are tied up 1-1. Whoever wins this, continue on the journey for Split 1. Continue on into the grand finals tomorrow. And remember, NAOS Esports, the defending champions, are waiting for whoever wins this. Showstopper, though, means no breaks. It's time for Bar Schofield to send a package towards ZOL, looking to find an angle to lob it over. The trip bar gets in the way, and ZOL Esports managed so well against the onslaught that could have been Just Us. A flawless way to win. What a round from ZOL this time.
Wow, ZOL just stifling here the ideas of Just Us. Their defense looks impregnable, their flow impeccable. Now Just Us put in a difficult spot. Closer to match point, ZOL have crawled into B. And Just Us are going to have to go in an eco here on the attacking side of all things. They have the Viper's Pit as well for this round, but I think they're going to want to use it for the next.
I won't be surprised, especially if given the retake scenario. ZOL Esports, though, exactly what they needed to do against a threat that could have been Just Us. Just put these trip bars, put these players in positions to catch where Just Us ends up, not along the way, along the path. And you can see for Zin, he's immediately getting the hell out of dodge and looking to play towards where Kakarot's position. So a double up right now onto the site. Also Zin keeping an eye out over onto Garage, but Second Love has been sniffed out. Power Schofield catches the anticipation there. The Cyber Cage too late to save his teammates. And Lloyd Dream also has made its way towards Rafters. Just Us, they feel like spiders right now. They're crawling through the woodworks and finding ways in. Eventually, ZOL has to give it up.
4v4 here. Some weapons as well in the hands of Just Us. And this is very, very winnable for him. One that they crucially need as well to keep this lead from getting too far out of hand, out of reach. Micro one away from the Seekers. That's going to be big if they can find the orb.
Yeah, Boombot also looking for intel. Kakarot able to avoid it for the time being. Patman, though, he's the one who swings from Garage. Psycho has it marked, but it doesn't matter because he's still dead to rights. Patman now delivers the kills from afar. Garage has been opened up here by ZOL. Power Schofield is left and chained inside the smoke, and there's no way for Just Us to handle that. The retake game looking to be called now here for ZOL.
Nicely done from ZOL, as well as Patman. He has so many times on over walked into these peaks, like slow peeked into an angle, but still wins it out. In this case, Psycho is his opponent. Falter. Quick take of that angle as well as soon as he finds Psycho to reposition into a better spot. But ZOL, one round away from match point, and this could be them to the finals.
Yeah, they have 4 ultimates to work with. It's been a struggle for Lloyd Dream coming into this map. He has the Blades, though, to come up massive now. And I do believe we're going to have another technical pause as we wait for this round to start. It's been a rally, though, for ZOL. Just Us has made it competitive. They've made it very close, but for the past few rounds, it has been all ZOL able to handle them.
Tech pause here. Obviously, as a player, coach, your team can't necessarily converse with each other, but you can take a breather, introspect a bit what you can do personally to change things up. And this is actually pretty unique here coming from Just Us. Look at their scoreboard. It's very equalized, wherein sometimes we see maybe 2-3 players far above the rest, but 14 for 2, 13 for the others. Where on ZOL, it's a bit more of kind of the leading show here from both Patman and Kakarot, 25 and 23 apiece. So the scoreboard looking pretty opposite of who you'd expect those numbers to be assigned to.
Yeah, Kakarot has come online, though, in the second half. He has just become an absolute threat, and wouldn't be interesting for Kakarot of all people to make it to the grand finals. We remember his history, sure, in the TAC FPS scene, but most of his mark has been made when he was part of that first iteration of NAOS Esports. Wouldn't it be so interesting to see his squad with familiar faces there in ZOL look to take a fight against NAOS, who they beat, by the way, in the group stage? That's a possibility, but JustUs, they're also the ones who are in position to stop that from happening.
ZOL were always looking like the biggest threat aside from Oasis here to that NAOS reign. So let's see if they're going to be able to do it by taking down JustUs. Viper's Pit burned here towards mid, which we were expecting for them to use in this round. And Patman's got the nade ready.
He has a good angle for it too. Lloyd Dream looking to find impact now. Shorty is only stowaway here in the Trailblazers. They're going to find each other. Looks like the Doggos get a bit of intel there. Microdo smoked on out. JustUs has taken a bit of heaven now as they try to play from the Rams, but it's still concerning. ZOL putting up the veil again with the wall. Not only that, there's a smoke to just reposition around A main, and that's the thing. JustUs needs to go for a fast clear if they want to catch out ZOL.
I do think there's a possibility here for JustUs to potentially pivot real hard and go around that Viper's Pit, but time is ticking to make that decision.
Now, options limited, and the Seekers now exposing what they want to do. Eventually, Psycho trying to track this one down. Taken care of by Repulsive. But time is running out for JustUs. They need to go in there as soon as possible. Kevzi, though, by the flower pot. Here comes now the pain shells and the flash gets nothing. Psycho over the final Batman. Kevzi now with the trade in response. Lloyd Dream onto the side. Kevzi still fighting for his life. Kevzi doesn't care who's coming his way. And ZOL Esports will stand tall today. It's them on match point.
What a hold here coming from Kevzi, especially after having kind of a quiet map number 1 and 2. And here into the third, coming on alive. The quality of those frags at the end, a triple for him, really being such a menace as that Omen in that position. I thought he would have gotten cleared out by the execute itself from JustUs, but it never came. They tried to take him down, but he planted himself like a tree and refused to move. In this plant box, well, he surely brought them down 6 feet under.
Yeah, that is one angle ZOL has refused to play for so very long. And this time around, they pull it out, and Kevzi connects with another big one to start off what could be the last round. Lloyd Dream is sent to bed. And JustUs, they're looking to find a way in towards B instead.
Another one!
Another one, you said.
Is that the
Heartbreaker
dagger?
For Second Love.
Is that the dagger, Dex?
Could be, could be. Wounds now here for JustUs. They are bleeding and bleeding fast. Psycho, though, able to stem it at least with the takedown onto Kakarot. The Seeker is also into play. And look at Psycho go. Wants to contest into CT. But that's just not one, but 3 of ZOL awaiting him. Showstopper. It's making some noise. Schofield, on the other hand, with a catch onto Zin, and Patman is looking to hound them down, sending it towards Psycho, who survives to at least get one more. A 2v2 here, as Repulsive looks to go for the hole, but he's only one still standing. Can't he repel any more targets? Kevzi, he's been massive so far, goes out for the smoke. A mystery here. Shrouded step also. Keep Repulsive guessing with a fake out to make out where his opponent could be. Backside is where his final target's at, but Repulsive will still keep JustUs alive.
Even with the advantage there. What a way to turn it around. Repulsive, but more importantly, Psycho starting things off. That was a 3v5, mind you. It came down to the 1v1. Psycho from that short up here towards Heaven, getting the angle, and then trying to aggress towards C. You saw him trying to aggress towards that CT, but in that moment is where they were able to find the opening there towards Zin within the site. And just being such a menace here, scrambling on it. Somehow the showstopper didn't take him down as well and allowed the swing to happen.
And Psycho, Repulsive, they have been the heartbeat of JustUs in this series. I've said to you how Psycho has really impressed today. A vast difference right now for how he's performed coming into this matchup compared to against Oasis Gaming. Repulsive too, coming in clutch in these scenarios. But JustUs, they've won these kind of games with a strong front line and everything relying on how Lloyd Dream and Bar Schofield can make their way in again.
Look at the hold here from ZOL on the B site. They're all kind of poised here towards B main, wanting to hold that part of the map and maybe give up the backside instead.
Yeah, they're waiting to see if Just Us does drop down from heaven to hell. ZOL also with a paranoia play into the garage. Sin jump peeking, getting confirmation of a heavy presence here from Just Us. And Bar Schofield looking to market. A smoke out though by KFC. Psycho has seen Pac-Man! Over and out now.
And that's a spike.
He's just been peeking these kind of angles. He's been delivering these kind of kills. And the Neural Theft also going to be into play. Can Kevzi escape though? Gets into cover. Down and safe. Batman still an absolute menace.
No!
Micro Massive with the kill. And this is looking likely to be ZOL. Bar Schofield, the only one still standing. Running out time and running out chances. Batman is true perfection there at the end. And ZOL have made it to the grand finals.
Kakarot's face. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about this win. To him, it's just another day.
He never flinches, and that can be said for the rest of ZOL. You said it a while ago, the black and blue. Patman, he crawls, he slow peaks, he pushes in silently against the opposition. And when Just Us didn't expect it the most, that's when Patman struck against him.
You see a bit of his kind of Viper DNA, that Sentinel DNA in his right, trying to lurk on there, but he gets a double, and I was surprised he didn't go down because was it, I think, Psycho who kind of peeked him there from mid? I thought he would have been it, but then Micro got the trade-off, not able to land the shot as quick as we thought, and Patman not only did he start things, but he ended it as well, and that's a win he delivered.
Yeah, delivered it from start to finish in the round. Just catching one, trying to actually re-rotate after the paranoia, and it's again ZOL Esports taking all the opportunities that they can get and working with it. MVP, of course, has to be Patman, and even the stats say so. Almost hits a 30 bomb there, and just at last play in the garage. The paranoia from Kevzi, the go signal for Patman to push, and Just Us instead were the ones caught in the trap that is ZOL Esports.
Yeah, 7 first kills there for Patman. But it really wasn't about, I think, just the first bloods he was able to find. It was kind of like the mid-round situations where he would really be such a nuisance for this team. Let's not forget when he was on the attacking side a while ago, and he pulled so much of the defense's attention towards that mid, while the rest of his team was able to pivot on towards that A site. 7 out of 9 post plants resolved, which definitely benefit their case. But, I mean, yeah, Patman just an incredible talent who has found multiple ways to win the game.
Huge props, though, to Just Us. The win versus Oasis Gaming has sealed their fate to play into Split 2. And they made the series so competitive with a statement there on Braze. But when it came down to it, it just wasn't enough. Again, some key players to watch out for into the future. Bar Schofield, one of them. Second Love, another. But truthfully, this is a day where Just Us has shown that this is a squad that can work together to become even better in the future. Their time might not be now here, Black and Blue, but I'm very excited to see what Just Us is going to do in the future, as ZOL instead are looking to make a date with Destiny versus NAOS in the finals.
I agree. It is the future here that we are seeing developing right in front of us from Just Us. Players like Second Love have been such an incredible talent. Psycho as well has definitely stepped up here today. Unfortunately, a bit of a colder game from Lloyd Dream, but he has also carried them throughout the entire tournament, to be fair, and done so much. And here, Patman just great timing off of the spike. The rest of this Just Us squad have nothing to be ashamed of. They did spectacular throughout this run. Took down Oasis yesterday, but ZOL will be their demise.
And delivering the win with grab, we said it a while ago already, and we're going to say it again. It is Patman. He has had an immense series here, whether he's on something like the KO or something like the Raze, any role, he's able to deliver an incredible performance. And from what we've seen so far, ZOL is very happy to see NAOS on the other side. Remember, Black and Blue, ZOL took down NAOS in the group stage. I wonder what's going to happen next.
And don't forget that these were the two teams directly seeded into our playoff slot. They didn't have to go through over the crossover. So our #1 and #2 seed making it to the end. We might have expected maybe a different second seed, but if it wasn't going to be Oasis, it definitely was going to be ZOL. ZOL, and that's where they find themselves in. Two veteran squad stacks up against each other. What better way to end stage 1 with?
And again, the history between these two teams, that's one thing, but the players themselves have seen each other on opposite sides for so very long.
And on the same side sometimes.
That's true. It's a rich history truly in the PH scene, but now ZOL, we're gonna have to save that for a later date. I'm very excited. So matchups perhaps between like Mojer and Patman, something to watch out for. Ja versus someone like Hakrot, but in any case, guys, that's it for us on the casting side. We'll throw it down to the panel to break down what just happened today.
May tanong ako sa inyo sa aking nagkakupuhang panel din. Maraming salamat sa ating casters, ha? Tinanong ko kayo kanina if mahilig ba kayo mag-karaoke?
Yes.
So
Siyempre.
kung para sa Grand Finals bukas, ano ba yung gusto nyong ialay na kanta para sa ating mga Grand Finalists? Simulan natin sa'yo, Mr. Dash.
Ang hirap naman nun, parang...
Ngayon na! Kailangan na ngayon.
We are the champions.
O sige, kantahin mo na. 3, 2, 1.
We are the champions.
Spoken poetry, sabi ko, karaoke. Ikaw, Asuray, kung ikaw ay may kanta na alay sa ating Grand Finalist, anong kanta yon?
Danger Zone.
Wow, indie ka pala eh.
Anong indie?
Ay, sino ba?
Si ano yun? Kenny Loggins. Highway to the danger zone.
Yeah!
Di mo alam eh. Di mo alam, Bruce.
Ay, sorry Direk, sabi ni Direk MVP na lang. Sorry. Nagkatuwaan. Pero, ang ating MVP para sa buong season yung camera ko ito. Buong series, Akyat Spider-Man ay kundi, walang iba kundi si Mr. Patman himself. Ilang beses na siya yung mismong MVP natin in almost every series na nilalaro ng ZOL. Asuray, bakit ba siya yung MVP natin?
Kasi sabi ng Neville Mr. Consistency nga naman. Every agent pickup that he has gotten, ang laking bagay na, again, he's always on top of the situations. Nakita natin na Lloyd Jung was having a very difficult time, and I think that was partly because nakatapat niya si Patman on that race, and it really shows. 380 ACS man was on a mission. Kahit naman umabot tayo sa point where JustUs was pushing frantically into a site, Patman, cool, calm, collected, still able to pick up those crucial picks para hindi mag-overwhelm yung JustUs into those plays that they were making.
Yeah. Even during the game natalo sila during game 2, meron ring mga glimpses of hope na nakita natin kay Patman. Siya yung nag-open up ng site, siya yung reason kung bakit sila nakapasok, nakapag-plant. And that's why they were able to at least MVP etong si Patman.
So kumbaga para siyang si Joji ng ZOL Esports.
Yes.
Kasi glimpse of a...
Yan ang hindi ko alam. Hindi ko rin alam eh.
Ang alam ko ay kakausapin na natin ang ating MVP, si Mr. Patman! Mr. Patman! Pasok! Ginaya ko lang yung, yung hands. Ay! Sir!
Walang sounds.
Sir! Ay, walang sounds! Ay, sorry po! Ay, wala pa.
Wala.
Okay. Hello? Sir Patman. Okay, chill
Hello.
lang. Okay, wait lang. Okay, sige. Parang nung nagkumanta tayo, parang in-off niya yung headset.
Oo nga eh.
Parang ano ba ito?
Kaya siguro hindi niya narinig.
Speaking of the other team, JustUs anyway, parang in a sense, sinabi nga ng Damods kanina, no one expected them to be on top 3 sa split 1 ng VCTPH this year. Pero what can you say about the players? One highlight player from JustUs on your end, Dash.
Parsco. Ay, sorry. Dash pala.
Alam ko magkakambal kayo.
Sorry.
Dash, okay.
My fault.
Okay, para sa akin si Parsco Field pa rin. Yes, hindi natin nakita siya
Absolutely.
mag-pop off during the games na meron tayo, game 1 to game 3. Pero parang mag-i-interview na ata tayo. Tuloy ko ba?
Hindi, wag na.
We'll
get back to that point, pero right now, balikan natin ang MVP ng ating series. Let's welcome on the stream, Patman! Sir Patman! Hello!
Hello po.
Ayan, Sir Patman. Hello. Congratulations on your win. Pero bago ang lahat, ikaw ba ay may paboritong K-drama ngayon?
Ay, wala po.
Wala pa. Okay, sige. Anyong na kasi yun. Cool mo. Anyway, nakasama ko yan si Asuray at si Dash. Meron silang katanungan all throughout the series or depende sa kanila. So simulan natin sa iyo, Mr. Asuray.
So quick question lang naman. Syempre, experiencing yung nakalaban niyo dito yung JustUs, feel niyo ba na parang may similarities nung kinalaban niyo sila this series specifically? Parang looking in a mirror ba? Or iba yung galawan nila sa galawan niyo this entire series?
Nag-iba po yung galawan nila. Like, mas naging safe po sila sa mga galaw nila compare before.
Okay. Thank you. Gusto ko lang sa malaman experience nila. So yun lang. Thank you.
Alright. Dash, yes.
Okay. During game 3, ano yung naging adjustments nyo? Natalo kayo nung game 2 during Breeze. Ano yung adjustments nyo during game 3?
Nung game 2, ang dami po naming errors. Like, kahit ako po, ang dami ko pong errors nun. And then, nag-adjust na lang kami na laruin namin ng explosive kaysa parang napipick up pa kami one by one na nagpapalaro kami sa laro nila. Yun po yung adjustment namin.
Meron pa follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
Ano ang sikreto ng isang Patman kaya ganyan kakagaling? In the morning, ano ginagawa mo? Naliligo ka ba 3 times? Or kumakain ka ba ng maraming rice? Ganon. Ano ang sikreto mo?
Para sa akin, wala pong sekreto, talagang grind hard lang. Practice before practice, then practice after practice.
Wow.
Wow, there you have it. All right. Okay, so Patman, tomorrow makakalaban niyo yung NAOS Esports. Of course, I'm not gonna ask any of your strats. Pero palagay na lang natin, sabihin natin magkikita kayo ng NAOS tonight. Pupunta sila sa bootcamp niyo at ikaw pupunta sa kanila. Ano ba yung gusto mong sabihin sa kanila harap-harapan?
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yan lang po.
Okay. Kung may kanta kang iaalay para sa NAOS bukas, anong kanta yon?
Okay lang spoken poetry.
Ano?
Kanta. Ano na lang?
Ano?
Love yourself.
Love yourself. Okay. Kung meron kang ibibigay. Dami ng tanong. But anyway, congratulations on your win. Patman, congratulations once again. Last na tanong, bakit nakaganon ka sa profile picture mo sa VCT Split 1? Bakit nakaganon yung
Wala,
picture?
parang naging signature post lang po yun.
Yun.
Tapos, parang inulit-ulit ko na lang.
Dapat pala sasabihin mo, I'm man. Patman. Para si James Bond. Thank you so much, Patman. Maraming salamat. Good luck tomorrow on the Grand Finals. We'll see the best of ZOL in your match tomorrow. Maraming salamat. Hi,
Kahit
my
sa picture,
name's...
Mr. Consistency pa din.
Consistency pa rin, oo. I'm Brucey. Juicy Brucey. Ikaw nga, Suray, ikaw nga. Ako si Suray. Suray.
Di ba kayo sa akin?
Ikaw, Ash.
Parang sa akin wala.
Ako si
I'm
Ash. Ako si Dash. Anyway, nasa na ba ako? Ayun. Wait lang. Before anything else, pasalamatan natin lahat ng mga tao who made everything possible here, starting with Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also thanks to our official super app Grab, score Grab's lowest ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
Thank you to Grab. Without an R, Gab, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yan, humirit ka pa ng punchline. Pero, again, it's going to be NAOS versus ZOL Esports tomorrow. Unang tanong, na-expect nyo ba itong dalawang teams na ito yung maglalaban sa Grand Finals? I mean,
Yes.
pinag-usapan ito ng mga casters kanina, pero Asoray, ano paningin mo?
Yes, absolutely. I feel
Why?
Okay, so kung hindi JustUs yung mananalo dito, it has to be ZOL talaga. They are second.
Sila naman kalaban nila kanina.
Totoo naman.
Pero yes,
In
top
the
2
bracket.
in the bracket.
Top 2 in the brackets, absolutely strong team, consistent as can be, and kahit man na pupush sila into that game 3, iba yung ano nila. Nakita mo yung sinabi ni Patman kanina na okay, the plan that we set na change ang kalaban. So we change the plan itself and then see how it goes. And ang dami nilang capabilities to be able to do that.
All right. Dash?
Sa akin lang, during the regular season, sila kasi nakatalo sa NAOS. Kaya yun rin yung ina-expect ko. During the start, nakita natin sila sa bracket, parang sila yung magiging magkalaban talaga.
Yep. So that was week 4, the only loss na meron si NAOS Esports. Pero ito lang masasabi ko, guys, patapos na yung split 1. And nagdrama. Anyway, that was almost the end for everything. Semifinals nag-wrap up na. We've already determined who's going to be up in the next day, which is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Pero it's going to be my last day for Split 1. Let's head up with our final predictions for tomorrow. Kung sino yung champion. Yun, ilalagay ko na. NAOS. 3-2.
Parang nag-hesitate ka.
Nagbilang pa ako. Ikaw, Asoray. Grand Finals ka bukas ka na. Ikaw, Dash.
Hindi ako panel bukas.
Oh,
Caster ako bukas.
Caster ka nga.
Pag-predictin mo na rin para
sige na nga.
Ayan.
Sige, Asoray. Yung prediction mo for tomorrow, kahit magka-cast ka.
NAOS 3-2 din.
NAOS 3-2. Alright, with conviction. Sir Dash.
NAOS 3-1.
Gaya-gaya ka lang.
Wala nga 3-1 eh.
3-1, pero that's it. NAOS is what the panel for today thinks. We'll see tomorrow. Pero anyway, super excited for the Grand Finals. And yun na nga, yung Semifinals day ng VCT PH Split 1. Maraming salamat. Alis kayo saglit, balik kayo bukas kasi Grand Finals. Ang dami kong sinasabi. Paalam sa inyo! See you tomorrow.
standing. Flawless. One enemy remains. Defenders win. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
No charges.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.